From O-A-K-L-A to L-V, I'm a Raider. Ain't shit you can tell me, I'm a Raider. Ain't shit you can tell me, I'm so nation. No matter the location. From O-A-K-L-A to L-V, I'm a Raider. Ain't shit you can tell me, I'm a Raider. Ain't shit you can tell me, I'm so nation. No matter the location. Just got the 83 feel, it's time to run it back. We struck gold, we're in gold in our running back. Josh Jacobs, he a specialist. He personifies commitment to excellence. He our next Bogo. He our next Allen. I'm watching receivers drown on Mullen Allen. Yeah, y'all know the drill was Littleton in the middle. This shit just got real. Look, we Super Bowl bound. I'm just an honest man. Chuck you back to return us to the promised land. Rest in peace, Al. You the GOAT, bro. NFL had Jerry West, you the logo. And I'm I pledge allegiance to Oakland, LA Coliseum and Allegiant. And I'm I pledge allegiance to Oakland, LA Coliseum and Allegiant. From O-A-K-L-A to L-V, I'm a Raider. Ain't shit you can tell me, I'm a Raider. Ain't shit you can tell me, I'm so nation. No matter the location.
Raider Nation, what is going on? You are watching the Las Vegas Raiders Report. I'm Mitchell Renz from Chat Sports. We're going to be bringing you a live watch party, play-by-play. We're going to be bringing you that Raiders tailgate experience. I got some friends at the game today. I wish I could be joining y'all, but you know what? I wasn't allowed to go, so we're going to be doing this here live, and we are going to be live for the entire game. And then as soon as the game ends, a post-game reaction. So the game here starts in about 9 minutes, and once we get that, we will be able to show you guys the play-by-play. But who do you got? Type R for the Raiders, type F for the Atlanta Falcons. Obviously, I know that the Falcons are a 3-7 team. John Gruden kind of jokingly said it, but I also think that it has some sustained power here where this could be one of the better 3-7 football teams that you've seen. I mean, think about it. Atlanta, when they had Dan Quinn, blew 2 leads of 15-plus points with 6 minutes left. That doesn't happen. It's easily a 5-5 team. Now, sure, Atlanta is not going to have Julio Jones, their best wide receiver, major loss. Also not going to have star running back Todd Gurley. Are Gurley and Jones what they used to be? Probably not, but those are still two very, very crucial parts of this offense. No surprise that everyone here is typing Raiders, so how about this? Instead of who you got, predict the score. Raiders on the road against the Atlanta Falcons. The last time I checked on BetUS, the Raiders were three-point favorites, I believe, 3.5-point favorites. It's been going up and down, back and forth. The over-under in this game has been 53.5. So I see my man Christopher Matovic is going to go 33-24 Raiders. We got a 30-13 from 13 Fly. Appreciate you, my dude. Raider Joker going with the Raiders. Got a 35-0 from Diego. Diego, if that happens, man, beers all around. 44-10 Raiders. That one's from my dude, Raider Nation. Michael Miller, 34-27 Raiders. Jose Martinez, 28-10 Raiders. And then Joe Bustamante, is that your real last name? Bustamante, 38-17 Raiders win. On my preview show, I predicted 38-24, so yes, I'm going to be betting the over, and obviously, I'm going to be betting on the Raiders to go out and win this game outright. They are the better football team. Now, in my keys to victory, I said, hey, you got to let Derek Carr chuck the football, get Darren Waller involved, and as long as the defense just doesn't suck. Seriously, I mean, the Raiders this year, listen to this, 6-1 when they allow less than 33 points. All you got to do is hold Atlanta under 33, and you're going to end up winning this football game. So what I want everyone to do before the game gets started, if you're confident on the Raiders winning, and, well, judging by all the comments in the comments section, yeah, I'm seeing that y'all are going to bet on the Raiders. And if you want to go bet on the Raiders, if you want to go bet on how many passing yards Derek Carr is going to have, how many receiving yards, I don't know, Calvin Ridley's going to have, how many rushing yards Josh Jacobs is going to have, you can do all of that at BetUS. And thanks to BetUS, we got the best deal on the internet. So Raiders 125 is the promo. That's 125% deposit bonus. Now, again, go to chatsports.com/Raiders. So before I go to this next graphic, remember, they are playing the Atlanta Falcons. Last week, they went up against the Kansas City Chiefs, and I think we could all agree on this. We wanted to see more of Henry Ruggs, right? I was excited when the Raiders made the pick, but they have not been using him in the offense. Now, I don't know if it's a Henry Ruggs problem. I don't know if it's a use in the offense problem, but I do want to see Ruggs more involved today because the Atlanta Falcons give up a ton of big plays. In fact, they are the second worst team in the NFL yards per completion. They give up 12.6 yards per completion. The only team worse than that is actually the New England Patriots. Also, if you guys like fantasy football, start Derek Carr, start Darren Waller, because the Atlanta Falcons are ranked dead last against quarterbacks and tight ends in fantasy. But hey, we're talking about Ruggs. How many yards for Henry Ruggs versus Atlanta? So on BetUS, the over-under is 30.5. Is he going to have over 30.5 or under 30.5? If you're like, dude, why are you even asking me this? Well, hey, put your money where your mouth is. Again, chatsports.com/Raiders. All right, over under 30.5 yards for Henry Ruggs. And got a super chat coming in from Josh Smith. Gurley and Jones are both out. Josh, you the man. And actually, Josh, I know you don't know this yet, but every single dollar that somebody enters today, you will be entered to win a giveaway. And yes, we will be doing the giveaway at the very, very end of the show. It's going to be some merchandise from Black Sunday now. But Josh, you get 2 entries, my dude. Seriously though, over, under. How many yards for Ruggs? I mean, I'm seeing a lot of O's, which is good to see. I just don't know if I have the confidence. The good thing about Ruggs is one catch can easily go 30.5 yards. All right, so we're going to go from Ruggs. Let's talk about Darren Waller. Because to me, Darren Waller minus Derek Carr, he's going to be the MVP of this football game. He's the guy where, I'm telling you right now, the Atlanta Falcons, they've given up 622 passing yards, I guess I should say receiving yards, 2 tight ends, 8 touchdowns. Think about how great Darren Waller is. He's got 513 receiving yards this year. Falcons have given up 622 to tight ends. Feed Darren Waller. So on BetUS, their over-under is 59.5 points. Type O for over, type U for under. Dude, I am raising the roof because this is going to be so over, it's not even funny. If Darren Waller doesn't finish this game with 100 yards, I will be astonished. Now, the Falcons did come out and say that, hey, we know what the Raiders like to do on 3rd down. We know that they like to target Nelson Aguilar, who's got 20 first down catches. We know that they like to target Hunter Renfrow, 20 first down catches. Darren Waller, though, he got 36. So I'm really intrigued on who's going to be these clutch players picking up first downs. No surprise, over 100 yards. And then I see Octavio Vasquez says, feed him all day. Well, the guy that's going to be feeding him all day is Derek Carr. And coming into the year, I think this would have been a little bit more of a debate, but this season alone, Derek has outplayed Matt Ryan. However, I want you all to think of this as like, if you could have a quarterback next season, who would it be? Would it be Derek Carr, or would you go with Matt Ryan? So type DC for Derek, or type MR for Matt Ryan. Seriously, I'm curious, because we are going to get a lot of Falcons fans that watch this as well, so if you start seeing some MRs, just already know there are probably going to be Falcon fans in here. I got my man King Higgins. He's watching the show. Wally, Spectrum Jakes, Kirk Rios, Jason Azzi. We got Lil Net 484, Carlos Bironis, Matthew Braden, Samuel Prito, Raider Nation, I guess NTN, That Dude 913, Draco FC. Draco's always hit me up on Twitter. Draco, just so you know, I do always see Sin City Raider. We got ET Yooks. And then another super chat coming in from Raider Nation. My thumbnail will tell you how I'm feeling today. Yes, a lot of people are excited about this Raiders victory. So kickoff gets started in about 2 minutes, so keep that in mind. So I want you to shout out your city right now. Let me know where you're watching from. We already got 644 people licking their chops, and the reason why we do this is because 2020 has been a hell of a year, right? I think we can all agree on that. And I miss being able to tailgate. I miss being able to go to Oakland and just walking around and people just throwing food and drinks in your face. So what we wanted to be able to do is give you that tailgate game day experience as best as we possibly could. Plus, cable's expensive. So we're going to do this 100% free. So I do appreciate everyone that does come in here every single week, watches the show, supports the show, and yes, obviously cheering on the Raiders. So we got some people watching from Atlanta. That's what's up, Mr. Clean. We got Jacob says Richmond, Orange County, Easy Dub, Boron, Richmond, New Jersey, Eloy, Hereford, Arizona, Exeter, PA, never heard of that. Lamert Park, California, Fresno, Brazil, Bonjour. We have the 903, Go Las Vegas, San Jose. And then one more, James, watch him in San Jose. All right, y'all, so what do we do every single week? We try to come up with new ideas, super chat specials. So remember, every dollar that you put in, you have a chance to win a giveaway. And what is the giveaway? It is a t-shirt. It is a special box from Black Sunday. So they just dropped a brand new shirt on Friday. If you guys send in $1, you get 1 entry to win this. If you send in $10, guess what? You get 10 entries. $100, you get $100 or 100 entries. It's as simple as that, but we're going to be giving that away at the very end of the show. Also, $5, I'll chug my beer. We got some beer here ready to rock and roll. $10, maybe you're trying to get some Instagram clout. It's all good. Shout out your Instagram. We'll put you on the show. Maybe get a few extra followers. $20, I'll take a shot of Fireball, which I got right here. And producer Dylan normally comes on. But you know what? Dylan went out, and he's a little hungover. So he said, Mitch, the only way I'm doing any shots of Fireball today is if it's for $50. So I was like, all right, Dylan, I got you. Just be ready because the nation likes to get down. So if you guys want to have some fun, interact with me, super chat a little bit, it definitely helps. We've already gotten $6 in supers, and shout out to everyone that has already done it. So again, you guys are watching the Raiders vs. Falcons watch party. We are getting ready to get this game underway, get it kicked off. So before it gets started, let me know who you got. Type R for the Raiders, type F for the Falcons. I'm definitely curious on what you guys have to say on this one. So let me know, R or F. Now, for those of you that maybe don't know what Chat Sports is, we are a live Chat Sports channel where we interact with our fans, right? So on Thursday, Tom Downey, he's like my co-host on a lot of the shows we do. He had 2,450 likes. I bet Tom, okay, and I need you guys to back me up. I bet Tom $100 that we would get more likes on this live stream than his Cowboy show did. So if y'all can get me to 2,451, I win $100. Now, bottom line is this. I don't want the Cowboys to win anything. I don't want Tom to win it. So if you could, we got 826 people watching. Help me out. Let's beat Tom. Let's beat the Cowboys. Let's show them that Raider Nation has got way better fans than Cowboys fans, because I get that that channel has more subs, but we're a lot louder. So if you guys could please help me out. I'm going to be asking you to do this throughout the entire show. Like the video. Let's beat Tom. Let's beat the Cowboys. I got to get to 2,451. Hey, Rojas, you got an entry, my man. Appreciate the super chat. And just like that, 241, and I just refreshed my computer, 310. You guys are doing great. Remember, we'll be keeping you updated. Bottom line is this. Don't even look at it as like my show versus Tom's show. Look at it as like Raiders versus Cowboys. Let's get that number higher. It's 100% free to do it, and I would appreciate it. All right, so the game is getting ready to get kicked off here. So type R for the Raiders, type F for the Atlanta Falcons. Who you got? And remember, we already got 1,000 people watching this. We are going to get a lot of Falcons fans that come in. They're going to be looking for the game. They're not going to be anticipating the live play-by-play that we're doing here. So if I ask you to get loud, I want you to get loud in the comments section for me. So I already see Angel Cruz. I see Mr. Killian. We got Johnny Bravo, Juicette89 Gerano, Frankie the Boy, BF Chills, C973J, Tom Murray, and then Santa Barbara. I want you guys to continue to be interacting with me, because when we're loud here in the comments, it does help out the show a lot, actually. And then we can also just show the Falcons fans that, hey, you don't belong here. So we are getting ready to get kicked off here. And Daniel Carlson, he's going to kick it off. The Raiders, they're going to get ball to start the half. So it was a touchback. It's going to be 1st and 10. It's actually going to be 1st and 20 because the Atlanta Falcons were called for holding. So that's already a pretty good start here. Offensive holding on Atlanta. So it's going to be 1st and 20 at the Atlanta 15. So if you're loyal to the show, we already got 1,000 people. Let's start typing D in the comments section. Rooting on the defense here to go ahead and get an early stop against the Atlanta Falcons. Now, as a reminder, there is no Julio Jones. There is no Todd Gurley. But you definitely have to watch out for Calvin Ridley, because this is the third-year receiver out of Alabama, and he has taken a huge step forward. I mean, huge step forward. And honestly, you could make the argument that he's actually been the #1 receiver for Atlanta this year. So again, let me know who you're rooting for. Type R for the Raiders, or I want you to go ahead and type And right now there's a player down for the Raiders. It's Damon Arnett. And he's face down, so that's not a good sign for Arnett. He is face down right now. There was holding on the play. It was by Hayden Hurst. So basically what happened with Arnett was him and Littleton went in to make the tackle, helmet-to-helmet contact, and now Damon Arnett is laying motionless down on the field. Obviously not a good sign. They're going to go to TV timeout. So when they come back, we will see what happens here, but fingers crossed for Damon Arnett. If you guys could actually do me a favor, type 20 in the comments section, making sure that Damon is okay, because even though he has been up and down, and I understand that he also missed a lot of games with that thumb injury, but he was a first-round pick and is a player who, if you want this Raiders defense to be successful in the future, he does need to be healthy. That's a fact. So Damon, everyone here at Raider Nation, we are hoping that all is well here for you, my dude. All right, y'all, what do we got? We got Matt Solomon, got Gary James, not a goof, Ronald Crokel, what's up, my dude? Rico fan, Fernando Arroyo. We are getting ready to get this game set off, but on the kickoff, Damon Arnett laying face down. So as a reminder, Super Chat specials for today. Every dollar equals a giveaway entry. You're going to have a chance to win a box and a t-shirt from Black Sunday now. Also, if you don't want to spend any money, I'm just going to go on the fly here and say this. Hey, if you follow me on Instagram right now, you're going to get a free entry. You're going to get one free entry to win the giveaway at the very end of the show. And if you want to go ahead and save some money, I get it. It's the holidays. So free entry, follow me at Mitchell Renz 365. $5, cheers some beers. $10 if you want to give yourself an Instagram shout out. $20 I'll take a shot of Fireball. $50 because Dylan's hungover. $50 we can get hungover, producer Dylan and me on the show taking a shot of Fireball. So we got, 1,200 people watching. Dune Dude says 420 likes. Yes, as a reminder, we are doing a like challenge against the Cowboys show. I bet Tom some money. I said Raiders fans are a lot better than Cowboys fans, and I'm going to prove that to you. We're going to get over 2,450 likes, going to blow them out. If we can double this, Tom's got to give me $200. So I know it's a tall task, but I know we can at least get to 2,451 likes. All you got to do in order to do it is just see that thumbs up and click it. Right now we're at 462. Good job. So on 1st and 10, Matt Ryan, he's going to try to find the tight end, Hayden Hurst, who, as a reminder, Hurst has been added to this team just this upcoming year. Oh, yeah, we already got a shot time. I love it. Speaking of shot, Matt Ryan, he takes a shot, and it is incomplete. So we're already here at 3rd and 20. Let's go. Start typing D. Let's get the offense onto the football field. And then Gabriel, Dylan, throw me one of those shot glasses. Ready? Nice. We got 3rd and 20 after an incomplete pass by Matt Ryan. And Gabriel Cadillo, he says shot time. As a reminder, if you're over 21, when I take a sip of beer, when I take a shot, you guys do it with me. Because you and I both know if you go to a Raiders game and somebody offers you a shot and you deny it, yeah, you're not going to be there for very long. So 3rd and 20. Let's go. Let's get loud. Come on. Cheers to you, Gabriel. 3rd and 20. Matt Ryan has been 0 for 2. He tried to take 2 shots down the field, and it has not worked. I want to see this Raiders defense step up. As a reminder, there is no Vic Beasley. He's still on the practice squad. And it's an 11-yard pickup by Jaden Graham. So the Raiders, they force a 3-and-out to start. That is a great start. And I mean, on the play before that, so on 2nd and 20, when Matt Ryan was trying to throw a screen to Hayden Hurst, I mean, Carl Nassib gets his big old paw up in the air, bats it out of the way, and then on 3rd and 20, the Raiders bend, but they don't break, which is good. So now it's going to be an early punt. The Raiders are going to take over here, and I think if they can really start showing their dominance, especially running the football with Jacobs, that's good. But then if you can really get it going in the passing game, you can put the Falcons down easily, and that's when you can really take advantage. So on that 3rd and 20 play, the Falcons were at a shotgun. Jonathan Abrams showed blitz. Ryan had all day to throw, and it was just a little bit of a check down, and it's a good open field gang tackle there by Corey Littleton. So Corey Littleton, he's back, which is good news because I think one of the reasons why the Raiders lost to the Chiefs last week, depth. You could see that they got tired. So even though you don't have Cleveland Ferrell, and as a reminder, Tack McKinley, he's on the IR, he's not in this game. Vic Beasley, not in this game as well. But this is a much healthier Raiders team, and I think they're going to be a lot more prepared. So we got a $10 super chat coming in from James Moore. He just says, "What up, Mitch? Let's go Raiders." All right, James, that's 2 beer sips for you. And on the kick return, Hunter Renfrow returns it for 6 yards. He caught it at the 30, made a guy miss, and then basically just falls down, picked up a few yards. The Raiders are going to have it. And already on 1st and 10, Carr's looking for Nelson Aguilar, but it's offsides against the Atlanta Falcons. So 1st and 5 at the 41. Let's go Raiders. What's going to happen here on this drive? Again, James Moore, cheers to you. You get 10 entries, my dude. 1st and 5 at the 41. Type touchdown, field goal, or if you're rooting for the Falcons, I guess you could type punt or turnover. What's going to happen here on this drive? Josh Jacobs takes the ball on 1st and 5, runs it for no yards. Come on, guys. So I really want to be able to see the Raiders impose their will here. And honestly, on that first throw that Carr was looking for Aguilar, I mean, he definitely underthrew him. So it was a crossing route, pretty simple. I mean, Derek's normally been able to make that throw every single day of the year. And in fact, Carr this season has got the 2nd best percentage of on-target throws. What does that mean? You basically have a box of a window, right, of like where that ball should be. Derek Carr, 81% of his throws are catchable balls, which is like, or they're on-target throws. It's the 2nd best in the NFL. On 2nd and 5, it's going to be Josh Jacobs. Only going to go for 2 yards. So 3rd and 3, Derek Carr, a little check down to Josh. And here we are. 3rd and 3. Who are you going to? So the Falcons came out and said this upcoming week that the Raiders, that they've really been looking to Darren Waller. They've been looking to Nelson Aguilar, Hunter Renfrow, and they're going to do a better job of taking away those players in this game. Now, it's a lot easier said than done. However, on 3rd and 3, can the Raiders convert this and get a 1st down? Who are you going to? Hunter Renfrow's got 20 1st down catches. Nelson Aguilar's got 20 1st down catches. Darren Waller leads the team with 36. And Derek short left to Renfrow for only 2 yards. So it's going to be 4th and 1 at the 45. Would you go for it right away? Set a tone. Send a message. Or do you try to pin him back? Personally, I do think it's a little bit early, but I wouldn't mind the call. I think it'd be a ballsy call here. Would you go for it? Y for yes or N for no? I mean, I see Scotty44. He's saying, Mitch, go for it. Gene Bannock says 1st down. I'm seeing a lot of people saying go for it. Would you go for it? Y for yes or N for no? I mean, it's an early call. However, I do think that the Raiders have a better offense, and the Raiders do go for it. It says that they didn't get it, so Josh tried to go up for no gain. They are going to review it, so we'll see whether or not they do end up getting it, but it's an early call. I don't think that they got it personally. I think that he's definitely short. And then I see touchdown Henry, go Titans from Josh Smith. Josh, I think you're in the wrong place, but appreciate the super chat. So the Raiders, they get a little bit ballsy here. They go for it on 4th and 1 at their own 45-yard line. I think they're short. I do not believe that they ended up getting it. So the Falcons, they're going to take over here at the 45-yard line. I mean, I like the idea that John Gruden does have enough confidence in his offense to be able to do something like that. But it is a little bit early. We'll see if it does end up impacting them. So what they tried to do was 4th and 1. They sent Zay Jones in motion, and out of the I formation, they pitched it to Jacobs. I thought personally that if Josh would have kept running, he would have gotten it. But on the pitch, he slowed up a little bit. I'm actually pretty surprised that he didn't get that. I thought the blocking was good enough where Josh could have picked that up. Kind of frustrating, but here we are. I think that also just shows that how much confidence the Raiders have in their offense. But anytime you're playing with fire on the road, it does make me a little bit nervous. I mean, it's a good open field tackle also by Deion Jones. I mean, he gets through the defenders. He gets up the field quickly. They had Brandon Parker. He's playing right tackle today out in front. But that's actually a play where I'll say like 8 times out of 10, Josh Jacobs should pick up that 1st down. So here we are. It's going to be 1st and 10 for the Falcons at the 45-yard line. Just got a super chat from Dogs183. Let's go, Nation. Dogs183, everyone out there that's over 21, if you're under 21, I don't know, go get a bag of chips. Maybe eat a chip with me every time. Maybe get some root beer, a glass of milk, some orange juice, get some vitamin D, whatever you need. Go ahead and take a sip with me because cheers again to, let me get the name pulled up for me, Dogs183 for the super chat. So like the video, please. We're at 546. I made a bet with Tom. I need to get 2,451 likes. We're already, 20% there? 20% of the way there. If you guys could go ahead and like the video. We got 1,600 people watching. If you don't know what Chat Sports is, we have two really, really big team channels. We have the Raiders Report, which just hit 65,000 subs. Appreciate you. The Cowboys Report, which hit 82,000 subscribers just the other day. And the last time Tom did a live watch party was on Thursday for Thanksgiving. He got 2,450 likes. So I made a bet with Tom that said, you know what? Raider fans are a lot better than Cowboys fans. And even though I don't have as many subscribers, I'll take 5 Raider fans in a fight up against 20 Cowboy fans any day. I live here in Dallas, and we can take them. I promise you that. It honestly would be a lot like Luke Paul going up against Nate Robinson, and yeah, we'd probably be Paul. So we got 700 likes already. Appreciate y'all very, very much. And on 1st and 10, Matt Ryan, he's going to scramble and pick up 5 yards. So again, you guys are watching a Raiders versus Falcons watch party. Going to be giving you that play-by-play and trying to keep you guys up to date as humanly possible here. Brian Hill on 2nd and 5. That's the running back filling in for Todd Gurley. He's going to go for 3 yards, so they're 3rd and 2 at the Las Vegas 37. And honestly, I anticipate the Falcons, if they don't pick up this first down here, to go for it because the Raiders did. And now if you're the Atlanta, you got to be feeling a little bit aggressive. Got to be feeling a little bit aggressive here. So it's 3rd and 2 at the Las Vegas 37. As a reminder, the Raiders went for it on 4th down with Josh Jacobs, and they were short. So Atlanta took over at the 45. I mean, overall, that first play for Atlanta, pretty good coverage by the Raiders, but they let Matt Ryan run for it. And honestly, I'll let Matt Ryan run for it all day. And Matt, on 3rd down, he's going to find his number 1 receiver, Calvin Ridley, for a first down. It's his first pickup, first catch of 16 yards. There is no Julio Jones in this game, no Todd Gurley. So look for Atlanta to really try to focus and get Calvin Ridley in the game. Also, some good news. There was a scary injury on the very first play of the game where Corey Littleton and Damon Arnett hit helmet to helmet, fell down. We got a little bit worried about Arnett. He went into the tent. Luckily, on that 3rd and 2 play, he came back into the game, so he is now in the football game. Damon Arnett looks like he's good to go, probably past concussion protocol. So, 2nd and 9 after a 1-yard pickup by Brian Hill. The Falcons are at the Las Vegas 20. Can you get a stop here? Can you force a field goal? Or can you figure out a way to push them out of field goal range and potentially even get a turnover? 2nd and 9 at the Las Vegas 20. Let me know what's going to happen here on this drive. Oh, I mean, on that 3rd and 2 play, what a great veteran move by Matt Ryan. Steps up into the pocket, and I mean, how he didn't get sacked is pretty incredible, honestly. It's I thought the Raiders were going to be able to bring them down. I mean, it's a great, oh my God, Nicholas Morrow was so close to bringing them down. But nonetheless, on that 2nd and 9, Matt Ryan looking deep right to Calvin Ridley. That pass is incomplete, so it's 3rd and 9, y'all. 3rd and 9, type D. Let's go. Colton Henry already beat me to it. He already knew it. I see Christopher Carr says, let's get a pick 6. I'm up for that. I got Dude. What's going on? Come on, type D in the comments section. Let's go. Let's get loud. Got Juicehead watching. John Benz, Adrian. Let's go defense. If you're rooting for the Raiders, type D. If you're rooting for the Falcons, you can go ahead and type F, I guess. 3rd and 9 at the Las Vegas 20. The Falcons took over in Raiders field after going for it on 4th down. And now you got a 3rd and 9, and it's incomplete. No gain, Matt Ryan. So it's going to be 4th and 9. It's a good stop there by the defense. A very good stop there by the defense. Forcing now, it's going to be a field goal here for Atlanta I mean, the defense looks good. I think they came to play. I really think ever since the Week 7 game against Tampa Bay, field goals up, field goals good, Atlanta has a 3-0 lead. Ever since that game when Gruden said, you know what, we're going to make changes. We're going to do some different things. They have looked a lot different. And I've been a big guy on this show that said, hey, fire Paul Guenther. But I am going to tip my cap because I think we can all agree this defense has been a lot different. So on the 3rd and 9 play, Matt Ryan was at a shotgun, slung it over to the receiver, and just a great open field tackle by Trayvon Mullen. I mean, they tried to set up a screen. Mullen sniffed it out, came running like a jet, did his best Jonathan Abram impression, wraps up his legs, takes him down, field goal. So it is 3-0, 8 minutes and 26 seconds here. Maybe this is the first time you've ever come across the Raiders Report. Well, guess what? We do this literally every single week. If you're a diehard Raider fan, always looking for the latest Raiders news and rumors, we got you covered. We literally drop a new video every single day. We've had this channel now for about two years. This year alone, like this football season, we've gained about 22,000 subscribers. So I appreciate y'all very much. But in that 2-year period, we're getting close to 1,000 videos. Like, that just goes to show how many videos we drop here on this channel. I can keep the show for free. Why? Because we have such a good audience. So if you haven't already, please go ahead, subscribe to the Las Vegas Raiders Report. If you can't find the subscribe button, maybe you're just going full-on dad mode like my dad. He can never find the sub. I got you covered. I'm going to put the subscribe link in the comments section. I'm going to pin it to the very top. That way it's highlighted. That way you can see it. And I also go live every single Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific. Bottom line, if you're a Raider fan, this is the channel for you. So, the other way that we can keep the show for free is with Super Chats. We have the best fans in the entire world. We get loud, we get rowdy, and that's why we kill it here. So, if you want a chance to win a free t-shirt, basically a promo box, it's a Bo Jackson shirt from Black Sunday now. If you put in $1 Super Chat, you get an entry. Have you guys ever done a 50-50, right? Kinda. If you put in $10, you get 10 entries. $100, you get 100 entries. That's what the prize looks like. It's that shirt. It also comes with their custom box. They did a whole bunch of Black Friday deals, so they're going to hook us up with this one. If you want me to take a sip of my beer, we're here for the nation. So when I drink, y'all drink. If you're trying to get some Instagram clout, hey, $10 Super, put it on screen. We'll show you. That way people will go follow you from the nation. $20 Super, I'll take a shot of Fireball. Since Dylan's a little hungover, I want to get hungover Dylan on the show. So $50 Super Chat, Dylan and I both will take a shot of Fireball. So Raiders versus Falcons here. Falcons are up 3-0. And I love the kicker's name for the Falcons, Younghoe Koo. So everyone type Younghoe. It's Younghoe. I know it's Youngway, but I mean, come on. Dylan's like, say it right. I will. So we got 800 likes. Appreciate everyone watching. 8 minutes and 20 seconds here in this one. As a reminder, Henry Ruggs the last 2 weeks, he's been the kick returner with the injury to Jalen Richard. So 2 weeks ago, I believe, or was it last week? I don't even remember at this point. We're at time. Thanksgiving's got me all messed up. When Jalen Richard went down, and he's not battling the chest injury anymore. He's actually battling an illness. It's not COVID, and he is out of this one. So Henry Ruggs has been doing a lot of the kick return duties. He takes that one from the 1-yard line, returns it 21 yards, and it's going to be 1st and 10 at the Raiders' 26. So get loud. What's going to happen here on this drive? Can I get some TDs? Can I get some TDs? I got 1,700 people watching. I want to get some TDs in the comments. Show me those TDs. So last week, a few weeks before that, we've been doing a lot of show me those TDs, the Raiders score. If the Raiders score on this drive and we started it out with the show me those TDs, we're going to it until it fails. You gotta. Bad news here. Didn't work at all. Fumble. Wow. So Derek Carr was sacked, fumbles the ball, and it's recovered by the Atlanta Falcons. So forget that. That's not good. So this has been a disaster start for the Las Vegas Raiders. Go for it on 4th down. Now Derek Carr leads the NFL with most fumbles. Most fumbles recovered by the opposing team. So that's now 6 fumbles that have been recovered against the Raiders, 6 against Derek Carr. So Derek, I mean, he tries to run up into the pocket, and he's got to hang on to that ball better. And it's recovered by Atlanta. So here we go. Brian Hill on 1st and 10. He's going to run it. It's going to be a 1-yard loss. Tackle made by Damon Arnett, 2nd and 11. I mean, again, if you can hold the Falcons here to a field goal, make this 6-0, you're going to help out this disastrous start a lot more. But the Raiders defense better show up here because, again, this is not good. And even though Carr has had a fantastic season, right? I mean, this has been his best season by far. He is still yet to be able to fix that fumbling problem. I mean, that's his 9th fumble this year, and he's lost 6 of them. He now leads the NFL in most fumbles lost with 6. So come on, defense, let's go. Type D in the comments. 2nd and 11 after Derek Carr fumbled. And the Atlanta Falcons, they take over at the 21-yard line. And then on 1st and 10, Atlanta tries to run it with running back Brian Hill. It's no gain or a loss of 1. And then Matt Ryan is going to take a shot deep. And it is an incomplete pass. So 3rd and 11. 3rd and 11 here. Let's go. Come on. Type D. Can the defense get another stop? Can they get another stop, man? I sure hope so. I sure freaking hope so. Oh, boy. Come on. 3rd and 11. We got 1,800 people watching. Let's start giving some shout-outs here to the people typing D. I got Rukum watching. I got Gregory Seisman, Dune Dude 23, Dragon Slayer Stool, Alum, I think I got that right. Cody Thompson, Misty Williamson, Jay Brashar, Leroy Pita, and again, deep left, Matt Ryan incomplete, so the defense gets a stop here. I mean, the defense has played well, very, very well thus far. So you get another stop, you got to be feeling pretty good. They're going to end up kicking a field goal here, probably making it 6-0. On the first down play, the run with Brian Hill. So Brian Hill, remember, was tackled by Damon Arnett. Damon Arnett had to come out of the game the very, very first play on the kick return, and actually now is out of the game again. And they are checking his head. So that makes me a little bit nervous that basically the 2 plays that he's made, they've taken him out. And honestly, y'all, the kick is up, kick is good. Falcons up 6-0. This has been very, very lucky here for the Raiders because on that 2nd and 11 play, Matt Ryan threw it deep left, and I mean, Isaiah Johnson got burnt, and the ball went right between the receiver's hands. Like, this game should be 10-0. That is a drop play, and then on 3rd and 11, Matt Ryan again has just all day to throw. Crosby kind of gets through, and the Atlanta Falcons receiver falls down. So the Raiders get lucky. I mean, you turn the ball over on 4th down, you have a horrible sack, and it's only 6-0. Yes, the Falcons also got the ball to start, but Atlanta's already had 3 possessions, and we're not even we're halfway through the first quarter. The offense needs to step up. Got to stop turning over the football here. Got to stop turning over the football. So Falcons field goal. I want y'all typing boo. Yes, this game needs to get turned around quick. So Black Friday, obviously, there's still some awesome deals going on, and I found a lot of Raiders jerseys on sale. Now, normally these jerseys are $100, but if you need a Josh Jacobs, I believe it's Jacobs, Carr, Ruggs, Renfro, Darren Waller, Jonathan Abram. Those are the jerseys that are available for $74.99. All you got to do to go ahead and get yourself a new Raiders jersey. Also, they're high quality. They're Nike. They're not some cheap brand from a country that I can't pronounce. No, seriously, high quality jerseys, $74.99. The way that you get them is by going to chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. Now, I have been getting a lot more DMs about, hey, I got a kid. What should I get him for Christmas? If you have a child, like, and I mean, maybe your child's a lot bigger than I was when I was 10 or younger, but they're youth jerseys. Some of them are like $49.99. I saw one, I'm looking at it right now, $46.99. Most of the youth jerseys, $56.24. And they basically look just like that. They're just a little bit smaller. So if you need something for your child, maybe a 6 stocking stuffer, go get yourself set up. Chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. Now, we are sitting here at 6-0, and it's been an ugly start. This has been one of the ugliest starts that I've seen this Raiders team do. And I'm a little bit worried that they're having a little bit of a Thanksgiving hangover, a lot like Dylan. But you know what? It is all good. I'm hoping that they can get it turned around. So what I want you guys to do right now, it's not been a good start, but get your score predictions in here. Raiders against Falcons. If you want to switch up your answers, it's okay. I understand. I'm going to still stick to mine, 38-24. I don't know how it's going to happen, but I'm going to stick to it. 38-24 Raiders win. So we got 1,900 people. Kick is away. Raiders are going to take over after a touchback at the 25-yard line. Let's go around the National Football League here while we're waiting for the Raiders to come out onto the field. Some of the games that have already got underway, the Minnesota Vikings, they're up 7-0 against the Carolina Panthers. The Cleveland Browns, who, if you're a Raider fan, you need to be rooting for Jacksonville. The Browns are up 7-3 against the Jags, and it actually looks like they're about to score again. Titans against the Colts. The Titans, they just went up 14-7 over Indy. That's a game that everyone should be paying attention to. I'm personally going to be rooting for the Titans to win that one because, personally, we don't play Tennessee, but we can control our own destiny up against the Colts. And then the Giants-Bengals game, that one's 7-7. The Jets right now are actually leading the Dolphins 3-0. You should be rooting for the Jets this week. Cardinals up 7-0 over the Patriots. You should be rooting for Arizona. And Buffalo up 7-6 over the Chargers. It might sound weird, but yes, you should be rooting for the Chargers. On 1st and 10, Josh Jacobs for 5 yards. Come on, guys. 2nd and 5. Let's go. 2,000 people watching. If you're rooting for the Raiders, give this video a like. If it works, we're going to go to it again the next time the Raiders get the ball. If you're a Raiders fan and you don't like the video, that's bad superstition. I don't want that. So Damon Arnett is headed to the locker room. Obviously not a good sign. So on the very, very first play, he had to leave, had a head injury, and then on the last play that he was in, which was like on the 1st and 10 on the Falcons' last drive, made a tackle on Brian Hill, another helmet-to-helmet contact, and, well, now he's leaving the game. So not good there whatsoever. So 2nd and 5 at the Las Vegas 30-yard line. The offense needs to wake the hell up here. Maybe type wake up in the comments so maybe they see it. 2nd and 5 after a 5-yard pickup by Josh Jacobs. He's got 3 carries for 5 yards in this game. I mean, they got to get something going because if you let Atlanta hang around with you, they are a danger enough football team where they could definitely take care of business. Come on. Let's like the video if you're rooting for the Raiders. 906 likes, not enough. Oh, my Lord. Derek Carr. So we got Carr was looking for Jacobs, but there was a penalty on Jacobs for lowering the head to initiate contact. That's a 15-yard penalty enforced, but it's also a loss of down, so it's going to be 3rd and 11. Not great. I mean, are you kidding me? That is such a bullshit call. It's not a loss of down, by the way. It's just I don't know. It's football. I mean, you're going to get mad at the guy for lowering the shoulder? So Jacobs hits the defender right in the head. But I mean, like, I don't know what you want him to do. Anyway, they take him back 10 yards, 2nd and 16. Derek Carr hits Nelson Aguilar for 7. 3rd and 9. Who you going to? I don't know, man. That's such... The NFL, I understand that they're trying to keep it safe. I get it, and they should do that. But at the end of the day, this is a contact sport, and you're yelling at a running back for lowering his shoulder. I'm sorry that their helmets hit. But, I mean, what do you want him to do? Unbelievable. He intentionally... Come on. He was trying to knock him down. And here we go. Derek Carr to Darren Waller for -1. The Raiders got a punt of the way again. I mean, this has been a bad start. This has been a very, very bad start, which is very frustrating because I thought the Raiders played such a good game last week against the Chiefs. And now they're coming out, and they look flat-footed. They look like that they were looking past Atlanta, like they were going to be able to just walk in here and come away with a win. But, I mean, here we go. So 4th and 10, they're going to have to punt it away, give the ball back to Atlanta. Now, the defense has been playing better, but I'm worried this is already the 4th drive that the defense is going to be on the field. They're going to get tired. Not good. Got to have some faith, though, right? We got to get some faith going. I don't know what we're going to do on the next drive to get the mojo going, but liking the video didn't work. So the Raiders on 3rd and 9, they were out of shotgun, and last week the Raiders were 6 of 9. So they tried to set up a screen for Waller, and Atlanta just sniffed it out. I mean, that play had no chance whatsoever. Absolutely no chance. So A.J. Cole, he's going to punt it away, punts it out of bounds. It goes 49 yards. Atlanta's going to take over now at the 29-yard line. 4 minutes, 38 seconds left here in the first quarter, and it's not been pretty. Jose Lopez with the super chat says, the offense is still in Vegas, WTF. I mean, it doesn't even look like the offense got off the plane. And honestly, I almost wish that the offense didn't get off the plane because they've played that bad so far. But cheers to Jose Lopez. You get 2 entries in our giveaway. So as we're waiting for the defense to get out onto the football field, friendly reminder, got a like battle going on with Tom Downey over at the Cowboys Report. On Tom's last show, he got 2,450 likes. That's a good number. Honestly, that's a respectful like number. But I said we're going to get more. So if you haven't liked the video yet, help me out. Let's show my bosses here at Chat Sports that Raider Nation gets down a lot more than Cowboys fans. Even if you don't care about Chat Sports, even if you don't care about what I'm doing here, I think we could all care about this. Raiders beating the Cowboys in anything. I am the most competitive person out there. Like, when I go home for the holidays, we play Family Feud. We've done turkey bowls my entire life growing up. I by far live in the most competitive family of all time. And if you're a competitive person, help me out here. Let's beat the Cowboys Report. So go ahead and like the video. We got 1,072 likes on this bad boy. If we get past 2,450, I win $100 from Tom. $100 from Tom. That's clutch. But more importantly, we beat the Cowboys. That's more important. And Dylan said when we get to, I think when we get to 2,500, Dylan will take a shot even. So Dylan to take a shot, he's hungover. That normally costs $50. No. If we can get to 2,500, I win $100. The Raiders beat the Cowboys Report, and Dylan's going to come up here and take a shot. I think that's all the incentive we need. So we got 2,000 people, 1,122 likes. I appreciate you. Matt Ryan, incomplete to Jaden Graham. So I think so far in this game, Las Vegas has actually done a very good job up against Calvin Ridley. There has been a drop pass. Also, Raider Nation is really showing out right now in the stands, which makes me very, very happy and proud. But 2nd and 10, Brian Hill goes for 5 yards. Tackle made by Nicholas Morrow. So Matt Ryan in this game, 3 of 9, 27 yards. Brian Hill, 4 carries, 9 yards. I mean, Matt Ryan on that 1st and 10 play, that ball's just dropped by the tight end. That's kind of embarrassing, to be honest with you. 3rd and 5, let's go D. Let's get loud. Got to get the offense going somehow. Can the defense continue to step up? I see that dude 13 says, wake up. I'm with you. So right now, Damon Arnett, he is questionable to return. He's left already twice in this game. They're worried about his head. They're worried about a possible concussion. We'll see what ends up happening. I'll try to keep you guys as up-to-date as humanly possible on Damon Arnett and that injury. 3rd and 5, let's go. Type D. Ugh. Joseph Stokes says the worst call. We got Preston Pinkies typing D for defense. I mean, just way too much cushion there. Way too much cushion by Nixon on 3rd and 5. 1st down, Falcons. So again, with no Damon Arnett, they are going to be looking to go to a Keyshawn Nixon a lot more. They're also going to be looking to go to Isaiah Johnson. Isaiah Johnson on that last drive by Atlanta got absolutely torched. Luckily, I have no idea how to pronounce this guy's name from the Falcons. I'm sorry. But number 17 basically burnt Isaiah Johnson, dropped the wide open touchdown. But then on that last play, I mean, just way too much cushion by Keyshawn Nixon. I mean, Nixon is behind the 1st down marker. And it's just a simple comeback route, way too easy. Just way too easy. Nixon needs to be a lot closer. I mean, if you're going to give the guy a 1st down, you got to know where the marker is. Because all the Falcons guy did, run to the 1st down marker, turn around, Matt Ryan hit him. Way too easy. But it is going to be a 1st and 10 at the Atlanta 45. Yeah, I mean, you can see they're not targeting Trayvon Mullen. They're going after Nixon. They're going to go after Isaiah Johnson. And then Hayden Hurst for 12 yards, another 1st down for the Atlanta Falcons. It's 1st and 10 at the Las Vegas 43. Come on, guys. Got to wake up here. Got to wake up. Hayden Hurst was questionable literally the entire week. Was able to end up playing in this one, which is going to help out the offense a lot because Atlanta does not have Julio Jones. They do not have Todd Gurley. But, I mean, so far, I think the Raiders' defense has played well. The reason why they're down is because of the offense. The offense has really shot this team in the foot, and I'm worried because if the defense starts getting tired, that's when the big plays start happening. Come on. What's going to happen on this drive? Touchdown, field goal, punt, or turnover? Let me know down in the comments section. I'm seeing some INTs in the comments. Come on, get loud. And it's picked off by Jonathan Abram. Type 24, type INT. I mean, Abram has been a player, man, where he has had some very questionable plays. But Matt Ryan was looking in the middle of the field for Hayden Hurst, the tight end again. And a great play by Jonathan Abram, stepping up, making the pick. Let's go. That's what they needed. That was a big-time play. Big-time play by the safety. So on this play here, Matt Ryan is at a shotgun. He's got his running back to the right. Abram is the only guy in the backfield, like the only safety back there. Then Jeff Heath, who looked like he was trying to blitz, he falls into way deep free safety coverage. Abram just playing right over the middle of the field. It's tipped. I mean, so basically they try to run a slant. Isaiah Johnson gets his hand in there, tips it. It's then caught by Jonathan Abram. So, I mean, if you want to tip your cap to Abram and Isaiah Johnson there, that's who you do it to. And Abram runs all the way to the Falcons' end zone and starts doing the dirty bird, which I don't like because you're down 6-0. I mean, the Raiders' defense is saving the day. Who would have thought that? They've played great. They are the only reason why the Raiders are in this game. So 1st and 10, Raiders take over at the 38. I want y'all to type wake up because the offense needs to wake the F up. I mean, that is just what we needed. Isaiah Johnson tips it to Jonathan Abram, and it's an interception. Raiders are going to take over now. Let's go. Juice Head, tell them to wake up. I got Brandon Vandell. Yes, sir. Erica Salazar. Bruh. Jennifer Power. Richard Ryder. Hi, IG. Manuel Ruiz, LXX. Don Armetta, Christopher Whitaker. JCC. Charles Hamrick. Wake the F up. We got to get the offense going here. Got to get the offense going. I mean, there's 2 minutes, 26 seconds here in the first quarter. And then the Raiders, Derek Carr, 5 of 5, 14 yards. Josh Jacobs, 3 carries, 5 yards. But Carr has a fumble. The Raiders went for it on their very first drive. It was 4th and 1 at the 45-yard line. They pitched it out wide to Josh Jacobs. He didn't get it. So basically, you can already think about 2 turnovers here for the Raiders. The defense held the Falcons to 2 field goals, 6-0, and then get a big turnover there. I mean, this has been a game definitely because of the Raiders' defense, which is just crazy to say. But that's where we're at right now. So Derek Carr here, he's going to find Hunter Renfrow for 15 yards. Here we go, type 1. Let's go. Let's get the offense going. We're into Atlanta territory at the 46. So, Derek, they're picking on Keanu Neal. Keanu Neal, when he's healthy, is actually one of the better safeties, I think, in the National Football League. But Hunter Renfrow, man, 16 yards. Let's go. Raiders first down. 1st and 10 at the Atlanta 46. Wake up, guys. Come on. Got $54 in supers after a $5 super chat from Raider 1. Need to go deep to Ruggs or Nelly. Cheers to you. Devontae Booker for no gain, 2nd and 10. Come on. 2nd and 10 at the Atlanta 46. Raiders got to wake the hell up here. We got 2,160 people watching. Let me know who you're rooting for. Type R for the Raiders or type F for the Falcons. I mean, this was just a little screen to Renfrow. And Renfrow goes in the spin machine. I mean, what a move here. I mean, it's such a good move that it's almost bad. Right? It's such a bad move that it's almost good. So Derek just checks it down to Renfroe. A little spin, and I mean, gets up the field, probably picks up an extra 10 yards. Good little pitch and catch there by Renfroe. Come on, guys. Derek incomplete to Darren Waller, 3rd and 10. So Waller in this game has got one catch for -1 yard. Atlanta is doing everything in their power to take him out of the game. They're telling Derek, hey, if you're going to beat us, you're going to beat us with other people. So now you're going to have to see a guy like Ruggs step up, like Nelson Aguilar step up. But because if they're going to take away, if they're going to take away Waller, that's it's not going to be a good sign. But honestly, Waller was open on that one. Just Carr missed him. So it's going to be 4th down. Carr hits Aguilar for 7 yards. 4th and 3 at the Atlanta 39. I mean, honestly, if I'm the Raiders, I'm going for it. I understand that the offense has not played well here. I get it. So should the Raiders go for it? Y for yes and for no. I know the offense hasn't played well, but I would go for it. Oh, if Derek Carr throws that one on the money to Waller, it's a touchdown. He just underthrew him, let the defense catch back up. Oh, it's frustrating. Very, very frustrating. So, again, on that last play, Waller just absolutely roasts the corner. He's got 3 steps on the defender. Carr just underthrows him. Carr has not played well in this one thus far. Maybe he can get things going here. Got a super chat coming in. Let's turn this around from Raider Down Under Joel. Raider Down Under Joel, I'm with you, man. Cheers to you. Cheers to you. Come on, guys. So the Raiders, they go for it, and it's a 1st down. Derek Carr hits Henry Ruggs for 36 yards. Hopefully you bet the over at BetUS because you already hit it, baby. That's the Raiders' 1st down. Let's go, Ruggs. You got to type 1, you can type 11 for Henry. That's big time. Big time on 4th and 3. Derek Carr finds Henry Ruggs. It is now 1st and goal at the 3. Let's go. Come on. Dylan says, we want some TDs. I'm a little nervous. It's the end of the 1st quarter. It's 6-0. What we always do at the end of the 1st is grade it. This is an F. I'm sorry. It is a big fat F so far. But on that 4th and 3 play, Devontae Booker, he was the running back in the backfield. They sent Darren Waller in motion. Henry Ruggs was the lone receiver upright. And, I mean, Derek was looking at Ruggs the entire time. What a play by Ruggs. What a play by Ruggs. I'll tell you what. They rolled him out of bounds, and he is. But, honestly, it's another very underthrown ball by Carr. That should have been a touchdown. If Derek actually puts some juice on that, leads his receiver, that's a touchdown, Henry Ruggs, and it's an easy touchdown. I'll tell you what, though. That is a freaking ballsy throw on 4th and 3 to throw it to your first pick in the draft. But Ruggs does step out of bounds. I mean, you're looking at 1st and goal at the 3, maybe like 4-yard line. But what I want you to do is grade the Raiders' 1st quarter. And I'm going to refresh my computer here. So Jay says D. Juan says D-. A lot of Ds. The only way you can give this a D is because right now, the defense has played well. And yes, the offense has been a big fat F, but the defense probably has actually been an A. If they would have scored here, I think it would have been a lot different. But the Raiders are not playing it so far so good. But the fact that it is only 6-0 is actually kind of a good thing. And now if the Raiders can convert, get a touchdown here, it's a lot different. Lot different. I see some people saying, Mitch, you're being too hard on them. I'm hard on the Raiders now because they've played so much better. And, I mean, if you've watched the first 10 games, this has probably been the Raiders' worst 1st quarter of the entire season. Can we agree on that? Maybe New England you could throw in there as well. But for me, this is a team that they should beat very easily. Nobody wins very easy, I guess, in the National Football League. But this is a game that they should win. So for me, I'm giving them an F because I don't think that they came out ready to rock and roll. So I have a super chat battle going on with Tom. I need to get to 2,450 likes. If I do that, I beat Tom. I win $100, and we can get Dylan up here on the show taking a shot as well. So at Chat Sports, we're competitive. Maybe you guys are competitive in your family. I told Tom I'm going to get more likes than him. He told me there's no way. I got more subscribers than you. I said, I don't care. I will take 5 Raider fans in a fight over 10 Cowboys fans any day of the week. So, If you guys could, like the video, 100% free. It helps me out a lot. So we are getting ready for the second quarter to get going. Josh Paul says for a Booker touchdown. He wants to see a Booker touchdown. So first play of the second quarter, Derek Carr is looking for Darren Waller. Incomplete. Second and goal at the 3. Josh Paul, cheers to you, my man. Appreciate the super. So come on, guys. What's going to happen here on this drive? Touchdown, field goal, or I guess turnover at this point. Touchdown or field goal is what Dylan's telling me. That's all we're settling for. Second and goal at the Atlanta 3. This drive has been 6 plays, 59 yards. The Raiders got to this point because on 4th and 3, Derek Carr threw it down the field to Henry Ruggs. Ruggs brought it in for a 36-yard catch. So here we are, second and goal at the Atlanta 3. Who are you going to? Who are you going to? I'm seeing holding. Excuse me. So, yeah, it's a holding call. So, Jacobs, they try to run it with Jacobs, but it's a hold on Colton Miller, on Grady Jarrett. So, it's going to be second and goal at the Atlanta 13. Come on, guys. I mean, you just keep shooting yourself in the foot. Josh picked up 2 yards. And yes, the holding call did actually, I think, impact the play. But, I mean, even if, like, let's say you lose a yard or two, it's a lot better than where we're at right now in the field. So, second and goal at the Atlanta 13. So, basically, they try to run out of the single back formation. Derek Carr handed it to him. And, yeah, it's a clear hold on Colton. Again, like, Colton's, like, in the right side of the field here, actually, because they were pushing all the defenders to the right. They ran it to the left. Grady gets around Miller, and it's a real quick just jerk. I mean, the ref's going to get that every single time. It's pretty frustrating. Pretty frustrating. Oh, my Lord. Derek Carr, another freaking penalty. This one's on Brandon Parker. It's second and goal at the Atlanta 23. Raiders are going in the wrong direction. I mean, what on earth are we doing today? Oh, my Lord. So it's going to be second and 3 now at the Atlanta 23. I mean, if I'm the Raiders here, you got to look to try to at least get it back to third and goal at, like, the 13. I mean, oh, my goodness. I'm with you, guys. I'm seeing a lot of people type bruh. I mean, this is terrible. Matthew says worst start all year. Dude, it's not even close. And now I'm seeing that this is a fumble. Oh, this is not good, y'all. This is not good. So right now we got 2,255 people watching. This is a Raiders versus Falcons watch party. Normally these are a lot more entertaining because the Raiders are playing a lot better football. But Derek Carr on that last play fumbled the football again. And it looks like it's recovered by the Atlanta Falcons. That would be Carr's second lost fumble of this game. And, I mean, this has been it's actually on Jacobs. So Jacobs tries to run the football for a yard. He fumbles. It's recovered by Atlanta. I mean, again, the play is under review, but I think his knee's down. What's his knee down? Y for yes, N for no. I think he's down. God, that's close. So the issue is it's rolled a fumble on the field. I mean, it's close, guys. Was it a fumble? Y for yes, N for no. I'm seeing some people type, I don't know. So, again, we asked y'all to grade the Raiders' first quarter. I saw some C's in there because we were excited. We thought they were going to score. But that has not been the case. This has been a very eye-opening game for the Raiders. And we're going to see here whether or not Josh Jacobs fumbled. We will let you know. Was it a fumble? Y for yes or N for no. Seeing a lot of people type in no. Do see a few yeses in there. Continue to get your votes in. While the votes are coming in, I'm going to walk you through some other games here going on in the National Football League. We got the Minnesota Vikings. They're up 7-0 over the Carolina Panthers. That game doesn't really impact the Raiders whatsoever, so keep that in mind. We got the Cleveland Browns. They're up 7-6 over the Jacksonville Jaguars. You do want the Jags to win. And that one, the Titans 14-14 tied against the Indianapolis Colts. I want the Titans to win that game because at least if we beat the Colts, we can control our own destiny. We can control that tiebreaker there. The Giants, they're tied up 7-7 against the Cincinnati Bengals. The Dolphins and Jets, they're locked at 3. That's a big-time game. If the Jets can find out a way to beat Miami, that helps out the Raiders a ton because if the Raiders lose and Miami wins, Miami then jumps and takes the Raiders' spot in the playoff race. And then the Cardinals, they're up 10-7 over the Arizona Cardinals. You should be rooting for Arizona in that one. And then the final game here that I believe is still going on is Buffalo against the Chargers. Buffalo's up 7-6. So up 7-6. So the call on the field stands. It's going to be a fumble for Atlanta. Reversed. So it's going to be... So I don't know if our score providers got it right. Give me a sec here. So it's Raiders ball. So let's get that clarified. It's Raiders ball. Okay? Raiders ball. No fumble. No fumble. So Josh Jacobs, they ruled that his knee was down. So it's going to be Raiders ball. It's going to be 3rd and goal at the 22-yard line, basically. So that's big. The Raiders can still come away with at least a field goal. But I'll tell you what, man. That's as close as it gets. I personally didn't know if it was going to be enough evidence to overturn that call. But they decided that it was enough to overturn it. So it's going to be 3rd and goal now. I mean, the Raiders have done almost everything in their power in this game to try to lose this one. So it's going to be 3rd and goal at the 22. Here we go. 4th and goal. Derek Carr hits Hunter Renfrow. They pick up a decent amount of yards, but it's going to be 4th and goal at the 11. Daniel Carlson come out, kick a field goal. I mean, wake the hell up, guys. What are we doing? Field goal's up. Field goal is good. I mean, it's 6-3, and honestly, the Raiders are lucky that this one's not like 21-0. I mean, really. This has been by far the worst game I have seen from this Raiders team the entire year. The entire year. 6-3, though. 12 minutes, 59 seconds. I mean, this one has been, who needs a drink? If you need a drink, type me. If you want to take a drink with me, send in a $5 super chat because I'll tell you what, man. I need a freaking drink. This one has been, oh, man, this has been a scary, scary performance. I mean, I was worried that the trap game was going to be up against the Jets, which is next week. But this does remind me a lot. And remember, last year, the Raiders, they played the Jets in week 12, I believe is what it was. And they got blown out on the road, and everybody thought they were going to win. They've played just as bad this week. So it's 6-3. Oh, man. I see a lot of people are like, yeah, I need a drink too. Yep. Cheers to the nation here. And cheers to Joe Girardi. Offense needs to wake up. Defense needs to step up. The defense has played great. I mean, I can't say anything bad about the defense. I understand that there's 6 points on the board. But, I mean, every single time that Atlanta's basically come out onto the field, they've been in Raiders territory. The only time that they weren't was the very first series, and the Raiders forced a 3-and-out. I mean, the fact that the Falcons don't have at least 14 points in this one, you got to be lucky. You got to be lucky. So we got 2,501 people watching. Let me know who you're rooting for. Type R for the Raiders. Type F for the Falcons. I want to see some R's in the comments. Want to see some R's in the comments. I know we're not actually at the game, and I know this has not been the start that we were hoping for. But there is still a lot of time here left in this one, and the Raiders do get ball at halftime. So I don't know what you got to do, but maybe the team can wake the hell up at halftime and realize that you're not going to go to any team's home field. You're not just going to walk into a stadium and expect to come away with a win. Because if you do that, you're going to lose a lot of weeks. So it's 1st and 10. Brian Hill, he's going to take it for 3 yards. Tackle made by Nick Witkowski. Here we go. 2nd and 7. Come on, defense. I mean, Brian Hill in this one, 5 carries, 12 yards. Matt Ryan's 5 of 12, 50 yards and a pick. I mean, so far, the defense has done everything in their power to do a good job. Now, Damon Arnett, he is not in this game. He is questionable to return. He's battling a head injury that he sustained the very first play of the game. Tried to come back in and then made a tackle on the running back. Had to then go to the locker room. So you're seeing a lot of Isaiah Johnson and Keyshawn Nixon mix and match. Isaiah Johnson on the interception did tip the ball to Jonathan Abram, which is the reason why it was picked. So a 2-yard or 4-yard pickup by Brian Hall. Tackle made by Nicholas Morrow. 3rd and 3 at the Atlanta 32. Let's go, D. Come on. Let's get a 3 and out, get the offense back out onto the football field. Got a $5 super chat coming in from Dale Brewster. Dale, cheers to you, my man. Come on, defense. 3rd and 3. Get a stop. And they get another stop. Carl Nassib. Matt Ryan, man, I'll tell you what. This defense has played exceptional. They've played exceptional. And they continue to play great football. But can the offense wake the hell up? It's going to be 4th and 3. I mean, Matt Ryan, he's 5 of 13. I get that they don't have Todd Gurley. I get that they don't have Julio Jones. But Atlanta has still been able to move the football pretty effectively this year without those guys. And they also lost their other receiver, Olamide Zacchaeus. I don't know if I pronounced that right. It's a mouthful of vowels. I'm just going to be honest with you. Olamide Zacchaeus. He is also out. So on the 3rd down play, it was Matt Ryan, empty backfield, sent a receiver in motion to join him in the backfield. I mean, had a decent amount of time. Max Crosby forced a lot of pressure, wrapped him up. I mean, that pressure is due to Max Crosby and Carl Nassib. Crosby's probably going to kick himself in the butt for not coming down with a sack there. But Crosby on the left side gets around his defender, gets an arm on Matt Ryan, and because then Matt had to look down and try to get away from Crosby, that allowed Carl Nassib to then come inside, get around his defender, force pressure. Matt Ryan's got to throw it away. Good job, defense. That's a great job. Come on. So, punts away. And there's a flag on the field, fair caught by Renfro, but it's going to be a block in the back by Nevin Lawson, who I'm not even sure what he's doing. They're going to actually roll to offensive holding, which probably is lucky, because the entire time Nevin Lawson's going down the field, he's all over his defender. Like, I don't understand how you could possibly do that and not think that it's going to get caught. So again, the Raiders kicking themselves in the butt, moving themselves back. It's going to be 1st and 20. Or no, they just go back 10 yards. I'll tell you what, man. I just saw a tweet. It said, Gunther should be giving Gruden some dirty looks today. I mean, it's funny because the defense is just an A+ for the defense, and it's been a big fat F for the offense, in my opinion. So what's going to happen here on this drive? Touchdown, field goal, punt, or you can type TO for turnover. We got 2,500 people watching this bad boy. And it's been a pretty frustrating game. Got a super chat coming in from B-Man Vegas. His first one. Appreciate you, B-Man. What up, Mitch? Great stop, guys. Let's go offense. Show me those TDs. So, hey, B-Man wants it. We haven't done it yet. We're going to do a Show Me Those TDs read. If you want yourself a Show Me Those TDs t-shirt, go to chatsports.com/TDs. If that's too hard to remember, I will put the link for y'all in the comments section. I will highlight it. That way it's a little bit easier to come in. So again, if this one works, B-Man, I'm just letting you know, and the rest of the nation's going to let you know. You better send in a $5 super chat next drive to get some Show Me Those TDs. So, if you do want the Show Me Those TDs t-shirt, again, it is chatsports.com/TDs. It comes in gray, dark gray, black, comes in green, comes in a bunch of different colors. So the Raiders 1st and 10 at the Falcons 23-yard line. Well, let's wake up, guys. So I owe a drink to B-Man. So B-Man, cheers to you. And I owe a drink to Robert Land. Said it's going to be 17-6 by the half. Robert, I freaking hope so, man. Cheers to Robert. Cheers to B-Man. Reminder, $5 super chat. I'll take a sip of beer. $20 super chat. I'll take a shot of Fireball. Dylan's a little hungover, so he said the only way he's coming on and doing a shot is for a $50 super. All right, here we go. Darren Waller time, baby. Gets a little bit of action here. Waller going to pick up a first down because there's some pass interference on A.J. Terrell. A.J. Terrell, he's the cornerback out of Clemson who the Falcons drafted in the first round, 16 overall. Here we go. 1st and 10. Type 1. Let's go. Whatever way we need to get it going. I don't care at this point. Renfro picks up 2 yards, pass from Derek Carr. I will also say that I think this has been one of Derek's worst games of the season. He missed Ruggs on a touchdown, and he missed Waller on a touchdown as well. He's kind of been underthrowing his receivers, and I mean, that play there, the pass interference, that's a pretty easy one. Terrell's all over Waller. I can't even believe Atlanta's upset about that. But what I've been upset about is the amount of penalties on the Raiders in this game. I mean, the Raiders already got 4 penalties for 45 yards. They just continue to kick themselves in the freaking rear end. So you got to get it together, guys. Got to be able to figure out a way here. 3-yard pickup by Zay Jones. So the Raiders getting some other players involved here. So 3rd and 5. Who are you going to? I mean, I will say this. Atlanta has said the entire week they are not going to let Darren Waller, they're not going to let Nelson Aguilar, and they're not going to let Hunter Renfrow beat them. And they've stuck true to their word. They are making other players beat them in any way possible. The other thing, though, is like for Atlanta, this is a defense that gives up a lot of big plays. The Raiders really haven't taken many shots. The only 2 deep shots they've taken, Derek missed Darren Waller on what should have been a touchdown, or the Henry Ruggs play, which was caught by Ruggs, but that was grossly underthrown. Ruggs just made a great play. And Derek's taking a deep shot again to Ruggs, and it's incomplete. 4th and 5. Raiders going to punt. I mean, this has just been, it's been the story of the game here. The offense looks so out of sync. They look like that they were sleeping the entire week, and you got to pick up 5 yards, and they're taking deep shots, which, I don't know. We'll see here. We got 2,600 people watching. How nervous are you? I'm getting nervous, man. I mean, this Raiders team is sleeping. They're sleepwalking. Out of all the games that I've seen so far by this team, this has been by far the worst. A.J. Cole, he's going to punt it 47 yards. Fair caught by Atlanta. They're going to take over at the 18-yard line. So luckily, the Raiders do get ball at halftime. But, so we'll see. But on that 3rd and 5 play, Derek Carr was out of shotgun. Did have Josh Jacobs to the left of him. Derek had all day to throw. He stepped up into the pocket, and he did. He took a freaking shot deep. Goes into double coverage. It's a pretty good play by Terrell. It hits Ruggs in the hands. That's a tough play to ask, especially on 3rd and 5. So how nervous are you? Scale 1 to 10. 1 being Mitch, you're overreacting. I'm not nervous at all. 10 being you're freaking out, man. 1 to 10. I'm a solid 6 right now. Yep. I'm a solid 6, maybe 7. So we got Shabazz kinda says 0. He's not worried at all. Winter says 10. Evans going to go with a 9. I got Dice saying 20. Braden Vandal says 8. Anthony Alanis going to go with a 9. Winter 10. Juicehead 89 says 10. Dragon Slayer Stool 8. Colin Beek says 8. Mr. Panda Express 420. That food sounds hella good right now. Going to go with a 9. Got a super chat coming in from Raider 1 Mitch. We have the fastest receiving core with Ruggs, Nelly, and Waller. Can we please take a real deep shot? I mean, again, the Raiders have taken 3 deep shots. I think it's been 3 bad decisions by Derek Carr. Or I guess I shouldn't say that. 2 bad throws by Carr and then a bad decision by Carr. I mean, I do. I think this is the worst game that Carr has played this entire year. He has underthrown 2 receivers. He has a bad fumble in this one. But again, I mean, the Raiders as a whole, they look like they're sleepwalking. So let me know in the comment section, who needs a new Raiders jersey? The holidays, man, right around the corner. And I love Black Friday deals. I do. And I love Thanksgiving. Like, let's not get that twisted. Now, I haven't been with my family for a long time on Thanksgiving. I was blessed enough to be able to go home and visit the family, even though it was some in some unfortunate circumstances. But I love Christmas. I really do. I love the holidays. I am all about being able to go home and spend time with your family. So if you need something for your son or daughter, if you need just a nice little stocking stuffer, we do have some awesome Raiders jerseys that are on sale right now for $74.99. They're high quality. They're Nike. If you ever see me, the Derek Carr jersey I wear on my show, that's the one that I have available for y'all. So if you need a Derek Carr, Josh Jacobs, I believe Ruggs, Waller, Renfro, Jonathan Abram, all those jerseys are available for $74.99. And the way you get it is at chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. If you're looking for a jersey for, I don't know, your son, maybe your daughter, and their youth sizes, the youth jerseys are on sale for like $56. Heck, I saw one that was like $46. If you would need a new jersey for your son or daughter, I got you hooked up. Chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys is how you get set up. And also, it helps me out too. So go ahead, get yourself a jersey. I would appreciate it. All right, let's get back to the football game. 6-yard pickup by Calvin Ridley. It worries me because I'm going up against Calvin Ridley in my fantasy league here. So that's not good. Ridley picks up 6 yards. He's now got 2 catches for 22 yards. I actually think so far this game, Trayvon Mullen has done a very good job up against Calvin Ridley, which has then forced Matt Ryan to look to other areas of the field, and he hasn't really been able to do it. Now, my concern here is the Raiders' defense, I believe this is going to be their 7th time out onto the football field, and there's already some hands on some hips, which makes me nervous, because the reason why they lost against the Chiefs was hands on hips. But as soon as I say that, 1-yard tackle for loss by Nick Wachowski and Mo Hurst. It's good to have Mo Hurst back into the lineup. Even though there's no Cleveland Ferrell, we do get Mo Hurst back here. So 3rd and 5 after the run by Ito Smith goes nowhere. Come on, defense. Let's go. Get those D's in the comments. Get those D's in the comments. 3rd and 5 at the Atlanta 23. This defense has shown up today, and they have impressed me greatly. Come on, guys. Let's get a stop here. It's 6-3. The Atlanta Falcons got the lead, but the only reason why they've scored is because both their scoring drives were in territory. And then, once you know it, Matt Ryan, he's going to hit Christian Blake for 17 yards. First down, Atlanta. Damn it. Dang it. 1st and 10 at the Atlanta 40. I mean, honestly, though, that might be the Falcons. I think that's their 2nd time they've picked up a first down on 3rd. Come on. I mean, the issue is, though, I'm not going to put that one on the secondary. If you're going to give a quarterback like Matt Ryan 5-6 seconds to throw, hell, I think even I could make a throw like that. I mean, the defense needs to be able to get more pressure. But again, I'm worried about the lack of pressure it's going to start coming because the big guys, they get tired. But on this play, it was 3rd and 5. They were at a shotgun. The Raiders had only a 3 front, so they brought only 3 dudes. And I mean, just all day to throw. 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 seconds to throw. Finds the receiver in the middle of the field. You're not going to put that one on the defender. Got a super chat coming in. It's from Thad Meck. Mitch, love the show. Let's go Raiders. Cheers from PA. Thad, cheers to you, my man. And also, got a $50 super chat rolling in here from Vince Garcia. I believe that Dylan's hangover has a direct connection to this Raiders offensive hangover. Nothing like a shot of Fireball to wake us all up. Much love to the show and happy holidays. You know what? I'm with you here. So Matt Ryan, he's going to hit Hayden Hurst for 12 yards. It's another first down. Maybe the offense will wake the heck up if Dylan and I take a shot. So as a reminder, $50, Dylan and I will take a shot of Fireball. And this is our 6th bottle of Fireball on the year in week 12. Here, you can pour yours. And also, everyone, let's type C or clap in the comments. Dylan is no longer in a sling. Dylan's been in a sling for about like 5-6 weeks at this point. I don't even know. 6 weeks, and he's finally out of a sling. So cheers to the nation. Cheers to Vince Garcia. Let's get the offense to wake the heck up and happy holiday. Wow, that was so loud. I even picked up on my mic. Cheers to y'all. Remember, you're drinking with us. All right, 1st and 10. Come on, defense. Let's go. Let's go. Let's wake up. Dylan, your shot glass is on the right. Mine's on the left. Just so we're clear. 1st and 10 at the Las Vegas 45. What's going to happen here on this drive? Who do we got in the comments? Do we got more Raider fans or do we got more Falcons fans in the comments? 2,449 people watching. Got another $5 super chat coming in from Kevin Rogers. Kevin, cheers to you, my dude. All right, so on that last play, very frustrating. Matt Ryan, it was intended for his receiver, but again, it was another deflected play, but wiped out by a Nevin Lawson face mask. So, Nick Kwiatkowski made an interception. Nevin Lawson, though, grabs the face mask, and it's just a boneheaded play. So what would have been a freaking interception turns into a 15-yard penalty face mask. And now the Falcons got the football. 1st and 10 at the 16. Nevin Lawson, 2 very, very bad penalties in this game. Russell Gage picks up 14. Come on, guy. I mean, we continue to shoot ourselves in the foot in this one. I mean, the amount of penalties is just, it's insane. I believe now we already got 70 yards in penalties. It's the first half. 5 minutes left. Wake the hell up. On 1st and 10, Matt Ryan, incomplete, 2nd and 10. I mean, Ryan in this game, 9 of 18, 99 yards and a pick. I mean, but again, an opportunity where the Raiders could have had their 2nd interception. Oh my gosh, Nevin. Very frustrating. Come on, guys. 2nd and 10 at the 16. Let me know who you're rooting for. Type R for the Raiders, type F for the Falcons. I'm seeing some sacks. And it's a sack by Nick Kwiatkowski. Type sack. Big time stop by there by the defense. It's going to be 3rd and 16. I mean, Kwiatkowski's like, all right, you're going to take my pick away. How about this? I'm going to get a sack. Let's go. So on 2nd and 10, Matt Ryan was at a shotgun, and Kwiatkowski, man, just blows it up. Takes down the quarterback, 3rd and 16. Let's go. Again, if you can hold them to another field goal here, that's a huge win. If you can figure out a way to if the Raiders come out of this half with a lead, it'll be just one of the most crazy things that I've seen because this has been such a bad game here. Timeout by the Atlanta Falcons. That's their first one. Atlanta's got 2 remaining. The Raiders have 3. But on that 2nd and 10 play, I mean, Matt Ryan's got like 6 seconds to looks down the field. I think he really underestimated the speed of Nick Kwiatkowski, who was playing back as a linebacker, steps up, and just makes a football play. I mean, you could see Matt Ryan is looking down the field, was out of the box, could have threw the ball away. I'm actually surprised that he didn't. But Kwiatkowski's got a nice little quarterback spy. And honestly, what happened was Matt Ryan didn't anticipate the speed of Kwiatkowski, looking down the field, and then he gets a sack. Wow. Matt Ryan, that's the 6th time that he's been sacked in the red zone this season. That's the most in the National Football League. So what you guys are seeing on screen right now is I got a like battle going on with Tom over at the Cowboys Report. His show that he did on Thanksgiving got 2,450 likes. I said that we're going to beat 2,450 likes. If you already liked the video, type L. That way I can give you a shout out. If you haven't liked it yet, hey, help me out. It tells my bosses that you guys enjoy the show. And also, anytime that I can beat the Cowboys in anything. I get it. We have less subscribers in the Cowboys Report, and that's okay. I understand. However, Raider Nation shows out. So if you guys could, go ahead and like the video below. All you got to do is just click that big thumbs up. If you're in the live chat and you don't know where it is, just exit out of the live chat if you're on your phone, and then you can click like. I'll give some shout-outs here to some of the people. We got Karma Sucra, Noah Espinoza, Diego, Pop-Tart, Spectrum Jakes, Wally, Raider Have, Juicehead 89, and on 3rd and 16, pass incomplete. However, Trayvon Mullen has been shaken up on the play. That's bad. Not a good sign, but we are getting more likes, and I appreciate y'all. So on the 3rd and 16 play, Ryan was looking for Russell Gage, Russell Gage has a catch for 14 yards. So Ryan throws it deep. He throws it to the end zone into double coverage. I mean, that's a gutsy throw. Jeff Heath and Trayvon Mullen were on the coverage. And Mullen is down, and he's in a lot of pain. This looks bad. Oh, boy. So Mullen's in the end zone, took off his helmet. Trainers, players are running. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's a leg injury. Maybe he got the wind knocked out of him. See, his legs are moving all over the place. His arms are moving all over the place. I don't know if it's a groin. I'm looking at the play. So, again, Mullen, Gage goes up high. It looks like a knee to the rib. It looks like a knee to the rib. I'm hoping that it's just the wind knocked out of him. But the staff is over there. He's breathing. Obviously, the Raiders have not been very lucky with rib injuries this year. Dylan's making fun of me because I just said he's breathing. But the Raiders, again, are going to force another field goal. See, Jesus says it's the left ankle. I see somebody said he got poked in the eye. I think it's a rib shot. He is walking at least. He is walking, which is a good sign. But I don't know, man. So Dylan's saying, hey, let's get some more super chats going here. We've had $155 in supers. Now, obviously, we appreciate every super chat that we get, right? No doubt about it. However, I do got to bring this up. So this is not good. So the Raiders on that field goal play. So first, Trayvon Mullen, he's up. He's leaving the field. All things considered, I think he looks okay. The Falcons, they kick the field goal. The field goal is no good, but the Raiders get called for roughing the passer. So it's going to be first down and 10. Roughing the kicker. So it's going to be roughing the kicker. The Falcons get the ball first and 10 at the 11. I mean, that's a bad call. Mullen is walking off the field, which is obviously a good sign. I got to see this kick again here. So again, this was a 40-yard field goal attempt. Younghoe Koo. The kick is no good. It's going to be on Dalen Levitt. Koo is limping, but this is, in my opinion, a total soccer move here. There is offensive holding on the play, so at least they go back first and 20. Yeah, it's on Dalen Levitt. So Dalen Levitt's been one of the best Raiders special teams players all year, but gets a roughing the kicker call. I think that is almost so ticky-tack. He rolled into the kicker. I mean, come on. That is so ticky-tack. There's been so many ticky-tack calls in this game. But again, more turnovers, or not turnovers, more penalties by the Raiders. And I see Juice at 89 says it's a flop. I can't believe that that's roughing. That's unbelievable to me. But nonetheless, we got first and 20 after a Falcons hold. Can the defense get another stop? So you got Nevin Lawson on the left side. He's in for the injured Trayvon Mullen right now. Brian Hill picks up 7 yards, 2nd and 13. I mean, oh my Lord. Let's go, defense. Got to wake up here. Defense has played a phenomenal football game. Come on, defense. I see Nancy says that's home field advantage. I think the Raiders this year have actually been a team that's been very good against penalties, honestly. I believe they had only 54 penalties coming into this game. Last year at this time, they were at 104. So that's just something to keep in mind of how much better this team's been disciplined. But, I mean, so far the story in this game has been the offense turning the ball over, the defense getting stops, 2-yard pickup here by Ito Smith, 3rd and 11 at the 12. Let's go. There's 3 minutes and 11 seconds left here. The Raiders do have all 3 of their timeouts. The Falcons have all 3 of theirs. But when you're going to go back and look at this game here, I mean, the Raiders have 3 first downs in the first half. 3 first downs. Terrible. And then in terms of penalties, they got 6 penalties for 71 yards. But it's been the implication of some of these penalties that have really, really shifted this game. Come on, defense. Let's go. 2,317 people. Let's give these people something to cheer about. Got 1,655 likes. If you guys could like the video, I would appreciate it. I mean, a lot of shotgun here by Atlanta, which is to be expected, especially without Todd Gurley, especially with their offensive line struggles. I mean, but the Raiders need to be able to figure out a way to clamp down here. I mean, you don't have Trayvon Mullen. You don't have Cleveland Ferrell. You don't have Damon Arnett in the game. So, and the Raiders, they get a stop, but it's going to be 4th and 3 at the 4-yard line. Russell Gage, he's going to pick up 8 yards, but another Raider injury. This time it's Jeff Heath. He's down on the field. Timeout by the Raiders. That's going to be their first timeout. You got 2 minutes, 24 seconds here in the first half. They obviously have another shot, or another, we'll see. So Trayvon Mullen left with an abdomen injury. That's why he's questionable to return. So on that play, I mean, it's a missed tackle by Arden Key, missed tackle by Jeff Heath. But again, Jeff Heath down on the field. Nevin Lawson does end up making the stop, but the Raiders have 2 timeouts. The Falcons have 2 timeouts. You still got the 2-minute warning. The Raiders do get ball at half. But I mean, honestly, if I'm Atlanta here, I go for it. I mean, you call me crazy. This drive has been 12 plays, 78 yards. You know that the Raiders are going for it because remember on that last play, and it's a touchdown Atlanta, Calvin Ridley. Touchdown Atlanta. So Dalen Levitt rolling into the kicker, Young Ho, or whatever his name is. He fell down with an injury. This basically gave Atlanta the opportunity to get this touchdown here. And then Matt Ryan, he finds Calvin Ridley for a touchdown. He's got 3 catches, 26 yards. But the Raiders right now, they don't have Damon Arnett. They're down Jeff Heath. They don't have Cleveland Ferrell. And they don't have Trayvon Mullen. So basically, you see the fact that they come out. They pick on Nevin Lawson here. And they're going to go with a touchdown. And it's going to be Calvin Ridley. The question is now, do they go for 2? 3. I mean, that's just, Calvin Ridley's wide open. Extra point is up. It's good. So to me, the kicker's been healthy. So it wasn't the kicker. It was just they had enough confidence to do it. But again, another shotgun play here. Ito Smith was to the left of Matt Ryan. Called hike. They were looking left. Raiders just lose track of Calvin Ridley. I mean, that's on Lawson. That's on Isaiah Johnson. I just don't understand how you lose the best receiver on the team. That is I mean, Mullen has been doing his job very, very well in this game, and the Raiders just lose sight. I mean, I don't think Keyshawn Nixon has played a very good game. I don't think that Nevin Lawson has played a very solid game whatsoever. And it's just, that also is on, honestly, that one might actually be on Eric Harris. Nope, that's on Isaiah Johnson. Isaiah Johnson has no idea who he's covering. So again, miscommunication. Isaiah Johnson, just very, very frustrating play. So here we go. Can the Raiders get a score? Can you make this a 13-10 game? You got the 2-minute warning. You got 2 timeouts. You get ball at half. I mean, I see somebody saying the game's over. The game is far from over. You got an entire half, and if there's a team that I know gives up second half leads, it is Atlanta. However, if the Raiders continue to play like this, it is over. I mean, this has been a very, very disappointing game so far. But you got 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Can you score? The Raiders will get the ball here at the 25-yard line after a touchback. Oh, boy. 13-3. Oh, man. Come on, Derek. Let's go offense. What do you guys want to do here? I mean, I'm going to go back to the $50 super that Vince had. Vince, I hope that the hangover gets it working, but the defense did not look good on that last drive. But again, how can you put the blame on the D? I think it's been the offensive struggles, and I don't think that was a roughing the kicker call. But it was a huge penalty. Nonetheless, we are sitting here in a 10-point deficit. Stupid call by the refs. He was just rolling. They're starting to cheat us on top of bad first half offense. That's a super chat from Kid Cupid 07. Kid, appreciate the super. Once halftime does happen, y'all, I am going to take a quick little lunch break, take a potty break. I will be back for the second half. Hopefully the second half is a lot better than the first half. That's for damn sure. So on 1st and 10, it's a 1-yard pickup. Raiders here, they're going to go into the 2-minute warning. 2nd and 9. 2 minutes left. They do have 2 timeouts remaining. I wish they'd be a little bit more aggressive, though, to be honest. So today's sponsor is BetUS. I was hoping that the Raiders would have a lot better game. Obviously, it hasn't been that way. If you bet on the Raiders to cover the spread against the Falcons, so far it's not looking so good. Luckily, though, if you use our promo, Raiders125, and you go to chatsports.com/Raiders, you're going to be at least covered on your bet. So reminder, when you put down $100, you get $125 for free to bet with. If you put down $200, you get $250 for free to bet with. BetUS, we got the best deal on the internet, hooked up with them. And I want you guys to take advantage of these offers we got going on. Chatsports.com/Raiders is how you do it. If you think the Raiders are going to make a comeback, hey, go put your money where your mouth is. So on that 1st and 10 play, Derek Carr found Henry Ruggs over the middle, picked up only 1 yard. I mean, not a lot doing here. Got a super chat coming in. Kirk Hall, I'd pay good money to watch Gruden blow a gasket in the locker room. Kirk, dude, I could not be more with you. I would love to see what's happening in that locker room. And if every single player doesn't have their tail between their legs, and if every single player doesn't come out with a chip on their shoulder in the second half, it's going to be a long second half, man. Because this is the Falcons team, let's just be real, is missing probably 2 of their best offensive weapons. Definitely missing their best offensive weapon in Julio Jones. The defense has played exceptional. But for Atlanta, this is one of the worst defenses in the National Football League. They are giving up, I believe, the 2nd most passing yards in the league to only the Seahawks entering this one. And the Raiders' offense, turnovers, penalties, shooting themselves in the foot. You got to wake the hell up. And I hate to be this negative, but, man, I mean, normally I'm a very positive person. It's just very, very hard to be positive right now. I see M Raiders, please tell me we're not going 7-9 again. No, I mean, this team is a lot better than 7-9, and I have heard a lot of people give that comparison. Obviously, last year the Raiders, they were 6-4. They ended up finishing 7-9. This is a much better football team. Plus, the Raiders' schedule last year was a lot more difficult than what it is now. However, you should beat Atlanta. This should have been a game that the Raiders should have walked in and taken care of business with, and it does make me a little bit nervous. Got a super chat coming in from Rudy Ramirez. Let's go Raiders. Let's get this. Dude, let's go Raiders. Whatever we got to get going, type touchdown because the Raiders need to wake up and get on the board here. So let's go. Type Raiders, type Raider Nation for life. Start showing me some TDs. We need some mojo going. And then the 2 people that sent in the supers, Kirk Hall and Rudy Ramirez. Cheers to you guys. Let's go. Here we go. Derek Carr finds Nelson Aguilar. Penalty on the Falcons for pass interference. It is declined, so it's going to be 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line. Maybe we can march here. Let's go. Another super chat coming in from Vince Garcia. Let's get a touchdown before the half. Frustrating as hell, but there is no quit to this nation. Show me those TDs. Let's go. Let's get some touchdowns. Let's get a touchdown before. If you can score here, that is a huge flip of momentum. A huge flip of momentum. And another first down, type 1. Let's go. Darren Waller. He's going to pick up 11 yards. 1st and 10 at the 50. Come on, guys. Let's keep the momentum going. Let's keep the offense picking up here. You're at the 50-yard line. Derek Carr has made 2 crisp, quality throws on this drive. 1st and 10 at the 50. Come on. You still got 2 timeouts remaining. This drive has been 3 plays, 25 yards. The Raiders essentially have to go 75 yards in 2 minutes. Is what they needed to do. Come on. Darren Waller, though, has been pretty quiet in this one. 2 catches, 10 yards. Another penalty. They were looking deep to Nelson Aguilar. There's a hold on Atlanta. So 1st and 5 at the 45-yard line. Let's go. Come on, keep it moving. Keep the pedal down. I know the Raiders are a run-first football team, but you can take advantage of Atlanta, especially in the deep passing game, if you attack it. And I don't think that the Raiders have done a good enough job taking shots down the field. This is one of the worst teams in the National Football League, yards per completion. Coming into the game, 12.6, second worst. Let's take some shots. Let's move the football down the field. You got a minute 43 here. Incomplete pass to Bryan Edwards. That's his first target in this game. Since the rookie went down with an injury in Week 3 against New England, has not really been a big focal point here. Got a $5 super chat coming in from Joe Girardi. Just says, Mitch, Chucky needs to go off and throw something during halftime. Let's get this team fired up or get the ugly fast. What should John Gruden throw at halftime? Anything. Clipboard, maybe some water, some Gatorade. I don't know if he's got a chain. Spike that. Got to wake up. Derek Carr incomplete to Hunter Renfrow, 3rd and 5. I mean, if the Raiders don't get this, you got to punt it away because you don't want to give Atlanta another scoring opportunity here with two timeouts. Derek Carr, 14 of 19, 114 yards, and a fumble lost. Who are you going to on 3rd and 5? Let's go. Come on. Who are you giving the ball to? You're going to go to Renfrow? You're going to go to Waller? You're going to go to Ruggs? I mean, the Raiders have not looked good thus far in this game, especially on 3rd, especially on 4th down. The play, though, is under review. The last play is under review. So while that play is being reviewed, let's walk around some other games going on in football. The Titans, they're up over the Colts 28-14. Cleveland's up 17-13 over the Jags at halftime. Carolina is down 10-7 against the Minnesota Vikings. That game is also at halftime. The Titans now go up again. They're up 34-14. They just scored another touchdown. 10-10 Giants against the Bengals. Arizona's up 10-7 over the New England Patriots at halftime. Halftime in the Dolphins game. Dolphins are up 13-3. Over the New York Jets. And then the Bills are up 17-6 over the Chargers. Now, they're reviewing the play on the field if whether or not Hunter Renfrow caught the football. I personally don't think he did. I think it's going to be an incomplete pass. It's probably going to be a solid 3rd and 10 now. So, again, I mean, they are reviewing it up on the booth. I think the ball is moving around. It does not look like it's going to be a completed catch. It's going to be 3rd and 10. I would be astonished if this is ruled a catch on the field. It was obviously ruled a catch, but the ball is moving. So right now we got 2,852 people watching. We are waiting for the call on the field. Well, no matter what, there's going to be a minute 32 left here. The Raiders need to be able to figure out a way. Wow, so actually the ruling on the field stands. I'm shocked by that call, but I'll take it. The ruling on the field stands. 3rd and 5 here. So it basically means that there wasn't enough evidence to overturn it. But I'm pretty surprised there. I think the Raiders actually got kind of lucky here. So who are you going to on 3rd down? Again, I understand that it's 3rd and Renfrow, but Waller was the guy that I really wanted to be able to get going. And it's just been a dink and dunk type of offense here. I want to see the Raiders move the ball down the field. This is not a good Falcons secondary. The Raiders have 2 timeouts, a minute 32 here to go. You see Zabuco's laughing. George Hernandez, not very nice. Come on, guys. Falcons do have 2 timeouts on the field. The Raiders have 2 timeouts as well. I want to see some Waller time. And it's a big play that the Raiders needed. The Bryan Edwards Nice. Nice. Derek Carr finds the rookie, Bryan Edwards, for a Raiders first down. Let's type those ones. You're at the 30-yard line. Let's go. We got to get in the end zone here. Nothing less. Got to get in the end zone. That's Edwards' first catch of the game on his second target. Derek Carr was at a shotgun. Finds Bryan Edwards. This drive has been 6 plays, 45 yards. There's a minute 8 left to go. Come on. Let's get in the end zone. Let's totally get the momentum on our side. The Raiders get ball at halftime. Let's go into halftime down 13-10. If you can go into halftime down 13-10, I'm going to take that as a win because this has been a half absolutely dominated. I mean, oh my goodness. Derek Carr sacked, fumbled again, recovered by Atlanta. Unbelievable. I mean, just absolutely unbelievable. So Derek Carr fumbles after getting sacked, and it's now Falcons football. Derek Carr, it's his 7th fumble. I mean, this is unbelievable. And now the Falcons, they got the ball at the 39. Very, very frustrating game so far. So now the Falcons, they got 58 seconds to go down the field and try to get another score. So that is now Derek Carr's 7th lost fumble of the season. It's the most. So Derek has all day to throw. I mean, Brandon Parker gets roasted. Yep. I mean, that's tough, though. I mean, again, Derek's sitting back there. I brought a football up because I was hoping we'd actually be able to celebrate. Carr's looking to his left here. Brandon Parker gets roasted on his right side, and then they just hit it right out of his hands. Fumble down. Falcons football. So Matt Ryan, again here, he's going to find Ito Smith. It's going to be 3rd and 2 at the Atlanta 47. I mean, honestly, if the Raiders can get another stop here, can figure out a way, I don't know if they try to score then. Honestly, I have no idea. I mean, I would say yes, you try to score because you got 2 timeouts. You got to get something going. But, I mean, 2 fumbles by Derek. Probably could have been another fumble by Josh Jacobs. And it's a first down by Atlanta. Timeout. 32 seconds left. Ugh. Come on, defense. I mean, this has just been... It's been disappointing. I want you guys to type stop. I see a lot of people ripping on Derek Carr right now. I mean, this has been Derek Carr's worst game of this year. I mean, there's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. But I'm not going to sit here and say Derek Carr sucks. I'm not going to do that. Derek's had a phenomenal season. Yes, the fumbles are a major issue, and it's been a major issue this game. But I'm hoping that the second half can come around. And I'm just going to say this right now. If you're in the comments section asking for Nathan Peterman, you're an idiot. Nathan Peterman is not the answer whatsoever. And if you want Marcus Mariota, that might even be more embarrassing because Mariota is not ready to play. Got to have some hope here. 2,880 people watching, and I don't know if I've seen... I mean, you guys, I understand this has been a frustrating game, but let's pump the brakes. Let's pump the brakes. All right, how about this? Since everybody wants Nathan Peterman, do you want to see Nathan Peterman or Marcus Mariota or Carr? Type C for Carr, type M for Mariota, type P for Peterman. How about that? Since that's what all y'all want to see, I'll ask you. Type C for Carr, type P for Peterman, type M for Mariota. I'm genuinely curious what you guys have to say. I mean, it is Derek Carr. It should be C, and it shouldn't even be close. But the amount of M's and the amount of P's in the comments right now is mind-blowing to me. It's mind-blowing. I get it. He has not played well, but for you to turn on Derek that quickly for as good as he's been this year, I think it's actually shameful. I really do. I think it's pretty mind-blowing to me. But I guess that's the world we live in. So Atlanta 13-3 after another Derek Carr fumble. John Gruden right now is absolutely beside himself. He is so frustrated, and I don't blame him. So they are reviewing the first down. I think he gets it. I don't really see what we're looking at here. So Atlanta, again, they called a timeout. They have one timeout remaining. There's 32 seconds. They have the ball at the 49. I mean, if you're Atlanta, you're going to try to get into field goal range here, kick a field goal, go up 16-3. Luckily, the Raiders get ball at half, so we can have maybe a little bit of help going on. But I can promise you one thing. We are going to be doing a post-game reaction, and if they lose, I'm going to be going absolutely nuts. To make sure that you don't miss it, subscribe to the Las Vegas Raiders Report. All you got to do is click the link that you see below. I'll put it in the live chat. If you are already subbed, I appreciate you guys very much. We are the #1 most watched Raiders channel on YouTube, and it's because we are live and interactive. So I know a lot of people are going to be frustrated. The cool part about our channel, you can vent those frustrations with us here. So I see, Elizabeth, David, KC Throw. See a lot of people right now that are upset. Vent your frustrations here on the Las Vegas Raiders Report. Go ahead, click that big red button that says subscribe. And if you can't find the sub button, all you got to do is just click the link that I put in the chat. If it's too hard to find, I will highlight it, and then we will be good to go. Oh, boy. Come on. Come on, Raiders. You guys want to let me know who you're rooting for? Type R for the Raiders, type F for the Falcons, because no surprise, starting to get a lot of Falcons starting to pop up in here. So on the very next play, Hayden Hurst, he's going to pick up another first down here. So the Falcons, they call their last timeout 26 seconds, and they're at the Las Vegas 41. I would say field goal range for them is probably the 30, 31-yard line. I'm curious on how hurt their kicker actually is, so we're going to go all the way back to a few drives ago. I think it actually might have just been the last drive. Feels like a century ago. We're down 11, rolled into, their kicker. They called a roughing the kicker penalty, which then led to that Falcons touchdown. It was actually a missed field goal, so the game should be 6-3. But they rolled it roughing the kicker. They ended up scoring a touchdown on the next two plays. Matt Ryan has all day to throw. And again, a first down here by Atlanta. Come on, defense. Get a stop here. Let's go into halftime with something. I mean, the defense has played a phenomenal game. And an A-plus effort for the Raiders defense. It's been a big old fat FFF for the Raiders offense. If anybody plays fantasy football and you have Dalvin Cook, he is into the blue tent. He is questionable to return. A lot of injuries for Dalvin this year, which is obviously not what you want to see if you have Dalvin Cook in fantasy football. 26 seconds. And, I mean, there's a lot of other games. Their third quarters are already underway. But with the amount of penalties, with the amount of stoppages in this one, this is going to be one of the later games. Probably going to be the latest game for the 1 o'clocks. And then Matt Ryan is going to find Christian Blake, but there's a penalty on Malik Collins for roughing the passer. Oh, my goodness. 15 yards and forced. First and 10. 22 seconds left for Atlanta at the 26. So they are definitely in field goal range. But again, I mean, right now the Raiders, they are on pace for close to 200 yards and penalties. Super chat coming in here from Donald. Carr's been a top 10 quarterback. Offense has been elite. Defense has stepped up to this game. Could easily be 21-3. Back up our squad. Dude, I'm with you. I've been backing up the squad, but it's been a frustrating game. There's no doubt about that. Derek Carr has been a top 10 quarterback the entire year. It's why I think the Nathan Peterman and Marcus Mariota chants are, honestly asinine. I think you got to be a complete idiot to even ask for Marcus Mariota or Nathan Peterman. But I do know how sometimes fans turn on their team quickly. It's all good, but I understand also because of how frustrating this game has been. On 1st and 10, it's an incomplete pass. Matt Ryan was looking for Brian Hill. Incomplete, broken up by Arden Key. So, got to get a stop here. Calvin Ridley, incomplete. 3rd and 10. I mean, if I'm Atlanta, you're taking another shot here for the end zone. If you don't get it, obviously you're just going to bring the you're just going to bring out the kicking unit here, make it 16-3 at the halftime. Atlanta could easily be up by 20 points in this one. Hands down the worst game I've seen the Raiders play this entire year. Hopefully the Raiders can get back to some healthy players because, again, I mean, Jeff Heath went down with an injury. I do see him back out onto the football field, which is good. But Damon Arnett's not in. Trayvon Mullen's been out of this one. You can definitely tell that they're missed, too, because Keyshawn Nixon and Nevin Lawson have been, horrible. All right, Hayden Hurst, he's going to pick up 12. He's going to pick up 14 yards. It's going to be first and goal, 7 seconds left. Or not first and goal, first and 10 at the Las Vegas 12-yard line. So Hurst has got 4 catches for 48 yards. He was pushed out of bounds, pushed out by Corey Littleton. So the clock stops. Score update, the Jags have just taken the lead over the Browns. So if you're a Raider fan, you should be rooting for the Browns here. But first and 10, there's 7 seconds. So Atlanta can't take a sack or the clock's going to run out. Instead, they elect to just kick. The field goal kick is up, kick is good, 16-3. So as a reminder, we will take a halftime break. I'm going to go take a potty break, going to go grab some lunch real quick. We're going to come back with the second half. I mean, it can't be any worse, right? I mean, I don't think it could be any worse than what we've watched here. Get your grades in for the Raiders' first half. It's a big fat F. I don't see how it's anything less than an F, honestly. I hope John Gruden wakes his football team up, because if they don't wake up, they're going to lose to a 3-7 Atlanta Falcons team. And if you lose to the Falcons, you fall to 6-5, and that puts you out of the playoff race right now. So, I mean, right now the leading receiver, right now, Derek Carr, 15-20, 129 yards. Josh Jacobs, the leading rusher for this team, 4 carries, 6 yards. Henry Ruggs, he's got 2 catches for 37 yards for the Falcons. Matt Ryan, 15-28, 145 yards, a touchdown and a pick. Should have had another pick, but it was called off. And then Brian Hill, 7 carries, 23 yards. Hayden Hurst, he's got 4 catches, 48 yards. But the touchdown catch was made by Calvin Ridley. He's got 3 catches, 26 yards, and a touchdown. So we still aren't quite at halftime. There's 2 seconds left. Obviously, this one's going to be the wrap it up really, really quick. If you're the Raiders here, you either run the clock out, you take a knee, and then again, as soon as halftime hits here, we will take a halftime break. But let me get some shout-outs here to some of the people that were grading the Raiders' first half. I got Terrell. Gabriel says M. Yeah, it was so bad that we're just making up. Again, it's 16-3 at halftime, though. It's not 13-3, so we'll get that updated. It's 16-3. It's 16-3, though. So, again, end of the first half. I just JF Raiders is going to go with a C grade. I don't understand how you give this team a C grade. But Derek Carr, 2 lost fumbles, plenty of penalties, but there is plenty of time left. The only team in the National Football League to blow 2 16-point leads this year is the Atlanta Falcons. So fingers crossed that the Raiders wake up and get it going. I'm going to take a quick break. We did just get a super chat. When I come back after halftime, I see Sababa Narone. I'll give some love to that super. We'll take a shot of Fireball, but I'm going to go grab some lunch here. Appreciate y'all. We'll be back here, Raiders Falcons, after halftime. What's up, guys? We are back here, and we got the second half just kicked off, and the Raiders, they are going to first play on 1st and 10. Excuse me, going to go for a 1-yard pickup here with Josh Jacobs. And on 2nd and 9 already, Derek Carr incomplete left to Nelson Aguilar. So we're already looking at a 3rd and 9. One of the worst first halves I've ever seen. I do want to give some shout-outs, though, to some of the people that are watching and that super chatted. So, as a reminder, we had CS, I think it's C. Sabah, Narone. He sent in a $20 super chat. We'll be able to get you guys up on screen, so cheers to you. And then we had another $10 super chat come in. That one was from Raider Mike. Hey, Mitch, we better play better in the second half. Need to have better calls and make smarter decisions. You know what, man? I'm totally with you, and I'm hoping that the Raiders can get it going. So on 3rd and 9, who are you going to? Let me crack open my beer here. Because as a reminder, you guys send in super chats. I'll drink to it. And after the first half that we just witnessed, I'm hoping that I don't have to drink as much. So 3rd and 9. Cheers to Raider Mike. Who are you going to here? I mean, this is one of those where Derek Carr, incomplete, was looking for Denzel Good, was looking for his receiver, but there was holding on the play. It's just declined. So Denzel Good filling in at the guard position, but penalty is declined. So the Raiders, they go 3 and out, man. I see a lot of people on Twitter. A lot of people are upset. They're saying that the refs made a lot of bad calls. I don't think that the refs played. I guess I shouldn't say. I don't think the refs had good calls, and I definitely think that they hurt the Raiders big time. But the word that I want everyone to live by here is accountability, because the Raiders' offense has been terrible. Was there some plays against the Raiders? Definitely there were. But accountability here. There's nobody else I'm putting blame on besides the Raiders. So I'm on Twitter, guys, at Mitchell Renz 365, and it's kind of a zoo right now, as you can imagine. People are definitely upset after this game. But let's be accountable. Think about it like if your kids were to come home and they're blaming everything on the teachers. Well, did you study? No? Okay. That's why you're in this situation. That's why the Raiders are in this situation. They tried to sleepwalk themselves all the way through Atlanta, and Atlanta came out, and they're hitting them in the mouth a little bit here. So we got 1,930 people watching. I made a bet with Tom before the show started that, hey, I'm going to be able to get more likes than y'all, and I'm on pace right now to be able to do it. However, until I get there, I'm not going to be satisfied. So if you could, please go down and like the video. I understand that the Raiders haven't played well in this game, but if you like what we're doing here at the Las Vegas Raiders Report, I would definitely appreciate it. So please go down and hit that like button. We do have some super chats coming in, and since the game kind of sucks, I'm going to do a better job of getting super chats up on screen for y'all. Leo, what up, dude? Very frustrating game to watch right now, but I still have faith in Carr. Everyone needs to step up, especially the O-line and secondary. Drink up, though, Mitch. All right, Leo, as a reminder, you send in a super chat, a $20 super chat. I will take a shot of Fireball. There was this, meme going around on Instagram over the weekend that said, tag somebody when you see this picture. It was a picture of Fireball. The amount of people that tagged me in it, I thought was actually kind of funny. It made me giggle. But as you all know, I appreciate y'all. 1,851. We need 700 more likes, and then I'm going to end up beating Tom and show Tom and Chat Sports that Raider Nation is better than the Cowboys fans. So that's all we're trying to do here. So cheers to y'all. And cheers to, one more time, Leo for the super chat. Appreciate you, my dude. So the Raiders, they go 3 and out. Damon Arnett is not going to come back into the football game. It's concussion. He has been ruled out. Trayvon Mullen, he is still, questionable, so hopefully he can come back. The Trayvon Mullen injury happened in the second quarter when Matt Ryan took a shot to the back of the end zone to Russell Gage. He was double-teamed, but it looked like the knee of Russell Gage went into Trayvon Mullen's stomach. I was hoping it was just the wind knocked out of him. Obviously, the fact that he has yet to come back and that he's questionable to return, that tells me otherwise. But fingers crossed that Trayvon Mullen can come back out onto the game, because without him, I don't have a lot of confidence in Nevin Lawson and Keyshawn Nixon or Isaiah Johnson, because those 3 guys today have played pretty freaking bad in my opinion. So the Falcons are going to get the football here. It's 1st and 10. Obviously, when we do watch parties, we're going to get a lot of Falcons fans in here. So if you're rooting for the Raiders, probably type punt or turnover. If you want to be an overachiever, type interception. Hell, type sack. I'm all for it. If you're rooting for the Falcons, let me know what's going to happen here on this drive. But I'm hoping that this defense can figure out a way, can get a stop. I'm hoping that the defense here can get a stop, and maybe the offense can just wake up, because right now they are sleepwalking. On 1st and 10, Brian Hill, he's going to take it for 2 yards. Tackle made by Jonathan Hankins. This defense, to me, has been very good. Some good news here. Trayvon Mullen back out onto the football field. Very, very good news here. Also to the right, they got Isaiah Johnson. He's playing right cornerback. You got Jonathan Abram back at safety. But Jeff Heath also back out onto the football field. That's a good sign. Calvin Ridley, he's going to pick up a solid 7 yards. He's now got 4 catches for 33 yards and a touchdown. 3rd and 1 at the Atlanta 20. Let's go. Need a stop here. Got to get the offense going. Can't go down in too much of a bigger hole than what we're already in. I mean, if you go down 23-3, this game gets really ugly really quick. So let's go defense. Type some stops in the comments. 3rd and 1. Matt Ryan in this game, 16 of 29 for 152 yards. He's got a touchdown and an interception. Did have an interception called back due to a penalty, a face mask call. And there we go. Brian Hill, loss of 4, tackle made by Nicholas Morrow. Raiders defense steps up again. That's what I'm talking about. So offense, let's frickin' get it together. I mean, the fact that you're holding this Atlanta team to 16 points, and I mean, again, the only reason why they have scored is realistically because the Raiders' offense has put them in very unfortunate situations. 6 of the points came off turnovers, or I'm going to consider the 4th and 1 that they went for and didn't get a turnover. That led to the 2 field goals, and the defense got to stop, technically, and then in my opinion, just a horrible roughing the kicker call that led to them basically a touchdown here for the Falcons. The defense has played phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal in this one. So Atlanta, they're going to be forced to punt. Hunter Renfrow is going to be back there to get it. I mean, great interior pass rush there by Max Crosby, by Nicholas Morrow. So this is a shank of all shanks here by Atlanta. Oh, my Lord. That's what the Raiders needed. The kicker for Atlanta punts it out of bounds, goes only 20 yards. So now the Raiders are going to have the ball at the Atlanta 36. So you're already in field goal territory. However, I don't want a field goal. We need a touchdown. 11 minutes, 55 seconds. I want everyone right now to type wake up or type W or type WU. Whatever it takes to wake up this freaking offense here. Because after a shank of a kick, I mean, this is a shank if I've ever seen a shank. I'm not a golfer, but if you want to know what my golf swing looks like, that's what it looks like. That was terrible. Terrible. So here we go. Type WU. Let's wake up the offense. The Raiders will take over 1st and 10 at the Atlanta 36. Seeing people saying, wake the F up. As a reminder, YouTube will block. I mean, I'll tell you what. Carrier there gets phenomenal pressure. So the 4th string tight end for the Raiders gets incredible pressure, which led to the bad punt by Atlanta. And he does a great job of not hitting the punter. A great job of not hitting the punter. So as a reminder, again, when you type the F word, it doesn't work. YouTube blocks it. If you do want to drop the F-bomb, though, we say Tom instead. So I see Perny, see DJ, JD, Gia, what up? You got Rob_77, FYB Jose, Carlos Gutierrez, appreciate you watching. David Small, see Terrell B, American Anonymous, Hector Lopez, Ryan Winter, Mark Roman, Mario, appreciate you guys. Raider Nation, Alex Ochoa, Ramey Winter, Michael Fiorentino, hopefully I got that right. Who are the Raiders going to get in the end zone, man? Dylan's like, you know what, I'm not looking at punt, I'm not looking at turnover. It is touchdown or field goal, nothing less, and I'm with him, man. If you don't come away with points on this drive, I'm just not sure what we're doing. So the Raiders, the first time that they had the football, reminder, they got it coming out of the half. They went quick little, basically like 3 and out. Horrible drive. So now it's time at the Atlanta 36 after a shank of a kick by Atlanta's punter. His name is Sterling Hoffreiter. I think I got that right. And if I didn't, I don't care. He's a punter for the Atlanta Falcons. But the Raiders do at least take over here, and you got to get in the end zone. We got 2,492 people watching. We got 1,942 likes. If you haven't already, please go ahead and like the video. We got to get to 2,500 by the end of this live stream. That's my goal. Got to beat the Cowboys show. If we can beat the Cowboys show, I would greatly appreciate that. All you got to do is like the vid. So on 1st and 10, Derek Carr incomplete to Devontae Booker. Carr in this one, 15-23 for 129 yards, but the story for Carr in this one has been the 2 lost fumbles. The 2 lost fumbles. So Derek Carr got to step up. Can the offense wake up here? Can you get into the end zone? Because if you're forced to kick a field goal, I'm going to be greatly, greatly disappointed. I mean, if you can make it 16-10, that gives you life. Gives you life. So the Raiders got the ball at the 36-yard line. On 1st and 10, Derek Carr, they were out of the I formation. It almost looked like Derek tried to switch up the play here. The Falcons showed blitz. Yeah, Derek switched up the play. Called hike with 5 seconds and then just tries to dump it down to Booker. And it's a bad throw by Derek. Derek throws the ball at Booker's shoelaces. I mean, we've seen at least 4 or 5 throws by Derek Carr today that have just not been on target. They've been totally, totally off. So actually, I didn't see this live, but Derek Carrier on that punt actually got his hand on the ball. Oh my goodness. And it's a pick 6. Wow. So Derek Carr was looking for Booker, and it's picked off for 67 yards. Touchdown Falcons. 22-3. Wow. So Derek, again, I mean, gets pressure, throws it behind the receiver. It's not even close. And it's a pick 6. I just, I can't even believe what I'm seeing right now. I mean, this has been by far the worst play by Derek I've seen all year. 23-3, Falcons up. I mean, here we go. You better wake up, guys. You better wake up real freaking quick here. And there's also an injury on the field. Denzel Good limping off. So there was an illegal formation. So again, Derek Carr's at a shotgun here. They do get some pressure. Derek Carr is forced to throw it, but I get that he's got pressure, but that ball's just grossly thrown behind the intended receiver, which is Booker, and it's a pick 6, 67 yards to the house. Raiders down 23-3. Oh my God. All right, I know some people are like, Mitch, it's over, but I don't care if you guys think it's over. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to do this watch party the entire show. And then as a reminder, we will be doing a post-game reaction, and as it looks right now, it's not going to be a pretty post-game reaction whatsoever. So it'll be a time for y'all to be able to vent, get your frustrations out. And then tomorrow's show is known as Overreaction Monday. Guarantee you it's going to be a hot and spicy Overreaction Monday video tomorrow. Got a super chat coming in here from Steve L. I thought this game would be just as telling as the KC game. Last week was how good are we. This week is how mentally tough are we. I think that's actually one of the best super chats that I've gotten in a very long time. You can get up and get ready for the Kansas City Chiefs. Every single team is going to stand up and put their best foot forward against Kansas City. However, just like you had last year when you were 6-4 and everybody was believing in you, you went on the road against the New York Jets and laid a stinker and lost 34-3 because you tried to sleepwalk past the team in the NFL. That's exactly what's happening here. You tried to sleepwalk your way through a Falcons team on the road, and they're kicking your freaking ass. So, Steve, I'm with you. This is a game of them just not being mentally prepared. But they're down 20. There is plenty of time. In terms of nervous, I'm not even nervous. I'm not even mad. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that you can look this bad in a football game. And then on 1st and 10, Josh Jacobs going to pick up 4 yards. I mean, Derek Carr needs to wake up here. 2 lost fumbles, a pick 6. This is as bad as it gets. Bad as it gets. So you got to score here. You got to score, and you got to score quick. It's going to be a long week. And even though it's been that bad, I am still not going to go to Nathan Peterman or Marcus Mariota. Let's get that clear. Derek Carr does find Henry Ruggs. He's going to go for 19 yards. Ruggs, 3 catches, 56 yards. He is the Raiders' leading receiver. But again, injury update on Denzel Good. He's holding that left leg. It does not look good. He is on the bench. They are looking at him. He's been one of the better players, being able to fill in for guys like Richie Incognito specifically. But we'll see what ends up happening. Also an injury update. I guess not an update. One of the players that was not playing in today's game was John Simpson. So remember, he was an inactive, which could end up hurting the Raiders in terms of depth. Oh, boy. So here we go. We got on 1st and 10. They try to do the end around with Henry Ruggs. It's a loss of 2. 2nd and 12. 2nd and 12. I mean, it seems like people want somebody else besides Derek Carr. So the Raiders put Derek Carr on the bench. Why for yes or N for no? Why for yes or N for no? Should Carr go on the bench? My vote is no. Because he still gives you by far the best chance to win this football game. He gives you the best chance, and it's not close, in my opinion. All right, let's get some shout-outs. Brandon Angel says, yes, they should. Robert says, yes, they should bench Carr. Joe Stout says, no. Izzy Hustle says, yes. Ricky V says, no. And then Andre Berry says, yes, it's time to bench Derek Carr. On 2nd and 12, Derek's going to hit Hunter Renfrow for 11, making it 3rd and 1. I mean, let's also get one thing straight. It's 4-down territory from here on out. I mean, if you're on the Atlanta side of the 50, you're going for it on 4th down every time. So on 3rd and 1, everyone say, God bless you to Dylan. He just sneezed. And another one. God bless you, Dylan. I mean, again, you're 3rd and 1. You're going for it on 4th down if you don't get this. But the Raiders have the football at the Atlanta 43. The score is not a joke. It is actually 23-3 after Derek Carr was just picked off, and they took it all the way back to the house. Derek is going to find Nelson Aguilar for 12 yards for a Raiders 1st down. You're at the 31. Let's go. Plenty of time. Maybe that's what they need. Maybe they need a little bit of a scare here to get it going. I'm not sure what they need. But I do know Michael Hill thinks that I need a drink of beer. Appreciate the $5 super. Carr is our only real option at quarterback. He needs to shake it off and play DC football. I'm with you, man. Totally with you. Josh Jacobs, he's going to go for 11 yards and another Raiders 1st down. 1st and 10 at the Atlanta 20. First and 10 at the Atlanta 20. Type 1 for a Raiders 1st down. Excuse me. I almost sneezed. And it's a timeout by the Atlanta Falcons. So this has been by far the best drive by the Raiders the entire day. Atlanta's going to call their first timeout. 2 remaining. 8 minutes, 21 seconds left here in the 3rd. Got another, super chat coming in from El Madiak. Same old BS for the Raiders. Stop playing 70s football. Use your weapons and get a darn defense. I mean, how can you possibly put the blame on the defense? I mean, I agree that it's the idea of same old Raiders football, which, you get confidence in the team, and then they, in a way, come out and they lay this type of game. Nobody wants this type of game, am I right? So, but for you to put the blame on the defense, I mean, I don't understand how use your weapons to get a darn defense. The defense has played a phenomenal football game. I understand what you see 23, but that's a pick 6. 6 of those points are off turnovers from the Raiders, and then, honestly, the Raiders got to stop. They missed the field goal, but due to roughing the kicker call on your special teams, that led to the other touchdown. The defense hasn't given up any points in my mind. So, El Madiak, I disagree with you. And so what's going to happen here on this drive, touchdown or field goal? Derek Carr takes a shot to Hunter Renfrow down the middle of the field, but it's an incomplete pass. Second and 10 at the Atlanta 20. Come on, guys. Got to get something going here. Got another super chat coming in. We'll put it up on the show. It's actually just a $5 one from Waylon Manning. Waylon, appreciate you. As a reminder, if you send in a $5 super, we'll do our job to give you a cheers. Appreciate you. And it's a 1st and goal. Derek Carr hits Nelson Aguilar for 15 yards at the 5-yard line. Let's go. Don't give up yet. Too much football to be able to give up. Too much football. So on the play before that, Derek Carr over the middle of the field hit Hunter Renfrow, who would have been down at like the 2. I mean, it's a good play by the Falcons. He literally just put his helmet onto the football, popped it out. Luckily, though, the very next play, Derek Carr finds Nelson Aguilar. It's now 1st and goal. 1st and goal at the 5-yard line. This drive has been 9 plays for 70 yards. Derek looking for Henry Ruggs. The pass is incomplete. 2nd and goal at the 5. Same thing, 4-down territory. You got to go for a touchdown, no field goals. You're not going to try to kick a field goal here and make it a 17-point game. That makes no sense. Go for the touchdown, 4-down territory. I mean, it's a great route by Nelson Aguilar. Getting open. Great route. Great read by Derek. Come on, guys. 9 plays, 70 yards, 7 minutes, 30 seconds left here. I haven't been able to do a touchdown chant the entire freaking game. Derek incomplete, 3rd and goal. Oh, my goodness. Got another super chat coming in. And, yep, I think this one is pretty indicative of how today's been going. Just says, how's it going? Not too good. Got another super chat coming in from Vince Garcia. If we can get him up on screen, that'd be good. I feel this momentum building. I honestly think our offense thrives on these kind of rallies. Show me those TDs. Vince, dude, I hope so. I hope that the offense can rally here because I want to make this some sort of a game. So we will try to do a better job getting super chats on screen from here on out since the game is a blowout. So if you guys do send in a super, we're going to put you on screen. I feel this momentum building. I honestly think our offense thrives on these kind of rallies. Show me those TDs. Let's go. Let's start typing touchdown then because that's what I want to see. Got another super chat coming in from Semper Boat. 24-23 Raiders win. We got this. We'll see. Derek Carr to Devontae Booker. Loss of 1. 4th and goal at the 6. I mean, again, you have to go for it here. If you kick a field goal, I don't think that makes any sense making it a 17-point game. But right now the Atlanta Falcons are just all over Derek. I mean, he's got no time to throw. No time to throw. And the Raiders kick a field goal. Unbelievable. I don't understand why you kick a field goal there. It's 23-6, but it's still a 3-possession game. I don't know. I guess you're thinking 2 touchdowns and a field goal. Like, I get the idea behind it, but I think it's a cowardly move. Even if you don't get it, sure, then the Falcons are pinned down deep. But I disagree with that play call. I would have went for it. It just shows that you have absolutely no confidence in your offense. But I guess it makes sense because the Raiders' offense hasn't shown up the entire day. So the Raiders kick a field goal, make it 23-6. Do you agree with the call? Y for yes, N for no. If you do want to shout out your city, let me know where you're watching from right now. Where do we got here? We got, oh boy. Yep, nobody's even shouting out their city. Which I don't blame you. Yeah, I mean, again, Y for yes or N for no if you agree with the play call. While you guys are getting some of your votes in, we did just get another super chat from Blaze YT. Carr needs to pick up his game, man. I mean, yeah, this has definitely been Derek Carr's worst game, but I'm also going to put some blame. I mean, again, on that field goal call makes no sense to me. The Raiders' offense, the players aren't getting open, and the offensive line isn't blocking whatsoever. So, as a reminder, we are doing a like challenge with the Cowboys report. So we have 2 really big channels here at Chat Sports. Obviously, we have our main Chat Sports YouTube channel, which right now has 225,000 subs on it. If you haven't subbed to it, please go check it out. That's the show that I'm always on Monday and Wednesdays live. That one's at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific. But we also have a Cowboy show that has 81,000 subs. And I made a bet with Tom, who runs that show, that the Raiders report, this show is going to get more likes than his Cowboy show did on Thursday. We're only about 300 away. So if you're watching right now and you haven't liked the video yet, it would mean a lot to me if you would like the vid. I got a bet going on with Tom, and I just want to show him that, hey, Raider Nation, Raider fans are a lot better than Cowboys fans. So if you get a second, please like the video. I got to get over 2,450. Let's beat the Cowboys. Let's beat Tom. So we got 2,153. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Also, we got a lot of super chats to get to. So we got Warren Bison. We got one from Warren. We got one from Blaze YT. And then John Doback. So we'll get those three up. We'll give you guys some shout-outs, give you some love. Since this has not been the game we were hoping for, we're going to try to make this a little bit more interactive with y'all. John Doback from one of my favorite movies. Well, good season, guys. For my sanity, I'm checking out. Love the show. Love Raider Nation. See you next season. I mean, can we pump the brakes a little bit here? I mean, even if you do lose this game, you're 6-5. You still have an opportunity to make the playoffs. I mean, if they, let's just say, win out, you go 11-5. Honestly, even 10-6, 10-6 is probably good enough to make the playoffs. So you could afford 2 losses and still more than likely make the playoffs. Because if you remember, there is that extra playoff spot this year. So with that being said, 10-6 should get you in. So like, I get this is a bad, probably going to be a bad loss, but let's pump the brakes here a little bit. Got another super chat. Again, John, that one's cheers to you. Had one from Blaze YT. And then also had one from Ian Donahue. He sent in as $1.99. Just said shout out to the 504. And then Warren Bison, I guess, is the other super chat. So we'll get those two on screen. So as a reminder, every dollar that y'all put in on today's show is going to go to a 50-50 ticket raffle type of thing. So I'm not going to give away money, but we are giving away a giveaway from Black Sunday Now, or Black Sunday Shop. They're hooking us up with a brand new giveaway. It's their Bo Jackson limited edition t-shirt. It also comes in their limited edition box. So if you send in a super chat, we will put you in. So $1 super, that equals 1 entry. Put in a $5 super, that equals 5 entries. We will do this raffle at the very end of our post-game reaction. So just keep that in mind. All right, so our next super chat's coming in from Blaze YT. Carr needs to pick up his game, man. Yeah, this has definitely been a frustrating game here. There's no doubt about it. Also on the kickoff, there's been an illegal block in the back, so Atlanta, they're going to get the football here at the 12-yard line, and on 1st and 10, going to pick up 4 yards, so it's going to be 2nd and 6 at the Atlanta 16. I was asking earlier, is it time to bench Derek Carr? Y for yes or N for no? A lot of y'all actually said yes. I'm not going to get that crazy yet. Warren Bison, he said, we have at least a year away. Playoffs too innocent, too many mental mistakes. Thoughts next year, run and gun offense. Need Gunther gone. I mean, again, this is just a prime example here of I don't understand how you guys are putting blame on Gunther. It makes no sense. This is to me than you just clicking on the video, seeing the score, and overreacting. The Raiders' defense, I don't think, has given up any points in this game. None whatsoever. So, you want to put blame on somebody? Put blame on Derek Carr. Put blame on the offense for not showing up. All right, so, again, next play is an incomplete pass. Keith Smith. Remember Keith Smith? So it's going to be 3rd and 6. So can the defense step up here again and try to get the offense out onto the field? Maybe the Raiders' offense will come out and get a score. I will say, though, the Atlanta Falcons have struggled in the 4th quarter. They are the only team, it's like in the last 15 years or 20 years, something crazy, to give up 2 15-point 4th quarter leads with less than 6 minutes. It's possible. It's possible is all I'm saying. 3rd and 6 at the Atlanta 16. Timeout made by the Falcons. Only 1 timeout remaining. So we got a timeout break. As a reminder, if you guys send in a super chat, we'll put you up on screen. We will, I'll take a beer drink, I guess, if you will. So while we're waiting here, if you guys could shout out your city, please go ahead and do so. Good pressure there by Carl Nassib. Carl Nassib has really stepped up his game. I think the first half of the season, first 5 games, Carl Nassib was a bit of a no-show. Over the last few weeks, he has really elevated his game, and I think has been one of the better Raiders pass rushers here. So we will give some shout-outs here to some of the people that are watching. I got Reels watching from Miami, Albany from Gaming with Joe, Savannah, Georgia from Johnny Bravo, King Vaughn says Florida, West New Jersey from Joe Stout, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Hayward, a lot of people from Hayward, California. Michael Hill, Allie, maybe you guys should link up. We got Keat C from Merced, California. Eugene, Oregon from Misty. Appreciate everyone watching right now. So there is the timeout onto the field. We got 2,295 likes. I need like 150 more likes than I beat Tom. So if you guys haven't liked the video yet, please do. Let's go ahead and beat Tom. Also, I'll walk you around some other games going on right now in the National Football League. The Chargers, they're losing 24-14 up against the Buffalo Bills. The Arizona Cardinals, they're losing 17-10 against the New England Patriots. The Dolphins are up 13-3 against the Jets. If the Raiders lose and go to 6-5, and the Dolphins win and go to 7-4, they would take the Raiders' place in the playoffs. The Giants 16-10 over the Bengals. The Titans are up 38-14 over the Colts. The Browns are up 27-19 over the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then the Carolina Panthers up 21-13 over the Minnesota Vikings. So it's 3rd and 6 at the Atlanta 16. The Falcons just took their second timeout. Only one timeout remaining. And it's Calvin Ridley deep left, but it's Isaiah Johnson pass interference. First down, Falcons. I just don't understand what Isaiah Johnson is doing. I mean, what the Isaiah Johnson has been terrible in this game. He gave up the touchdown earlier to Calvin Ridley and now has a pass interference there. I mean, the penalties are absolutely killing the Raiders here. Then Matt Ryan on the very next play is going to find Russell Gage for 12 yards, first down Atlanta. So again, I mean, this is just one-on-one. Good little stutter step there. I mean, Isaiah Johnson's got his hands on Calvin Ridley. So Ridley's running this route. The ball was definitely underthrown, but it was a comeback route. So I see a lot of people like, oh, it wasn't a flag, it wasn't catchable. Ridley's about to come back to the ball, but because Isaiah Johnson's got his hand on him, I mean, you just can't do that in today's league. I mean, yeah, he's holding on to him. That's pass interference. Literally holding on to his arm. Very frustrating play. On 1st and 10, Brian Hill is going to pick up 7 yards, 2nd and 3 at the Las Vegas 40. So Atlanta is already in Raiders territory. Got a super chat coming in from Ramey Reyes. San Pedro, South California. Let's go Raiders. From Ramey Reyes. Cheers to you, man. Appreciate the super. $5 super. I'll take a drink with you. And because of how bad this game's been, I might take another. Another Falcons first down. Matt Ryan hits Calvin Ridley for 11 yards. 1st and 10 at the Las Vegas 29. I mean, they're taking their advantage. They're taking their matchup. I'll tell you what, man. On that last play also, Jonathan Abrams really lucky he didn't get a 15-yard penalty for that late hit. 1st and 10 at the 29. You got to hold them to a field goal. And you give up a touchdown here, and Dylan and I might start packing it in. Just go to the post-game show. Matt Ryan in this one, 18 of 32 for 174 yards and a touchdown and an interception. I mean, Brian Hill, oh my God, another penalty. This one's on Max Crosby for roughing the passer. Holy crap. I mean, how many penalties can you possibly get? Again, I mean, this is the Raiders. I mean, the Raiders have 10 first downs. The Falcons right now have 210 yards of total offense. I mean, the defense has played a spectacular game, but now you're just shooting yourself in the foot with penalties. I mean, you got 8 penalties for 111 yards. Oh, you're just not going to win football games, especially when you get the amount of turnovers that you have. Brian Hill for no gain, 2nd and 10. Oh, my God. So Matt Ryan gets rid of it. Max Crosby pushes Ryan, and I think it's another pretty ticky-tacky call, but Crosby has to do a better job here. The ball's out. You can't push the quarterback down, especially against an old veteran quarterback like Matt Ryan in Atlanta. So basically what happens is Matt Ryan's back there, gets rid of it. You could count to 1, maybe 1.5. Crosby comes up and pushes him down. And I get the idea that it's probably a little ticky-tacky, but Crosby needs to know better there, that you can't put your hands on the quarterback a full second. Yeah, I mean, again, it's ticky-tacky, but that's the world of the NFL right now. Can't run into the quarterback 2 seconds after he throws it. Got another super chat coming in from King Higgins. What up, King? What a effing embarrassment. I almost saw this coming. Might be Carr's worst game ever, let alone this season. Simply disappointing. This is definitely up there for one of Carr's worst games of all time. And then you got Dino Lopez says, from Arizona, changing the channel, go Cardinals, F my life. I mean, no, I'm not changing the channel, and I hope you guys don't either. Got another super chat then coming in. So we had King Higgins, had Dino, and then another one coming in from Vince Garcia. On a positive note, Mitch, what is your favorite memory being a Raider fan, whether that's a game, tailgate, watch party, or at home? Also, favorite Raider of all time, you and Dylan. So on 3rd and 7, Matt Ryan finds Calvin Ridley for 7 yards, picks up a first down. Calvin Ridley, though, is injured on the play, so that is something to keep in mind. So basically that was $20 in supers. I'm just going to take a shot of Fireball. My favorite memory of all time for the Raiders, it's a mix. It was either the first Raiders game I went to last year, which was the Monday Night Football game against the Broncos, or the very last game in Oakland, which was a pretty crazy experience. You saw a lot of grown men, people crying. Yes, obviously I wish the game would have ended much differently. However, that wasn't quite the case. And I'll also say my favorite player right now is probably either Jacobs or I'm going to throw out Crosby, because Crosby was the first guy on the Raiders team that actually reached out to me and was like, hey, I like what you're doing. And first Raider player to actually talk to me and, actually care about my opinion. So appreciate all the super chats, guys. So you asked me who my favorite Raider of all time is. Who's your favorite Raider of all time? I mean, when I think of all time, I think of Bo Jackson. Actually, I went to a friend's house on Thanksgiving, really small gatherings, like 6 people. And I saw in the house they had a Bo Jackson signed jersey and football. And I was like, and it was in a huge glass frame. And I wish I would have saw it earlier, because I might have tried to take it. But obviously I didn't. But I don't know. For me, it's Bo Jackson. I'm a big baseball fan, and anytime you can be an elite level, an all-star in MLB plus B, probably the best running back at the time that you were playing, Pro Bowler, I mean, that's very, very impressive. So it's Bo Jackson for me. I'll also throw out a guy like Howie Long. You got to respect Howie Long, no doubt about that. Charles Woodson, definitely up there, one of the GOATs in terms of Raiders players, no doubt about that. So I see Jack Tatum, Hendricks, Jim Plunkett, the Snake, Matt Millen, and Jack Tatum. It's a tie for him. Dr. Death, that's a good one from Chuck. Tim Brown. Would actually love to be able to meet Tim Brown. I've heard Tim Brown lives kind of close to Dallas, is in Houston. Tim Brown would definitely would have been a player that I would have loved to meet. Got Dude 23, Howie and Greg Townsend. I actually met Greg Townsend in Las Vegas. I wish my mask would have been on the right way, though. It was upside down. I didn't realize I was taking a picture so quick, so had the mask upside down, and I didn't even realize that I had it on literally like that for 3 hours, and then my boss, James, was like, oh, yeah, I just didn't even mind to tell you. So appreciate that one. Goskowski, Marcus Allen. As you can see, I got my Marcus Allen t-shirt on right now. Was hoping to get a little bit better luck going on here. Khalil Mack, that's an interesting one. Ronnie Lott. Evan says this game is over. It's 2nd and goal. Matt Ryan incomplete to Russell Gage. 2 minutes and 11 seconds here. Again, I mean, it's not over. I've seen a lot crazier things in the National Football League. Apollo, appreciate the super chat, says, I have a little faith, but I don't know. Honestly, Apollo, man, I'm with you. I have a little faith too, but I don't know what to think. There's a part of me where maybe the Raiders needed a game like this. Maybe it's a wake-up call. Maybe it's a sight that, hey, you can't walk into every single game thinking that you're going to win. You showed up against the Chiefs. That's great. This week you just simply didn't show up. And a team that, I mean, honestly, 2 games that they shouldn't have blown. They're easily 5-5. They easily could be a 6 and... I mean, they could easily have 5 wins. They could easily have 6 wins, honestly. But they've blown a few games late. Calvin Ridley's questionable to return. I mean, if I'm Atlanta, I don't bring him back in just because I wouldn't risk the injury to your third-year receiver who's probably been the most reliable receiver you've had this year, even over Julio Jones. But on 2nd and goal, incomplete pass. And as soon as I say that, they bring Calvin Ridley back in. The pass was to him. So 3rd and goal. So on the first play, that one was the Russell Gage. That was incomplete. The second down play was the Calvin Ridley. So 3rd and goal at the 4-yard line. Timeout by the Falcons. That is their final timeout. Final timeout. Now, obviously, I told y'all, hey, if you want to send in a $1 super chat, we're going to give you an entry into win the Black Sunday Stores t-shirt. If you don't want to spend money, you're trying to save it, I get it. If you follow me on Instagram right now at Mitchell Renz 365, you're at least going to get an entry to win. So I get the fact that money, it's been a tough year for everyone. We are going to give you a free option. So all you got to do, if you want to have a chance to win a free t-shirt and collectible box from Black Sunday Shop, all you got to do is give me a follow on Instagram at Mitchell Renz 365. You do that, you get an entry to win. We will announce the winner at the end of the post-game reaction show. So as soon as this game ends, and honestly, that last play with Trayvon, that needs to be a pick. That hits him right in the hands. I mean, directly in the hands. That needs to be an interception for Trayvon Mullen. Kind of a frustrating play there. So give me a follow on IG at Mitchell Renz 365 for a chance to win a free Raider shirt from BlackSundayShop.com. I'll put the link for y'all in the comments. Maybe it'll turn some things around. I'm not sure. Man, Trayvon, you got to pick that. I mean, when I say it hit him right in the hands, so Calvin Ridley, he takes a route to the back right of the end zone, and it's beautifully covered by Mullen. It's a horrible throw by Matt Ryan. And when I say it hits him directly in the hands, I mean like it's literally right in the hands, and he drops it. Touchdown, Falcons. Yep. I don't know if you got a fat lady in your house, but you could probably hear her. Matt Ryan hits Brandon Powell for a touchdown. 29-6. 30-6. I can't even believe what I'm witnessing right now. This has been an absolute butt whooping. One of my good friends, the guy who wrote So Nation, Graphic Raider, he's actually at this game. Graph, Josh, dude, I am sorry you went to this. Nobody deserves to watch this game. So we got 2,652 people watching. I think it's the time, Dylan. Type WTF. I got no idea what's happening. I mean, absolutely no idea. So go ahead, type WTF down in the comments section. This is going to be this post-game reaction show is going to be wild. It is going to be a time for all of us to frickin' vent. I mean, and when I say vent, I mean vent. Because I don't know who you blame. Do you blame Derek? Do you blame John Gruden? I mean, for me, I'm probably going to put my blame on John Gruden for not having his team ready. Devin Lawson gets beat there also. So, again, they're picking on everyone but Trayvon. Type WTF. I don't know what to even say. 30-6. Falcons are up. Oh, my Lord. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. And again, people continue to say, last year the Raiders, they were 6-4, went to the New York Jets, got absolutely whooped, and they play the Jets next week. I mean, what's kind of crazy is the Raiders were 6-4, the Jets were 3-7 last year in Week 12 on the road, and they lost 34-3, a game I will never miss because then the Raiders go 1-5 to finish out the season. Oh, boy. I mean, I guess as Raider fans, we can win one thing. We can win the like battle that I got going on against Tom right now. We're about 100 short, as you guys can see. If you could help me out, if you could like the video, if I could still beat Tom in a game as bad as this has been, I guess that would make my bosses a little bit happy. But definitely going to have some explaining to do. Going to be a crazy week. I'm not sure what shows I'm going to do the entire week, but I know one thing. You don't want to miss tomorrow's Overreaction Monday video. That's a guarantee. And this actually might surprise some people. On the kickoff return by the Raiders, Ruggs returned it for 33 yards. It was a great return. But there was holding on Wilbur, so they're going to bring it back 23 freaking yards, and here we are. Another Raiders freaking penalty. I can't even believe this. Between Derek Carr's 3 turnovers and all the penalties, that's the story of this one. Just unbelievable. All right, guys, we're almost there. We got 2,445 likes. We're almost there. Like the video. Help me out. We need 4 more likes, and we tied it. Come on. 2 more likes, and we beat it. If we beat... Oh, my Lord. Josh Jacobs fumbles. I'm not kidding you. Josh Jacobs gets the ball, fumbles, Falcons have it. That's the Raiders' 3rd lost fumble. That's the 2nd time Jacobs has put the ball on the ground today. I mean, this is a great run up the middle. Oh, my God. So he runs 12 yards, and even worse, Jacobs is down on the field, and he's hurt. Jacobs is down. He's down. So Falcons, they got the ball at the 1-yard line, or at the 1. 2nd and 9 after a 5-yard pickup. Got a whole bunch of super chats coming in, so Dill, let's get them up. I mean, there's like 6. James Moore says, WTF, still Raider Nation for life. James, I'm with you. I'm at a loss for words that this is even happening at this point. 30-6. Who else sent in a super? So we had James Moore, Ariel Blaze, Philip Carrillo, and then Kirk Hall. And then Toby Oakley says, fire Paul Gunther. Again, this is not on Paul Gunther. Carlos Gutierrez, appreciate the $1 super. So I'm going to take a fireball shot because we just got basically $23 in supers. So again, shout out to James Moore, Ariel Blaze, Philip Carrillo, and then Kirk Hall. And then Ito Smith for 11 yards picks up a 1st down. I mean, I hate giving up. However, I mean, this is the time where if you're the Raiders, you take your starters out of the game. Because, honestly, if the starters aren't even playing well, and if we risk injury here, that's definitely not what you want. So it's the end of the 3rd quarter. End of the 3rd quarter. I think we just type WTF at this point. I have no answers. No, I don't know. I wish I could give you some analysis on this game, but it's just been the Raiders have been terrible. I mean, they just didn't show up. I mean, that's Josh Jacobs' fumbled loss. If you remember, he fumbled earlier in the game too, but they overturned it. Personally, I thought that one was a fumble as well. Josh did leave the game. We'll see. We'll try to keep you updated on his injury. I don't know if it's one of those injuries that happened because, he was fighting for yards and got hit, but his leg did get yanked there a little bit. This is the Raiders' first time this season that they've had over 10 penalties. So that's something to keep in mind. So we did get a whole bunch of supers. Let's go through them now. James Moore, WTF, still Raider Nation for life. James, everyone, if you're all about this still Raider Nation for life thing, go ahead and type Raider Nation for life down in the comments. Got Ariel Blaze, Jacobs fumbled. I know, it sucks. He's got 7 carries, 27 yards, but it's been a rough game. Philip, appreciate you. $5 super. Same old, yeah, you guys can fill in the blank here. Again, 6-4 last year. Go on the road, get absolutely blown out. Next super chat coming in from Kirk Hall. We need to channel the Heidi game from decades ago when we scored 3 touchdowns in under a minute. I mean, even that being said, you score 3 touchdowns, you're still down. And the Falcons have the football, and it's 2nd and 8 at the 13. I think Atlanta probably scores here. It's hard to think otherwise. Just got a $10 super chat coming in. And his says, fire Paul Gunther, no adjustments out of the half yet again. Yes, penalties, blah, blah, terrible game, but hire Matt Patricia. So, explain this to me then. Explain to me your logic behind hiring Matt Patricia, who has shown that he has not been able to make any in-game adjustments since being hired by the Detroit Lions. With the Lions, he's 13-28-1. I get that he was a good defensive coordinator with the Patriots, but there's been a lot of people that have left New England and have not been able to get it together. Matt Patricia's been one of those guys. And again, if you're going to sit here and point the finger at the defense, I think it's shame on you. Think about how much they've been on the field in this game. I don't know. I'm not going to say fire Paul Gunther. I'm not going to put the blame on the defense. This is 100% on special teams, 100% on the offense. Let's go to Philip Carrillo. Take a shot with me. Raider Nation for life. So I'll take a drink of beer. So the rules are $20 super chat. That's a... All right, how about this? Since we technically just got 2 5s and a 10, I'll take a shot of Fireball. So the rules are, Philip, $5 super chat equals I'll drink some beer. $20 super is a Fireball shot. But since your colleagues helped you out, we'll do a shot. Cheers. And another super chat coming in from Michael. Been a Raiders fan my whole life. We've had some horrible games. This is the worst I can remember. Let's fix our mistakes. Get ready for next week. Yeah, I'm with you. So the Raiders today, 183 passing yards, 25 rushing yards, 4 turnovers, 6 points, and over 100 yards in penalties. It's as bad as it gets. As bad as it gets. So, again, the defense kind of gets a stop here. Matt Ryan to Ito Smith, loss of 3. Field goes up. Field goes good. 33-6. Oh, my God. Oh, for the love of goodness sake. I predicted 38-24. I could not have been more wrong. Guys, what was your score predictions? I mean, seriously. And let me know how long you've been a Raiders fan. Is this one of the worst games that you can remember? I mean, this game, in my opinion, is worse than the Jets game last year. And I actually don't think it's close. This football team is a lot better than the team last year. And they lost. And the fact that you're about to lose to Atlanta by, I mean, it could be 30 points at this time. It's mind-blowing to me. I mean, are the Raiders going to score a touchdown? Y for yes, N for no. I haven't been able to do a single show me those TDs read after a touchdown. Mind-blowing. I mean, the Raiders, again, the offense just not. I mean, I'm also going to tip my cap to Atlanta. They came out ready to play. I mean, this was a game, as soon as I saw no Julio Jones, no Todd Gurley, I was like, all right, the Raiders, they should easily win this game. And it has been anything but that. And nothing but frustration on the sidelines. They just went to Max Crosby, and he was screaming at air, and he should be. The whole defense should be. Kevin Rogers, super chat. That's what happens when you run the same plays for the love of God. Open it up. I will admit with you this, that the Falcons have done a great job forcing, I don't want to say that they found the Raiders' weakness, but Derek Carr looks to Aguilar, Waller, Renfro. That's who he's been looking to on clutch third down plays, fourth down plays, basically the entire season. Atlanta is doing everything in their power to take away those 3 guys when they're on the field. Obviously, everything is a lot easier said than done, but Derek Carr has not been able to find other players down the field on a consistent basis in this game, 4 yards for touchdowns and everything. The only great play that I think Carr has had in this one is kudos to Henry Ruggs, which was a 4th and 3. They threw it deep to Ruggs. Carr grossly underthrew Ruggs, which should have been a touchdown. He also grossly underthrew Darren Waller the play before that, which should have been a touchdown. So, as promised, y'all, we said if we can get more than 2,450 likes, we would celebrate, and we are going to do that. We haven't had a lot of things to celebrate in this game, but Dylan promised. He said, you know what, if we can beat the Cowboys show, get over 2,450 likes, that he would take a shot of Fireball. So everyone say hi to Dylan. Type D for Dylan in the comments. Again, he's no longer in a sling. Dylan, shot to you, shot to him. If it wasn't for Dylan, we wouldn't be able to make today's show. You got your mic on. Is it on? Oh, it's not on. All right, guys. Cheers to Dylan. And he's back. It's good to have you back, Dylan. And would you look at that? Another super chat rolling in. Here we go. We got Philip Carrillo, 11-5. Get us there. Yeah, 11-5 would get the Raiders in the playoffs. I mean, that extra playoff spot is going to end up being huge. So all the years previous, it's always been 6 teams make it in. Now it's the 1 seed is the only seed that gets a bye. The 7 seed is that extra seed. But it looks like right now, if I go around the NFL here, I believe the Dolphins, they already won. Yeah, the Dolphins won 20-3, so now they're 7-4. They would take this position over the Raiders in the playoffs. Raiders fall to 6-5. They are now on the outside looking in terms of the playoff picture. Not great. However, though, the Jags, they're keeping it close with the Browns at 27. The Browns are up 27-25. If the Raiders and Browns finish with the same record at the end of the year, obviously advantage goes to the Raiders as the tiebreaker. Derek Carr, first play, well, the first one was a run with Booker. It goes nowhere. Then the next play is Hunter Renfrow for 19 yards. Renfrow, 6 catches, 61 yards in this game. He is the Raiders' leading receiver. Even if the Raiders score on this play, on this drive, I can't even think, I'm so mad. Even if they score on this drive here, I mean, it's a garbage time score. But again, if I'm the Raiders, I get my starters out of the game. I mean, you've already had so many injuries in this one, and to put your team out there for more injuries, I don't really think that's a smart move personally. And for everyone that was hoping for Marcus Mariota or Nathan Peterman, I would actually put these guys in the game now. That way you don't risk Derek Carr getting injured, because if he gets injured, your season's basically over. And yes, it's been a rough game for Derek, but he gives the Raiders by far the best chance to win. It's not even close. But I would actually be interested to see Marcus Mariota and Nathan Peterman in the game. I think we all would, right? It'd be something different. So it's 1st and 10 at the Las Vegas 44. Hunter Renfrow picked up 19 yards. So if you guys are always find yourself looking for free Raiders videos, maybe you're at dinner table, maybe you're sitting down dropping a number 2, or maybe you're in the shower and you just need something to do to occupy your time, the Las Vegas Raiders report. Oh my goodness. Derek Carr sacked, fumbled again. I'm not kidding you. That is Derek Carr's 3rd lost fumble. You have got to be kidding me. Unbelievable. So Derek tries to step up. I'm curious what they roll this, though. It's rolled a fumble on the field. So Derek's arm was moving. The question is, was the ball actually in his hand? They're going to review this. But Derek has a pick 6, 3 lost fumbles in this game. Josh Jacobs has a lost fumble. All right, hang on. So Derek's getting ready to throw. It's a fumble. It's a fumble. Fumble by Derek. But that one, again, I don't know how much you can put on that one on Carr. That's Colton Miller getting blasted on the left side. Miller runs into the back of Derek. And as Derek's getting ready to throw it, the ball pops out. And on the next play, 24-yard pickup by Ito Smith. Holy crap. 3 lost fumbles by Derek Carr and a pick 6. I hope he's ready for this upcoming week, because this week's going to be a rough one for him. I'm not going to be on team bench Carr, but it is time to put somebody else in the game. I mean, this has been the worst game I've seen Derek Carr play. This might be Derek Carr's worst game ever, which is pretty crazy. After last week, I said that was Derek Carr's best game ever. 2nd and 7. There is an injury on the field. It is a Falcons player. It's going to be 2nd and 7 at the Raiders 8. So 2nd and goal, basically. Actually, that's not true. 2nd and 7 at the 8. Oh, boy. How you guys doing? How was your Thanksgiving? Was it good? Hopefully it was better than this game. For me, I'm normally not a big fan, of Thanksgiving food. Actually, this year I had the best Thanksgiving food I've had of all time. Are you guys team, what's your favorite pie on Thanksgiving? Pecan, pumpkin, apple? I'm a big pecan pie fan. Pumpkin if you got Cool Whip. No Cool Whip, I'll dodge the pumpkin, and I'll just go straight for pecan. What are you guys feeling? Mitch, you're a trooper from Joe. You know what, Joe? I've had a lot of crazy games. The Raiders got 5 turnovers in this one. but it's also my job to be a trooper. My job here is to be able to have a good time with the nation, to try to take, I think, what makes this show great, what makes Chat Sports great is 2020 has been a horrible year. But what sports, YouTube does, it helps people take their mind off what's going on in reality. And what's actually happened right now is the Raiders are getting their butt kicked. But maybe we can have a little bit of fun. We can change up some things. We can do a few different things. But I do appreciate everyone watching. So how about this? What do you think? After seeing today's game and knowing after this you're going to be 6-5 and you're going to drop all the way down to the 9 seed, okay? Because technically the Ravens haven't played yet. So as soon as this game's over, you fall down to the 9 seed. The Ravens are technically still 6-4. Even though I do anticipate if they play the Steelers, they will lose. The Raiders will be the 9 seed. So what do you think? Will they make the playoffs? Y for yes or N for no? And we just got a super chat coming in from Bobby O. Watch till the end. Bobby, I will watch till the end, and I will be here for the entire show. And as soon as this game is over, we will be doing a post-game reaction show, which is an opportunity for you guys to vent your frustrations with me. You can use hashtag Raiders is how you normally get on the show. When you use your comment and you leave hashtag Raiders, that basically tells producer Dylan that, okay, this is a question that we need to be able to bring up. He'll do his best to find them. We get a lot of them. But since we get so many questions and comments, the easiest way to get on the show is the super chat. So Bobby says, watch to the end. Bobby, appreciate you. Right now, I'm going to say 75% of the votes right now is no. Raiders will not make the playoffs. I asked this question just a week ago. 96% yes. Think about that. One game. That quick. Also, the injury is for the Falcons lineman Carpenter. He's being carted off. Never a good sign. Never a good sign. All right, so will the Raiders make the playoffs? Vic Sacramento is going to say yes. Juicehead's going to go with a yes. Rebel Raider, no. Coochie Tamer says yes. Turlock says no. I got Juicehead again typing his Y for yes. You guys can vote more than once, and in fact, I like when you vote more than once. It helps me out. Matt Ryan pass incomplete, 3rd and 7. I mean, they're just going to continue to throw the ball. I mean, if I'm Atlanta, I'm with you. It's been a rough season. You don't let the pedal off the gas. You just keep it down and keep trying to chuck the football. All right, what else we got here? We got Vic. Brian says not a chance. Vic says yes. Bryant McComas says no. Raider Nation says yes, and it is a touchdown. Falcons, Ito Smith. An 8-yard run for a touchdown. 40 to 6. I mean, if you were to tell me the Raiders were going to lose this game by 34 points, I don't know. I don't know. This has been the worst Raiders game this has been by far the worst Raiders game I have ever covered. And we still got to watch it for 10 minutes and 48 seconds. You believe that? The fact that we still got 2,200 people here, that just goes to show how diehard Raider fans are. Like, I don't even know if I would have been around. I'd have been like, all right, I'm out of here. 40 to 6. Is it time to put in Mariota or Peterman? Y for yes, N for no. Nathan Peterman, Marcus Mariota time. Let me know in the comments. I think yes. I think it is time to Derek Carr, you rest. We've seen enough of Derek. It looks like Nathan Peterman is coming in the football game. He's warming up. And even if they go down the field, I don't want to hear Nathan Peterman chants. Please, for the love of God. Oh, here comes a super from Gary Wycuff. Here comes Nathan Peterman for you Carr haters. Yep. I mean, it's not a matter of... I mean, if this game's close, you leave in Derek Carr. I know it's been a horrible game. But for Peterman, he's coming in. This is just so that no other injuries come in. So, we're going to get some Nathan Peterman action, baby. That's what you want, right? Some Nathan Peterman action. Oh my God, it's 40-6. You're watching the Las Vegas Raiders report. The only thing I can say is WTF. And as soon as this game is over, we will do our post-game reaction show, which is going to be venting. It's going to be an opportunity for us to get our frustrations out. And then on Monday, my Monday show that's gotten pretty popular is called Raiders Overreaction Monday. And I can guarantee you the Overreaction Monday video for tomorrow is going to be something like you guys have never seen before. So to make sure that you don't miss tomorrow's video, to make sure you don't miss our post-game reaction, subscribe to the Las Vegas Raiders report. This has been as ugly as a game as you could possibly find. And that's a part of it. That's what happens in football. But to make sure that you guys don't miss anything this entire week, because I'm telling you right now, there's going to be a lot of Raiders news and rumors that comes out this week. We're going to be able to cover everything, keep you guys up to date. We are by far the #1 most watched Raiders channel on YouTube, but it's because we're interactive, because we give Raider Nation a chance to talk, a chance to express their frustration. So many other YouTube channels are all about them. We're a we channel. So if you guys could, go ahead, subscribe. I would appreciate it. Producer Dylan would appreciate it. Chat Sports would appreciate it. It's 100% free to go ahead and do so. We won't ever ask for a paid subscription. I actually saw some company the other day boasting that they're only ask for $1 a month. You're going to ask for $1 a month when you don't even do videos? Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, put the link in there for you guys. One sec. Super chat just came in from Carlos Gutierrez. A few super chats just came in, actually. Got one from Alex, Maley, Hugo, and Michael Hill. 4 super chats just came in. Appreciate you guys. So, since all those were $5, watch this math. 5 times 4 is 20. $20 super chat equals a shot of Fireball and another $5 super chat. Cheers. And then we got one coming in from Jose Martinez. I'm crying in the shower tonight. I'm crying in the shower too, just not with you. So Jose, appreciate it. If you're crying in the shower like Jose, go ahead and I guess like the video right now. It's been a rough one. No doubt about it. Alex Chavez, we're doing so good with penalties this season. What the F happened? Lack of concentration. Lack of not being ready. A lack of thinking that you're going to be able to walk into a team and take care of business without showing up. That's what it is. It's a lack of concentration. I mean, you don't lose 40-6. You don't lose 40. I don't care who you are. Losing 40-6 is just a lack of not being ready. Another super chat coming in from, we had one from Michael Hill. Get ready for us to throw an interception if we don't run it. Carlos Gutierrez says, wait for it. And then Hugo Gomez, yes, we'll make the playoffs. Day for the Raiders, but we're still contenders. Drop passes, penalties are out of our problem now. I do still think this is a playoff caliber team, but been pretty frustrating. Overall, got another one from Cole Cook. Raiders going to make the playoffs. One game doesn't ruin us. Colts losing and maybe Jags upset. This is a wake-up call. Went 8 with the Chiefs. We're good. Well, even if you go 8 with the Chiefs, if you don't show up, if you don't even get in the playoffs, yeah, I don't know. Game doesn't feel real. And then another super chat that just came in from, let's see here, Louis Evasas. We don't deserve the playoffs. It's one bad game. Everyone relax. Everyone relax. I still think that this is a playoff caliber team that still deserves the playoffs. But you deserve the playoffs by how you play at the end of the season, not how you play at the beginning of the season. Let's just keep that in mind. Appreciate again, Brian Schaefer. Missed most of the game, but had to come in. Flop. Yep, absolute flop. And it's 4th and 11. The Raiders are going to punt. So we go basically 3 and out. Nathan Peterman, shocker, doesn't look very good. Can the Raiders please get their starters out of the game? For the love of God, get them out. Another super chat coming in from Jack. Jack, appreciate the $14 one. Carr had a bad game, no doubt. But so did Josh Allen versus the Titans. It happens. If you're not with Carr and the Raiders, then we are losing. Don't jump on it when we win. I'm kind of with you on that. I get that there's a lot of frustration, and you guys can jump ship if you want, because I do see a lot of Carr haters right now, and he had a bad game. This is by far one of the worst games of his career. He'll be the first to tell you that. And sure, the media is going to be tough. I'm going to be tough on him the entire week because you expect more. I'll also say this. You can already just end all the MVP discussion. the MVP discussion for Derek Carr, it's over. He will not win it now. You can't win it after having this bad of a game because Russell Wilson hasn't had this bad of a game. Patrick Mahomes has never had a bad game his entire career. And when you're going up against the elites, you're not going to win MVP when you have this type of performance. So the MVP talks, they are officially over. But I owe you all a shot for the Super, so appreciate you. Falcons are going to take over here at the 31-yard line, and it's a 3-yard pickup by Ito Smith for 3 yards. Ito's got 11 carries, 61 yards, and a touchdown. And I'm hoping, I wasn't really looking, I was taking a shot, that none of the starters are in right now for this Las Vegas Raiders team. And if they are, I don't know what our coaching staff is doing. But this is just proof, once again, that with football, anything can happen, and you got to show up ready to play. Because if you don't, this is what happens. 40-6. Another super chat coming in from Joshua Flores. Do you think Paul Guenther will be fired at the end of the season? 9 of 11 games and 24-plus points allowed this season. I mean, Josh, what are you talking about? I mean, I try to be positive, but I don't understand how we've had so many comments on this show about Paul Guenther and the defense. It makes no sense to me. You see 40 points on the screen, sure, but the defense hasn't played bad. It hasn't. I get the fact that they've given up defensive touchdowns, but think about all the turnovers. Think about the special teams blunders. If you see any Raider fans blaming Paul Guenther after this game, to me that just goes to show that, one, they didn't watch the game, and they're just trying to be mad to be mad. And all they're doing is looking at the score, and they're just going to react because they didn't actually watch the game. That's what this feels like to me. Honestly, it feels like you didn't watch the entire game. You come stumble across the stream, you see 40-6, and you say fire Paul Guenther. That's the only thing that makes any sense to me. I try not to be so harsh. I appreciate everyone that always comes across the channel, but sometimes, I mean, guys, come on. We got to be a little bit realistic here. You got another super chat coming in here from Alex D. I'm so glad I didn't drive 3 hours to Atlanta for this. I know some people that ended up did going. Like, one of my good friends, again, Josh, he makes the song So Nation. He lives here in Dallas, Texas. Now, he has family in Atlanta, but flew to Atlanta to watch this game. You couldn't pay me to go to Atlanta and watch that game. Couldn't pay me. No way. No way would I want to sit through this. I mean, think about all the great offensive games the Raiders have had this year, and this is the performance they put forward. Very frustrating. And the Falcons pick up a first down on a huge run. 23-yard run, and then a -2-yard run by Tony Brooks. And the Falcons now basically got their 4-string running back in the game. It's that type of game. 2nd and 12 at the Las Vegas 42. I will say, though, you got to have some pride in, but Jonathan Abrams still on the field. Why? Get him out of the game. I don't want our starting defenders on the field right now. You agree with me? Why for yes and for no? Because, I mean, if one of these guys gets hurt in a 40 to freaking blow, I mean, Corey Littleton's still in, Nick Witkowski's still in, Jeff Heath's still in, Carl Nat. I mean, what are we doing? Get him out of the game. It's 40-6. I understand you don't want to give up and you want to keep some of your players in, but this is a defense that's already got so many freaking injuries this year. Get them out of the game. What are you doing? 3rd and 8 after a 4-yard pickup by Tony Brooks, and you got Trayvon Mullen in the game who's been battling an injury the entire. I mean, it makes no sense to me. This is definitely going to be one that's going to be on John Gruden. Obviously, you can put the blame on Derek Carr. Josh Jacobs had a very poor performance as well, but, I mean, it's going to come down to your 5 turnovers. Probably could have had 6 because I still think Jacobs fumbled twice. He got lucky. But 11 penalties for 141 yards. It's gross. Absolutely gross. Let's get him out of the game. I see somebody asking, is Josh Jacobs okay? So Jacobs on the last play that he fumbled went down, was holding his leg. I think he's all right. I personally think it's just a stinger. We'll see what ends up happening. There's a part of me, and I hate saying it, that's, oh, crap, I fumbled. I'm going to act like I'm hurt. That's kind of what it looked like to me. But field goal's up. Kick is good. 43-6. Wow. Falcons up 37. If the Raiders come back and win, it's the greatest comeback in sports history, for the record. So, Dill put something else on screen. Had a super chat come in. We'll give some shout-outs, and if you guys want to continue to type WTF, please go ahead and do so. NYNT5 says, please say we not you. That's all. I hated the horizontal game plan today. We not you. I don't know what that means, but I'll say it anyway. So after this game, guys, we're going to do a post-game reaction. So if you already want to start getting some hashtag Raiders in the comments, get your questions, your comments featured on the show, please go ahead and do so. And then, we'll do our best to try to figure out what happened here. This is a game, though, that you take the game film, you throw it in the garbage, light it on fire, take it out of the fire, and then put it in a blender. This has been, I'm going to say, the worst performance by an NFL team the entire season. By any team the entire season. You're watching it today by the Raiders. I mean, this was a game where it was 6-0, and then it was, 6-3, and then the Falcons went down the field. They got lucky, so it was 6-3. That's basically when the game changed its momentum. 6-3, a roughing the kicker call against Dalen Levitt, which, again, the kicker missed it, so it would have been 6-3. It would have been Raiders football. Instead, it's a roughing the kicker call. They end up getting the football back. They score a touchdown, making it 13-3. And then, the very next drive, basically, Derek Carr pick six, 23-3, and it's just been downhill from there. I don't understand why they went for a field goal to make it 23-6, but since then, it's been 20 unscored points by Atlanta. But we'll see what happens next week. The Raiders, they play the Jets, and if they play like this against the winless Jets, you're going to see a very similar performance. But if they lose to the Jets, guys, we're going to go full panic mode. Full-on panic mode. 4 minutes, 57 seconds here. Oh, boy. I mean, the Raiders this game, you're looking at 198 passing yards, 29 rushing yards. That's just not going to get it done. But it's the turnovers, 4 fumbles lost, and then 11 penalties for 141 yards. Not great. Not great at all. So we've had $469 in Super Chats. That's awesome. So all that money, always that goes to help to pay for the bills around here at Chat Sports to keep the lights on. It helps pay us employees, obviously. And it's definitely appreciated. It's the way that we can keep the show for free, which obviously is something that we desperately, desperately want to be able to do here. My computer has completely frozen, so I'm going to try to keep you guys up to date. And if I get anything new coming through my phone, it's 2nd and 10 at the Las Vegas 38. Peterman, incomplete, looking for Darren Waller. I mean, I was telling everyone in my family, everyone out there, start Darren Waller, start Darren Waller. The Falcons are terrible against tight ends, and the Falcons have done a phenomenal job up against the Raiders here. Devontae Booker for 2 yards, 3rd and 8. I don't know, man. If I'm the Raiders, I'm going for it on 4th down. You got to try to score a touchdown. I mean, you at least got to do something. I understand that, you don't want to technically put your defense in that spot, but at least see what you got out of Nathan Peterman. At least see what your offense can kind of do here. I'm going for it here, 4th down territory. I'm trying to see what I have out of my backup. And a horrible, oh my Lord, that was a bad throw by Nathan Peterman. Real bad. 3rd and 8 at the 40-yard line. 4 minutes left here of this nightmare of a game. And would you look at that? Nathan Peterman's going to scramble for 9 yards, pick up the first. The GOAT is out. Let's go. Type Nathan Peterman. Give me some NPs in the comments. 1st and 10 at the Las Vegas 49. Will the Raiders score a touchdown? Y for yes or N for no? Will the Raiders figure out a way to get in the end zone here? So as soon as this game ends, as a reminder, we will be doing our post-game reaction. To everyone who's super chatted, you will have an opportunity to win a giveaway at the end of the show. We're going to start tallying up all the super chats. So for every $1 entry, for every $1 that you put in, that gets you an entry to win our giveaway thanks to Black Sunday Shop. They're giving away a Bo Jackson t-shirt and their collectible case. So that's what we're going to be giving away. And remember, so if you send in, I don't know, $10 on today's show, you get 10 entries. If you send in $20, you get 20 entries. If you want to be able to enter for free, or if you just want an extra entry, if you will, give me a follow on Instagram. I am at Mitchell Renz 365. So if you do that, we'll give you an extra entry just for saying, hey, we understand it's the holidays. You want to save up some money. Believe me, I totally get it too. I basically dropped way too much money than last week. I had to fly home, visit my grandpa, or I should say, for my grandpa's funeral, and got to visit family, which obviously was great. Anytime you get to see family, obviously you wish it was a little bit different circumstance, but believe me when I tell you, I understand if you want to save money. So we're going to give you a free option. Go ahead, follow me on Instagram, at Mitchell Renz 365, to get that free entry for this giveaway, thanks to Black Sunday Shop. So if you need a new Bo Jackson t-shirt, got a whole bunch of stuff dropping. Unfortunately, now it is a 4th and 14 for the Raiders. But again, that's what you can win. Go ahead, give me a follow on Instagram, at Mitchell Renz 365. We will do that giveaway during our post-game reaction show. So make sure you're watching. Make sure you are staying tuned. I'll put the link, if you guys want to follow me, in the comments if I can pull up YouTube. But my YouTube is totally shut down. Hopefully it's working for you. Wow. 43-6. 2-minute warning. It's 4th and 14. I know I said, you just keep going for it and going for it, but yeah, maybe not. So on that 3rd and 2 play, Nathan Peterman just gets sacked. I mean, this has been one of the worst offensive line performances I've seen from this team as well. This has been the Falcons have been one of the worst defenses in football. And again, I mean, they've just been blowing up the Raiders' offensive line. I mean, absolutely destroying them up front. It's been an unbelievably frustrating game. Oh, I know you are, says Mitch. Please tell me I'm having a nightmare. Dude, I wish I could tell everyone out there that you're having a nightmare. Got a super chat coming in from TH. Over 300 points given up to this point of the year, and we stop with fire Paul Gunther. Come on, man. But you're only saying fire Paul Gunther for the has the Raiders defense been bad this year? Yes, they have been. They're 6-1 when they give up less than 33 points. I get it. But since week 7, which I think we can all say that there's been an adjustment, you were giving up 14.6 points per game against the Browns, against the Chargers, against the Broncos. Sure, you gave up 32 to the Chiefs, but you're going to give up 32 points to the Chiefs. This week, you give up 43, but I'm sorry, you're a dummy if you say that this is on the defense. It's not on the defense. This has been a total... The defense has been on the field so much because the offense can't do anything. So if you want to talk about corrections, look at the corrections that this Raiders defense has made since week 7. That's the difference here. Now, is Paul Gunther still on the hot seat? Yes. But you can't say fire Paul Gunther because of this performance. If you say fire Paul Gunther because of this performance, that doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. It doesn't. I'm sorry. Got another super chat coming in from Joshua Hughes. If we lose to the Jets next, I might just take a leave of absence from work. I wish I could do that, but I can't because if I take a leave of absence, there's no Raiders Report videos. So I promise you this: if the Raiders do lose next week to the Jets, I will not take a leave of absence. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but it's not gonna be pretty. I don't know how many supers that just came in, but I'm gonna take a shot of Fireball because I owe you that one. Wild, wild game. Another super chat came in. We got it from Joe Bellel. First time watching, and they suck, so I won't be watching. Well, Joel, I hope that's not the case. I hope you join us for all of our shows. But even if you don't want to watch the watch party, we drop a new Raiders video literally every single day, so make sure you're joining us. I'll go live every single Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific. So if this is the first time you've come across the Raiders Report, subscribe. We do go live every single Sunday, and I just saw Chucky. I can't think of the kid's name. He always dresses up as little Chucky, and he was just on TV. So shout out to him. He's from the Dallas, I believe, DFW area. But what was I saying? even if, it's as bad as this game has been, I get it. It's been a bad one, but we do a lot of different videos here. So please check out all the stuff we do. Another super chat coming in from Jesse McCurdy. Need to bounce back next week to the Jets. Forget this game. Move on. Carr needs to keep his head up. Jacobs needs to get the ball more. Yes and no. Jacobs didn't play well. He had 2 fumbles in this game. I understand one got called back, but I still think that it was a fumble on him. And right now, as the updated AFC playoff pictures looks, the Browns, they won. They moved to 8-3. The Dolphins, they won. They moved to 7-4. They're the 6th seed. With the Colts lost, they dropped down to 7-4. And the Raiders, they're at 6-5 now. So that's definitely something to at least keep in mind. The Patriots, they won at 5-6. So that makes me a little bit nervous because now their Raiders are only a half a game basically above New England. Because if the Raiders and New England finish with the same record, the Patriots, they get in over the Raiders. And then the Ravens, I don't know if they're going to play. They're 6-4 this week. That one's still a toss-up. There's 29 seconds left here. As soon as the game's over, we will go to our post-game reaction. So make sure you guys continue to interact with us. Make sure that you guys are, continue to, shout us out. But that game is finally over. Raiders lose 43-6. So what's going to happen now is make sure you guys get your questions, get your comments on the show. Use hashtag Raiders, or you can super chat. When you super chat, that tells producer Dylan that, hey, we'll get your questions featured, throw you up on here, and we're just going to talk for the next 20 minutes or so. And then I'm going to go home and try to figure out what in the world I just watched. So, again, go ahead, use hashtag Raiders. And I just got to do one more quick graphic, and then I will. All right, y'all. So let me know how you feel. Raiders lose 43-6. Obviously, there's just way too many words that could be expressed here, and I totally don't blame y'all. I mean, I see Birdman Group saying, please, I don't want this to happen. What happened last year? I'm with you. I mean, we've seen a lot of Raiders games go a lot of different ways, and this is one of those games where I can't believe what I witnessed. So let me know how y'all are feeling. And coming up here in about, we'll say, I don't know, 2-3 minutes, we're going to get into our post-game reaction. So if you're angry like me, get your frustrations out. Now is the time to do it. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a Raiders Overreaction Monday episode, and I don't know if there's anything more I could possibly overreact to, but 3 turnovers by Derek Carr. Or no, that's a lie. 3 fumbles by Derek Carr, a pick 6 by DC. Josh Jacobs with a fumble, 11 penalties for 141 yards. I mean, the list just goes on and on. This is just from top to bottom one of the worst games I have seen from any football team for that matter. So let me know how y'all are feeling. We'll start giving some shout-outs here. Also appreciate Carlos Gutierrez, Apollo Super Chat. Who else Super Chatted here? I'll try to give you a quick shout-out. NYNTY. I went to the Jets, lost, but today, DC's worst game ever. I'm with you. Alex Thompson. Anyone saying that Peterman is better than Carr is either just mad or a moron. Carr is ranked 8th best in the NFL. I'm sure it will go down. Yeah, it's definitely going to go down, but I'm with you. If you're saying, hey, put in Peterman or Marcus Mariota over Carr, it just doesn't make sense. So, again, guys, let us know. Use hashtag Raiders or Super Chat to get your questions featured here on the show. And then once we get everything set up on our end, we will get the show started. I appreciate everyone that has stuck around for this long. I know it wasn't the game that we were all hoping for, but it was the game that we were given, and hopefully we can get things turned around here. So 2 seconds. I just got to update a graphic on my end. We're doing our best we can. We do all of this on the fly. All right, Dill, so it's right above the Black Friday link in Fanatic Sheet. Got it? All right, so the Raiders lose 43-6. What's coming up now is our post-game reaction show. So let's get mad. Let's vent. We got to get all this off our chest. The watch party didn't go the way that I wanted it to go, but we still got over 2,719 likes. We beat the Cowboys show. I thank everyone who watched. Also, $540 in Super Chats. That's freaking awesome for this type of game. We will be able to pay for lunch for all of our employees here, so that's awesome. Again, I appreciate every single person that comes across and watches. So, again, if you guys could, use hashtag Raiders or Super Chat. So, again, let me just get a few things here, guys. It's in there, Dylan. I mean, look at these numbers. Derek Carr, 22 of 34, 215 yards, a pick. The fact that the Raiders didn't score a single touchdown in this one is mind-blowing to me. Let's start giving some shout-outs to some of the people watching. I got Eliza De La Cruz. Oh, boy. Devin Arunda is watching. Yona, Beatbox, Manny, Dave R., Mark Segurdo. He's got a $5 super chat coming in from Mr. Vagoat. This was rigged by the refs or someone on the Raiders was paid to throw the game. Makes no sense that we lose to the Jets, trade Carr, and fire everyone. Again, that's just prime time overreaction. So, coming up right now is our Raiders post-game reaction, so make sure you guys continue to use hashtag Raiders or Super Chat to get featured on the show. Raider Nation, what in the hell was that? You were watching the Las Vegas Raiders Report. Today's show was presented by Black Sunday Shop. If you're looking for some awesome gear around the holiday, go check out blacksundayshop.com. They got things up to 70% off, and yes, it is going very quickly. Also, we are going to be doing a giveaway at the end of today's show, so make sure you're not going anywhere. So what the heck did we just watch? This was probably the worst football game I have ever seen in my entire life. Now, there's a lot of words that come to mind, but what's your one-word reaction to the Raiders losing 43-6 to the Falcons? WTF is a word. Fumble is definitely probably a word that comes to mind. Penalty. We should be penalized for having to watch that game. I've covered a lot of games here at the Las Vegas Raiders Report. This was probably Derek Carr's worst game, and this is probably the worst game I've seen this Raiders team ever put forth. No doubt about it. So let me know in the comments your one-word reaction to the Raiders' 43-6 loss to the Falcons. Now, when you talk about turnovers, that's going to be a big-time storyline in this one. You're also going to talk about penalties as well, because when you look at it from top to bottom, you should not have given up this many points to Atlanta. However, I'm not going to put the blame on the defense. You put the blame on the offense. You put the blame on special teams, where Derek has 3 lost fumbles. Josh Jacobs had a lost fumble. Derek Carr also had a freaking pick 6 in this one. When I tell you this is Derek Carr's worst game ever, I am a true believer. This is his worst game ever. And then you had 11 penalties for 141 yards. I mean, 141 yards. At one point, this is a 6-3 game. Roughing the kicker call on Daniel Levitt, which was a missed field goal. And it gives the Falcons another opportunity. They score a touchdown. And then I'm even going to go back to plays like John Gruden where it's 23-3. You decide to kick a field goal from top to bottom. This is an F grade all around. And honestly, it's a shame because I thought the defense played well. You had an early interception. You were on the field so much in this game, like so much in this game. And I understand that there was no Todd Gurley, Julio Jones. But if anybody out there is saying fire Paul Gunther, if anybody out there you're seeing is ripping on the defense this week, they just looked at the box score. They just looked at the score. They didn't look at what actually happened in this game. The defense played well. Like, let's not get it twisted. I thought the defense played well. If you disagree with me, you know where to find me. Instagram, Twitter, I don't hide. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365. So what you guys are watching right now is a post-game reaction. So we're live for the entire Raiders-Falcons game. And we go live every single game. Literally, it's like a 4-hour watch party. Play-by-play, score, keeping you up to date. And then as soon as the game ends, we do this, a post-game reaction. This is the opportunity where, in a win, you celebrate. In a game like we just watched, it's a time to vent. It's a time to get your frustrations out. So use hashtag Raiders Super Chat to get those frustrations out. And right now, the Raiders, they're 6-5. They dropped a game. Obviously, at the time of filming this, the Chiefs haven't played yet. They're playing right now. The Chargers, they ended up losing their game. The Broncos, they're at 4-6. They haven't played yet, but they don't even have a freaking quarterback this week, so I don't anticipate them beating the Saints. The updated playoff picture right now, I'm just going to say it out loud. The Steelers, they're 1. Chiefs are 2. The Titans beat the Colts. They're 8-3. They went up. The Bills, they're the 4 seed at 8-3 as the time of filming. The Browns, 8-3. The Dolphins, they're the 6 seed at 7-4. The Colts, they're the 7th seed at 7-4. Then the Ravens are at the 8th seed. The Raiders drop all the way down to the 9th seed at 6-5. And the team that's right underneath them is the Patriots, who have the tiebreaker over the Raiders. So here's the comment that I'm going to make the pinned comment on today's video. Will the Raiders make the playoffs? You're 6-5. Last year you were 6-4. You go on the road against the Jets, lose 34-3, go 1-5 to finish out the season. This is a much better football team than what we saw last year. However, the effort that we saw today was a disgrace. It was not the team that we saw against the Chiefs just a week ago. So with all this being said, will the Raiders make the playoffs? I want you to give me a Y for yes, or I want you to type N for no. My hope is that the Raiders make the playoffs, and my hope is that you stay joined every single video that I do, and that you don't lose interest, because even though the Raiders had a bad game, I'm going to be making a video tomorrow. Overreaction Monday. We're going to be going live on Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific. If you always find yourself looking for Raiders coverage, this is the YouTube channel for you. We just crossed 65,000 subs. Let's get to 66,000 by next Sunday. So please go ahead and hit that big red button that says subscribe. All right, let's get some people now. We got Jesse, Super Chat. There's problems playing consistent football. 1 week great, this week terrible. How can we turn this season around and make the playoffs? Not turn the football over and show up every week. And I literally can't believe that you got blown out this much. This is also, I think, you're pointing at John Gruden for not having his guys ready. They were overlooking the Atlanta Falcons. They thought that they were going to walk into Atlanta and come away with a win. So for me, I'm going to look at the coaches, and I'm going to look at Derek Carr. And another one from Jesse real quick. Need to bounce back next week against the Jets. Forget this game. I'm with you. Let's move on. Let's go to Alex Thompson. What up, Alex? Raiders, anyone saying that Peterman is better than Carr is either mad or a moron. Carr is ranked 8th the best in the NFL. I mean, that's definitely going to go down. This is by far Carr's worst game that I've seen in a long time, and this ends his MVP discussion. I am totally saying you can't have 3 lost fumbles and a pick 6 in one game and expect to win the MVP. I know it's just one game, but when you're competing against all these other good quarterbacks, you can't do that. I mean, look at these numbers, guys. 22 of 34, 215 yards, a pick 6, and 3 lost fumbles. I mean, it's just a very, very bad performance. So I'm with you, though. If you see anybody saying it's time to start Nathan Peterman, if you see anybody that's saying, hey, Mitch, it's time to put in Marcus Mariota, that's just dumb. I'm sorry. As bad as Derek was, Nathan Peterman and Marcus Mariota are still much, much worse than Derek Carr. Let's go to the next question coming in here. As a reminder, use hashtag Raiders. If we ever needed a wake-up call, it was now. We will bounce back, mark my words. I sure hope so. Next guy coming on here on the show is from Bobby O. What up, Bobby? Are you kidding me? Not even a touchdown. Bobby, I wish I could pinch myself and say that I was dreaming. I wish I could come up with something that says, you know what? I am kidding. But no, I'm not kidding. That's the world that we're in right now. The Raiders just lost 43-6, and a horrible performance from top to bottom. One of the worst from Derek, and also a bad performance from Josh Jacobs. 7 carries, 27 yards. Was the offensive line bad in this one as well? Yes. Yes, they were. But he had a lost fumble. Technically fumbled twice. Should have been probably 2 lost fumbles, honestly. I think it was a missed call by the refs. But top to bottom, a horrible, horrible game. This would not be a game that I would put on my parents' fridge. So everyone's always looking for Raiders grades. How about this? Grade the Raiders' performance versus the Falcons. If anybody comes across this video and you don't type F, that just goes to show that you didn't watch the game and you have no idea how to analyze football. This is a big fat F. F, F, F. I mean, it's by far the worst performance that I've seen from the Raiders all season long. Let's go to Matt R. here, coming in here. He says, time to hit the panic button. This game reminded me of the Raiders I grew up watching where they had penalties all the game and found ways to lose. I mean, 11 penalties, 141 yards. The Raiders didn't have a single game all year with over 100 yards and penalties. Also, the Raiders coming into this game had only 54 penalties. Last year at this, 2018 at this time, they had 104. This has been a much better team, especially against penalties. But this one was rough. Let's go to Allie. We need to fire Derek Carr and John Gruden. Not quite how it works, and I'm going to respectfully disagree with you. You're not going to fire Derek Carr and John Gruden. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Byron Hernandez. Fire who after this game? There's definitely going to be people looking to fire Gruden, but again, you can't fire John Gruden because his contract is totally there, right? So you're not going to end up doing that. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So for me, you're not going to fire anyone. Just take a deep breath. Hopefully, it's all going to be good. But with that being said, is it time to bench Derek Carr? Type B for bench, or I want you to type S for start. I'm going to continue to type my S for start. He is going to take a lot of heat this week. There is no doubt about that. He is going to take a ton of heat, and he deserves it. This is a really bad game. But who are you going to bench him for? Marcus Mariota, who's looked terrible in camp, who hasn't looked good even when he's been healthy? For Nathan Peterman? No. You start Derek Carr next week against the New York Jets. Now, something that I think should be in everyone's starting lineup, a new wardrobe thanks to Black Sunday Shop, and they're hooking up the nation. Look at this deal. BlackSundayShop.com up to 70% off. The deal ends December 1st. Yes, December 1st, this deal ends. So if you need some new Raiders t-shirts, we got you covered. How about some Raiders hoodies? They're Carhartt. They are high-branded Raiders sweatshirts. BlackSundayShop.com. That is gear up to 70% off. What are we giving at the end of the show? We're actually going to give away this t-shirt here in this collectible box. And if you just, don't want to wait to see if you want it or not, you can just go buy it. But hurry up. They're selling quick. And also, all orders over $100, you're going to get a free Nation mask, bandana, and lapel pin. It also comes in with their awesome box, but I'm going to be honest. If you get $100 worth of stuff right now with their deals, you're literally going to have like 30 things. They have so many awesome deals. And their hats are wicked sick. They got snapbacks, fitted caps. My personal favorite is their all black hat with the Raiders logo and like this awesome silver. Some of the coolest gear that I've seen out there, and some of the stuff is so ridiculously cheap that you can't even imagine that you're getting it for the deal. Up to 70% off, BlackSundayShop.com. I'm going to put that link in the comments and in the description. Go get yourself some new Raiders gear before all this stuff sells out. Jose Villegas, you're next up, and as a reminder also, this shirt that I have, Marcus Allen, is also from Black Sunday Shop. What does this do to us in the playoff run? Right now, the Raiders are the 9 seed. That's what it does. It puts you behind Baltimore, and I still think the Baltimore Ravens lose to the Steelers, and if that happens, the Raiders then they go to the 8th seed. But if you got to beat the Colts now, and you got to beat Miami, because if you don't beat those two teams, it's going to be getting really close. And with the Patriots half a game behind you, if they finish with the same record as the Raiders, they're in because they already beat us. Let's go to Dakota Haddock. And as a reminder, hashtag Raiders or Super Chat to get your questions here on the show. This is a post-game reaction film literally right after the game. Like literally after every game, we do this. No need to panic. There was just one game. The Colts and Dolphins games were the important ones. This was a crappy game. I think it's a game where you can panic a little bit because it was that bad. However, you are in this point in the season where every game really, really matters. But if you can take care of business, if you can go 11-5, I think you still get in. Even if you're 10-6, you can still get in. But now you lost the game that you should have won. Now it means you got to beat a team like the Colts and you got to beat a team like the Dolphins. Both teams right now who are ahead of you in the playoff rankings. Extreme PC Vids, we need Trent Brown big time. How about it, Mitch? I'm with you. Trent Brown's been able to play in only 2 games. Luckily, he's been able to at least get back to practice a little bit. I anticipate him coming back this upcoming week, but we'll see because I don't have a crystal ball, and I have no idea what's going on in Trent Brown's mind. Now, obviously, we get a lot of questions. We get a lot of comments. We get a lot of everything here on the Las Vegas Raiders Report. I wish I could split myself up into 2 and answer everyone's question. That's obviously not possible. So, if I missed your question, if you ever just want to talk Raiders, hit me up on Instagram. That's the social media platform that I check by far the most. It's at Mitchell Renz 365. It's in the comments. It's in the chat. So just click on it. Join me. And if you want a free entry real quick, because the giveaway is coming up here in just a little bit, follow me on Instagram right now at Mitchell Renz 365. We're about to draw a winner probably in the next 5 minutes or so. Let's go to Juicehead89. That's my dude. We learn how to win games and we learn how to lose games. This will wake us up moving forward. I don't disagree with you, but I wish it would have been the other way around. I wish the Raiders could have come away with a win. 7-4 would have been really nice. 6-5 makes me a little bit nervous. Let's go to Sean. What up, my man? This team better step up next week. If we lose, I'm 100% done. See, I don't like that idea because you should never be done. If you're a Raider fan, it's, womb to the tomb. It's whether they're winning or losing, you support your team. That's what a Raider fan's about. So I actually don't really like that comment. But it is coming in because the Raiders, they do have the Jets who are 0-10. The Colts, they lost this week, so they're actually 7-4. The Chargers, they won, so they're 3-8. Or they lost, so they're 3-7. Yeah, 3-8. The Dolphins won, they're 7-4. The Broncos, that game hasn't happened yet, so they're 4-6. So I know what the graphic says. The Jets are 0-11. Colts 7-4. Chargers 3-8. Dolphins 7-4. Broncos 4-6. So what I want you to do is predict the Raiders' record. They're 6-5. I wish I had a different answer for y'all. I'm still going to hope that it's 10-6. That was my prediction at the beginning of the year. But after a rough game like this, you better wake up real quick, because if you lose to the Dolphins and you lose to the Colts, that's probably going to put you at 9-7, and I think you're on the outside looking in terms of the playoffs. If they want to make it in, they got to get to 10-6. They got to. Also, I want to give some shout-outs to some of the Super Chats that came in. We had some from Spiritzer. Let's hope they grow up with some of these teams. Absolutely pathetic. We got one from Star Child Swag. You can't blame Carr on the sack fumbles in the pocket. You can, because I think they were on him, because some of those weren't obviously on just the defense. Alex Chavez, I thought the defense played good, but the offensive D was terrible at protecting Carr. Don't totally disagree. Another Super Chat from Noah Dodge says, I know what happened. In high school, I played on a team that destroyed everyone. Teams would lay down and die against us. Our young team is used to becoming, okay, not in the NFL. I agree. You can't just lie down. We have a lot of Super Chats, though. Give me a sec. Nicholas Gonzalez, fire Littleton, Gunther, Brown, Joyner, and hire Matt Patricia. I am not on the hire Matt Patricia boat. And then another Super Chat just came across from Noah Dodge for $5. Much love to everyone. So, for every single person that put in a Super Chat, I appreciate you. We are getting ready now to get into our giveaway. So as a reminder, today's show was presented by Black Sunday Shop. They hooked us up with some giveaways. So we are going to look, we tallied the votes. We've already picked the winner. It'll be up as a lower third. What does that mean? It's literally just going to be down here. You guys will be able to see it. So the winner for the Black Sunday Shop t-shirt is Vince Garcia. So Vince Garcia, congratulations. You are the winner of our Black Sunday Shop t-shirt. If all you got to do to get your prize, message me on Instagram at Mitchell Renz 365. And even if you guys didn't win, seriously, go check them out. BlackSundayShop.com. They got insane deals going on, up to 70% off. Vince, I appreciate all the support you had for the show. What's coming up now is going to be a quick little loop. You're going to see our post-game reaction, so make sure you guys are staying tuned. So, again, we're going to still stay here for a little bit. It's a miscommunication on my part. Miscommunication on my part here, I guess. We got a few people watching. We'll still give a few shout-outs here. But seriously, Vince, you got 24 hours to claim your prize. Vince, if you don't claim your prize, we're going to find somebody else here. So, Kyle Has, appreciate you guys watching. What else we got here? So as a reminder, we will be doing a show, what's tomorrow? Monday. It's going to be the Overreaction Monday episode. So don't miss that whatsoever. So go ahead, check that one out. Also, I'm going to be live on Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific. That would be very much appreciated. And if you guys want to talk Raiders, or if I missed any of your questions whatsoever, you can always hit me up on Instagram or on Twitter at Mitchell Renz 365. I'm always down to talk, so and have a good time. Now, again, I believe the video is going to go to loop. Not 100% sure. So, but again, appreciate everyone that super chatted, like Alex, Noah, Nicholas, Noah Dodge. And as a reminder, please go check out Black Sunday Shop gear. It's at blackSundayShop.com, up to 70% off. Tell them I sent you. Hopefully the Raiders come back next week with a lot better performance, because I'm not going to watch this again. That's for sure.
Location from OAKLA to LV, I'm a Raider.
Raider Nation, what in the hell was that? You were watching the Las Vegas Raiders Report. Today's show was presented by Black Sunday Shop. If you're looking for some awesome gear around the holiday, go check out BlackSundayShop.com. They got things up to 70% off. And yes, it is going very quickly. Also, we are going to be doing a giveaway at the end of today's show, so make sure you're not going anywhere. So what the heck did we just watch? This was probably the worst football game I have ever seen in my entire life. Now, there's a lot of words that come to mind, but what's your one-word reaction to the Raiders losing 43-6 to the Falcons? WTF is a word. Fumble is definitely probably a word that comes to mind. Penalty. We should be penalized for having to watch that game. I've covered a lot of games here at the Las Vegas Raiders Report. This was probably Derek Carr's worst game, and this is probably the worst game I've seen this Raiders team ever put forth. No doubt about it. So let me know in the comments your one-word reaction to the Raiders' 43-6 loss to the Falcons. Now, when you talk about turnovers, that's going to be a big-time storyline in this one. You're also going to talk about penalties as well, because when you look at it from top to bottom, you should not have given up this many points to Atlanta. However, I'm not going to put the blame on the defense. You put the blame on the offense. You put the blame on special teams, where Derek has 3 lost fumbles. Josh Jacobs had a lost fumble. Derek Carr also had a freaking pick 6 in this one. When I tell you this is Derek Carr's worst game ever, I am a true believer. This is his worst game ever. And then you had 11 penalties for 141 yards. I mean, 141 yards. At one point, this is a 6-3 game. Roughing the kicker call on Daniel Levitt, which was a missed field goal. And it gives the Falcons another opportunity. They score a touchdown. And then I'm even going to go back to plays like John Gruden where it's 23-3. You decide to kick a field goal from top to bottom. This is an F grade all around. And honestly, it's a shame because I thought the defense played well. You had an early interception. You were on the field so much in this game, like so much in this game. And I understand that there was no Todd Gurley, Julio Jones. But if anybody out there is saying fire Paul Gunther, if anybody out there you're seeing is ripping on the defense this week, they just looked at the box score. They just looked at the score. They didn't look at what actually happened in this game. The defense played well. Like, let's not get it twisted. I thought the defense played well. If you disagree with me, you know where to find me. Instagram, Twitter, I don't hide. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365. So what you guys are watching right now is a post-game reaction. So we're live for the entire Raiders-Falcons game. And we go live every single game. Literally, it's like a 4-hour watch party. Play-by-play, score, keeping you up to date. And then as soon as the game ends, we do this, a post-game reaction. This is the opportunity where, in a win, you celebrate. In a game like we just watched, it's a time to vent. It's a time to get your frustrations out. So use hashtag Raiders Super Chat to get those frustrations out. And right now, the Raiders, they're 6-5. They dropped a game. Obviously, at the time of filming this, the Chiefs haven't played yet. They're playing right now. The Chargers, they ended up losing their game. The Broncos, they're at 4-6. They haven't played yet, but they don't even have a freaking quarterback this week, so I don't anticipate them beating the Saints. The updated playoff picture right now, I'm just going to say it out loud. The Steelers, they're 1. Chiefs are 2. The Titans beat the Colts. They're 8-3. They went up. The Bills, they're the 4 seed at 8-3 as the time of filming. The Browns, 8-3. The Dolphins, they're the 6 seed at 7-4. The Colts, they're the 7th seed at 7-4. Then the Ravens are at the 8th seed. The Raiders drop all the way down to the 9th seed at 6-5. And the team that's right underneath them is the Patriots, who have the tiebreaker over the Raiders. So here's the comment that I'm going to make the pinned comment on today's video. Will the Raiders make the playoffs? You're 6-5. Last year you were 6-4. You go on the road against the Jets, lose 34-3, go 1-5 to finish out the season. This is a much better football team than what we saw last year. However, the effort that we saw today was a disgrace. It was not the team that we saw against the Chiefs just a week ago. So with all this being said, will the Raiders make the playoffs? I want you to give me a Y for yes, or I want you to type N for no. My hope is that the Raiders make the playoffs, and my hope is that you stay joined every single video that I do, and that you don't lose interest, because even though the Raiders had a bad game, I'm going to be making a video tomorrow. Overreaction Monday. We're going to be going live on Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific. If you always find yourself looking for Raiders coverage, this is the YouTube channel for you. We just crossed 65,000 subs. Let's get to 66,000 by next Sunday. So please go ahead and hit that big red button that says subscribe. All right, let's get some people now. We got Jesse, Super Chat. There's problems playing consistent football. 1 week great, this week terrible. How can we turn this season around and make the playoffs? Not turn the football over and show up every week. And I literally can't believe that you got blown out this much. This is also, I think, you're pointing at John Gruden for not having his guys ready. They were overlooking the Atlanta Falcons. They thought that they were going to walk into Atlanta and come away with a win. So for me, I'm going to look at the coaches, and I'm going to look at Derek Carr. And another one from Jesse real quick. Need to bounce back next week against the Jets. Forget this game. I'm with you. Let's move on. Let's go to Alex Thompson. What up, Alex? Raiders, anyone saying that Peterman is better than Carr is either mad or a moron. Carr is ranked 8th the best in the NFL. I mean, that's definitely going to go down. This is by far Carr's worst game that I've seen in a long time, and this ends his MVP discussion. I am totally saying you can't have 3 lost fumbles and a pick 6 in one game and expect to win the MVP. I know it's just one game, but when you're competing against all these other good quarterbacks, you can't do that. I mean, look at these numbers, guys. 22 of 34, 215 yards, a pick 6, and 3 lost fumbles. I mean, it's just a very, very bad performance. So I'm with you, though. If you see anybody saying it's time to start Nathan Peterman, if you're seeing anybody that's saying, hey, Mitch, it's time to put in Marcus Mariota, That's just dumb. I'm sorry. As bad as Derek was, Nathan Peterman and Marcus Mariota are still much, much worse than Derek Carr. Let's go to the next question coming in here. As a reminder, use hashtag Raiders. If we ever needed a wake-up call, it was now. We will bounce back. Mark my words. I sure hope so. Next guy coming on here on the show is from Bobby O. What up, Bobby? Are you kidding me? Not even a touchdown. Bobby, I wish I could pinch myself and say that I was dreaming. I wish I could come up with something that says, you know what? I am kidding. But no, I'm not kidding. That's the world that we're in right now. The Raiders just lost 43-6, and a horrible performance from top to bottom. One of the worst from Derek, and also a bad performance from Josh Jacobs. 7 carries, 27 yards. Was the offensive line bad in this one as well? Yes. Yes, they were. But he had a lost fumble. Technically fumbled twice. Should have been probably 2 lost fumbles, honestly. I think it was a missed call by the refs. But top to bottom, a horrible, horrible game. This would not be a game that I would put on my parents' fridge. So everyone's always looking for Raiders grades. How about this? Grade the Raiders' performance versus the Falcons. If anybody comes across this video and you don't type F, that just goes to show that you didn't watch the game and you have no idea how to analyze football. This is a big fat F. F, F, F. I mean, it's by far the worst performance that I've seen from the Raiders all season long. Let's go to Matt R. here, coming in here. He says, time to hit the panic button. This game reminded me of the Raiders I grew up watching where they had penalties all the game and found ways to lose. I mean, 11 penalties, 141 yards. The Raiders didn't have a single game all year with over 100 yards and penalties. Also, the Raiders coming into this game had only 54 penalties. Last year at this, 2018 at this time, they had 104. This has been a much better team, especially against penalties. But this one was rough. Let's go to Allie. We need to fire Derek Carr and John Gruden. Not quite how it works, and I'm going to respectfully disagree with you. You're not going to fire Derek Carr and John Gruden. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Byron Hernandez. Fire who after this game? There's definitely going to be people looking to fire Gruden, but again, you can't fire John Gruden because his contract is totally there, right? So you're not going to end up doing that. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So for me, you're not going to fire anyone. Just take a deep breath. Hopefully, it's all going to be good. But with that being said, is it time to bench Derek Carr? Type B for bench, or I want you to type S for start. I'm going to continue to type my S for start. He is going to take a lot of heat this week. There is no doubt about that. He is going to take a ton of heat, and he deserves it. This is a really bad game. But who are you going to bench him for? Marcus Mariota, who's looked terrible in camp, who hasn't looked good even when he's been healthy? For Nathan Peterman? No. You start Derek Carr next week against the New York Jets. Now, something that I think should be in everyone's starting lineup, a new wardrobe thanks to Black Sunday Shop, and they're hooking up the nation. Look at this deal. BlackSundayShop.com up to 70% off. The deal ends December 1st. Yes, December 1st, this deal ends. So if you need some new Raiders t-shirts, we got you covered. How about some Raiders hoodies? They're Carhartt. They are high-branded Raiders sweatshirts. BlackSundayShop.com. That is gear up to 70% off. What are we giving at the end of the show? We're actually going to give away this t-shirt here in this collectible box. And if you just, don't want to wait to see if you want it or not, you can just go buy it. But hurry up. They're selling quick. And also, all orders over $100, you're going to get a free Nation mask, bandana, and lapel pin. It also comes in with their awesome box, but I'm going to be honest. If you get $100 worth of stuff right now with their deals, you're literally going to have like 30 things. They have so many awesome deals. And their hats are wicked sick. They got snapbacks, fitted caps. My personal favorite is their all black hat with the Raiders logo and like this awesome silver. Some of the coolest gear that I've seen out there, and some of the stuff is so ridiculously cheap that you can't even imagine that you're getting it for the deal. Up to 70% off, BlackSundayShop.com. I'm going to put that link in the comments and in the description. Go get yourself some new Raiders gear before all this stuff sells out. Jose Villegas, you're next up, and as a reminder also, this shirt that I have, Marcus Allen, is also from Black Sunday Shop. What does this do to us in the playoff run? Right now, the Raiders with a 9 seed. That's what it does. It puts you behind Baltimore, and I still think the Baltimore Ravens lose to the Steelers, and if that happens, the Raiders then they go to the 8th seed. But if you got to beat the Colts now, and you got to beat Miami, because if you don't beat those two teams, it's going to be getting really close, and with the Patriots half a game behind you, if they finish with the same record as the Raiders, they're in because they already beat us. Let's go to Dakota Haddock. And as a reminder, hashtag Raiders or Super Chat to get your questions here on the show. This is a post-game reaction film literally right after the game. Like, literally after every game, we do this. No need to panic. There was just one game. The Colts and Dolphins games were the important ones. This was a crappy game. I think it's a game where you can panic a little bit because it was that bad. However, you are in this point of the season where every game really, really matters. But if you can take care of business, if you can go 11-5, I think you still get in. Even if you're 10-6, you can still get in. But now you lost the game that you should have won. Now it means you got to beat a team like the Colts, and you got to beat a team like the Dolphins, both teams right now who are ahead of you in the playoff rankings. Extreme PC Vids, we need Trent Brown big time. How about it, Mitch? I'm with you. Trent Brown's been able to play in only 2 games. Luckily, he's been able to at least get back to practice a little bit. I anticipate him coming back this upcoming week, but we'll see because I don't have a crystal ball, and I have no idea what's going on in Trent Brown's mind. Now, obviously, we get a lot of questions. We get a lot of comments. We get a lot of everything here on the Las Vegas Raiders Report. I wish I could split myself up into 2 and answer everyone's question. That's obviously not possible. So, if I missed your question, if you ever just want to talk Raiders, hit me up on Instagram. That's the social media platform that I check by far the most. It's at Mitchell Renz 365. It's in the comments. It's in the chat. So just click on it. Join me. And if you want a free entry real quick, because the giveaway is coming up here in just a little bit, follow me on Instagram right now, at Mitchell Renz 365. We're about to draw a winner probably in the next 5 minutes or so. Let's go to Juicehead89. That's my dude. We learn how to win games and we learn how to lose games. This will wake us up moving forward. I don't disagree with you, but I wish it would have been the other way around. I wish the Raiders could have come away with a win. 7-4 would have been really nice. 6-5 makes me a little bit nervous. Let's go to Sean. What up, my man? This team better, and I mean better step up next week. If we lose, I'm 100% done. See, I don't like that idea because you should never be done. If you're a Raider fan, it's, womb to the tomb. It's whether they're winning or losing, you support your team. That's what a Raider fan's about. So I actually don't really like that comment. But it is coming in because the Raiders, they do have the Jets who are 0-10. The Colts, they lost this week, so they're actually 7-4. The Chargers, they won, so they're 3-8. Or they lost, so they're 3-7. Yeah, 3-8. The Dolphins won, they're 7-4. The Broncos, that game hasn't happened yet, so they're 4-6. So I know what the graphic says. The Jets are 0-11, Colts 7-4, Chargers 3-8, Dolphins 7-4, Broncos 4-6. So what I want you to do is predict the Raiders' record. They're 6-5. I wish I had a different answer for y'all. I'm still gonna hope that it's 10-6. That was my prediction at the beginning of the year. But after a rough game like this, you better wake up real quick. Because if you lose to the Dolphins and you lose to the Colts, that's probably going to put you at 9-7. And I think you're on the outside looking in terms of the playoffs. If they want to make it in, they got to get to 10-6. They got to. Also, I want to give some shout-outs to some of the Super Chats that came in. We had some from Spiriter. Let's hope they grow up with some of these teams. Absolutely pathetic. We got one from Star Child Swag. You can't blame Carr on the sack fumbles in the pocket. You can, because I think they were on him, because some of those weren't obviously on just the defense. Alex Chavez, I thought the defense played good, but the offensive D was terrible at protecting Carr. Don't totally disagree. Another super chat from Noah Dodge says, I know what happened. In high school, I played on a team that destroyed everyone. Teams would lay down and die against us. Our young team is used to becoming, not in the NFL. I agree. You can't just lie down. We have a lot of super chats, though. Give me a sec. Nicholas Gonzalez, fire Littleton, Gunther, Brown, Joyner, and hire Matt Patricia. I am not on the hire Matt Patricia boat. And then another super chat just came across from Noah Dodge for $5. Much love to everyone. So, for every single person that put in a super chat, I appreciate you. We are getting ready now to get into our giveaway. So as a reminder, today's show was presented by Black Sunday Shop. They hooked us up with some giveaways. So we are going to look. We tallied the votes. We've already picked the winner. It'll be up as a lower third. What does that mean? It's literally just going to be down here. You guys will be able to see it. So the winner for the Black Sunday Shop t-shirt is Vince Garcia. So Vince Garcia, congratulations. You are the winner of our Black Sunday Shop t-shirt. If all you got to do to get your prize, message me on Instagram at Mitchell Renz 365. And even if you guys didn't win, seriously, go check them out. BlackSundayShop.com. They got insane deals going on, up to 70% off. Vince, I appreciate all the support you had for the show. What's coming up now is going to be a quick little loop. You're going to see our post-game reaction, so make sure you guys are staying tuned. Raider Nation, what the hell was that? You were watching the Las Vegas Raiders Report. Today's show was presented by Black Sunday Shop. If you're looking for some awesome gear around the holiday, go check out blacksundayshop.com. They got things up to 70% off, and yes, it is going very quickly. Also, we are going to be doing a giveaway at the end of today's show, so make sure you're not going anywhere. So what the heck did we just watch? This was probably the worst football game I have ever seen in my entire life. Now, there's a lot of words that come to mind, but what's your one-word reaction to the Raiders losing 43-6 to the Falcons? WTF is a word. Fumble is definitely probably a word that comes to mind. Penalty. We should be penalized for having to watch that game. I've covered a lot of games here at the Las Vegas Raiders Report. This was probably Derek Carr's worst game, and this is probably the worst game I've seen this Raiders team ever put forth. No doubt about it. So let me know in the comments your one-word reaction to the Raiders' 43-6 loss to the Falcons. Now, when you talk about turnovers, that's going to be a big-time storyline in this one. You're also going to talk about penalties as well, because when you look at it from top to bottom, you should not have given up this many points to Atlanta. However, I'm not going to put the blame on the defense. You put the blame on the offense. You put the blame on special teams, where Derek has 3 lost fumbles. Josh Jacobs had a lost fumble. Derek Carr also had a freaking pick 6 in this one. When I tell you this is Derek Carr's worst game ever, I am a true believer. This is his worst game ever. And then you had 11 penalties for 141 yards. 141 yards. At one point, this is a 6-3 game. Roughing the kicker call on Daniel Levitt, which was a missed field goal. And it gives the Falcons another opportunity. They score a touchdown. And then I'm even going to go back to plays like John Gruden where it's 23-3. You decide to kick a field goal from top to bottom. This is an F grade all around. And honestly, it's a shame because I thought the defense played well. You had an early interception. You were on the field so much in this game, And I understand that there was no Todd Gurley, Julio Jones. But if anybody out there is saying fire Paul Gunther, if anybody out there you're seeing is ripping on the defense this week, they just looked at the box score. They just looked at the score. They didn't look at what actually happened in this game. The defense played well. Let's not get it twisted. I thought the defense played well. If you disagree with me, you know where to find me. Instagram, Twitter, I don't hide. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365. So what you guys are watching right now is a post-game reaction. So we're live for the entire Raiders-Falcons game. And we go live every single game. Literally, it's like a 4-hour watch party. Play-by-play, score, keeping you up to date. And then as soon as the game ends, we do this, a post-game reaction. This is the opportunity where, in a win, you celebrate. In a game like we just watched, it's a time to vent. It's a time to get your frustrations out. So use hashtag Raiders Super Chat to get those frustrations out. And right now, the Raiders, they're 6-5. They dropped a game. Obviously, at the time of filming this, the Chiefs haven't played yet. They're playing right now. The Chargers, they ended up losing their game. The Broncos, they're at 4-6. They haven't played yet, but they don't even have a freaking quarterback this week, so I don't anticipate them beating the Saints. The updated playoff picture right now, I'm just going to say it out loud. The Steelers, they're 1. Chiefs are 2. The Titans beat the Colts. They're 8-3. They went up. The Bills, they're the 4 seed at 8-3 as the time of filming. The Browns, 8-3. The Dolphins, they're the 6 seed at 7-4. The Colts, they're the 7th seed at 7-4. Then the Ravens are at the 8th seed. The Raiders drop all the way down to the 9th seed at 6-5. And the team that's right underneath them is the Patriots, who have the tiebreaker over the Raiders. So here's the comment that I'm going to make the pinned comment on today's video. Will the Raiders make the playoffs? You're 6-5. Last year you were 6-4. You go on the road against the Jets, lose 34-3, go 1-5 to finish out the season. This is a much better football team than what we saw last year. However, the effort that we saw today was a disgrace. It was not the team that we saw against the Chiefs just a week ago. So with all this being said, will the Raiders make the playoffs? I want you to give me a Y for yes, or I want you to type N for no. My hope is that the Raiders make the playoffs, and my hope is that you stay joined every single video that I do, and that you don't lose interest, because even though the Raiders had a bad game, I'm going to be making a video tomorrow. Overreaction Monday. We're going to be going live on Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific. If you always find yourself looking for Raiders coverage, this is the YouTube channel for you. We just crossed 65,000 subs. Let's get to 66,000 by next Sunday. So please go ahead and hit that big red button that says subscribe. right, let's get some people now. We got Jesse, Super Chat. There's problems playing consistent football. 1 week great, this week terrible. How can we turn this season around and make the playoffs? Not turn the football over and show up every week. And I literally can't believe that you got blown out this much. This is also, I think, you're pointing at John Gruden for not having his guys ready. They were overlooking the Atlanta Falcons. They thought that they were going to walk into Atlanta and come away with a win. So for me, I'm going to look at the coaches, and I'm going to look at Derek Carr. And another one from Jesse real quick. Need to bounce back next week against the Jets. Forget this game. I'm with you. Let's move on. Let's go to Alex Thompson. What up, Alex? Raiders, anyone saying that Peterman is better than Carr is either mad or a moron. Carr is ranked 8th the best in the NFL. I mean, that's definitely going to go down. This is by far Carr's worst game that I've seen in a long time, and this ends his MVP discussion. I am totally saying you can't have 3 lost fumbles and a pick 6 in one game and expect to win the MVP. I know it's just one game, but when you're competing against all these other good quarterbacks, you can't do that. I mean, look at these numbers, guys. 22 of 34, 215 yards, a pick 6, and 3 lost fumbles. I mean, it's just a very, very bad performance. So I'm with you, though. If you see anybody saying it's time to start Nathan Peterman, if you see anybody that's saying, hey, Mitch, it's time to put in Marcus Mariota, that's just dumb. I'm sorry. As bad as Derek was, Nathan Peterman and Marcus Mariota are still much, much worse than Derek Carr. Let's go to the next question coming in here. As a reminder, use hashtag Raiders. If we ever needed a wake-up call, it was now. We will bounce back. Mark my words. I sure hope so. Next guy coming on here on the show is from Bobby O. What up, Bobby? Are you kidding me? Not even a touchdown. Bobby, I wish I could pinch myself and say that I was dreaming. I wish I could come up with something that says, you know what? I am kidding. But no, I'm not kidding. That's the world that we're in right now. The Raiders just lost 43-6. And a horrible performance from top to bottom. One of the worst from Derek. And also a bad performance from Josh Jacobs. 7 carries, 27 yards. Was the offensive line bad in this one as well? Yes. Yes, they were. But he had a lost fumble. Technically fumbled twice. Should have been probably 2 lost fumbles, honestly. I think it was a missed call by the refs. But top to bottom, a horrible, horrible game. This would not be a game that I would put on my parents' fridge. So everyone's always looking for Raiders grades. How about this? Grade the Raiders' performance versus the Falcons. If anybody comes across this video and you don't type F, that just goes to show that you didn't watch the game and you have no idea how to analyze football. This is a big fat F. F, F, F. I mean, it's by far the worst performance that I've seen from the Raiders all season long. Let's go to Matt R. here coming in here. He says, time to hit the panic button. This game reminded me of the Raiders I grew up watching where they had penalties all the game and found ways to lose. I mean, 11 penalties, 141 yards. The Raiders didn't have a single game all year with over 100 yards and penalties. Also, the Raiders coming into this game had only 54 penalties. Last year at this, 2018 at this time, they had 104. This has been a much better team, especially against penalties. But this one was rough. Let's go to Allie. We need to fire Derek Carr and John Gruden. Not quite how it works, and I'm going to respectfully disagree with you. You're not going to fire Derek Carr and John Gruden. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Byron Hernandez, fire who after this game? There's definitely going to be people looking to fire Gruden, but again, you can't fire John Gruden because his contract is totally there, right? So you're not going to end up doing that. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So for me, you're not going to fire anyone. Just take a deep breath. Hopefully, it's all going to be good. But with that being said, is it time to bench Derek Carr? Type B for bench, or I want you to type S for start. I'm going to continue to type my S for start. He is going to take a lot of heat this week. There is no doubt about that. He is going to take a ton of heat, and he deserves it. This is a really bad game. But who are you going to bench him for? Marcus Mariota, who's looked terrible in camp, who hasn't looked good even when he's been healthy? For Nathan Peterman? No. You start Derek Carr next week against the New York Jets. Now, something that I think should be in everyone's starting lineup, a new wardrobe thanks to Black Sunday Shop, and they're hooking up the nation. Look at this deal. BlackSundayShop.com up to 70% off. The deal ends December 1st. Yes, December 1st, this deal ends. So if you need some new Raiders t-shirts, we got you covered. How about some Raiders hoodies? They're Carhartt. They are high-branded Raiders sweatshirts. BlackSundayShop.com. That is gear up to 70% off. What are we giving at the end of the show? We're actually going to give away this t-shirt here in this collectible box. And if you just, don't want to wait to see if you want it or not, you can just go buy it. But hurry up. They're selling quick. And also, all orders over $100, you're going to get a free Nation mask, bandana, and lapel pin. It also comes in with their awesome box, but I'm going to be honest. If you get $100 worth of stuff right now with their deals, you're literally going to have like 30 things. They have so many awesome deals. And their hats are wicked sick. They got snapbacks, fitted caps. My personal favorite is their all black hat with the Raiders logo and like this awesome silver. Some of the coolest gear that I've seen out there, and some of the stuff is so ridiculously cheap that you can't even imagine that you're getting it for the deal. Up to 70% off BlackSundayShop.com. I'm going to put that link in the comments and in the description. Go get yourself some new Raiders gear before all this stuff sells out. Jose Villegas, you're next up, and as a reminder also, this shirt that I have, Marcus Allen, is also from Black Sunday Shop. What does this do to us in the playoff run? Right now, the Raiders are the 9 seed. That's what it does. It puts you behind Baltimore, and I still think the Baltimore Ravens lose to the Steelers, and if that happens, the Raiders then they go to the 8th seed. But if you got to beat the Colts now, and you got to beat Miami, because if you don't beat those two teams, it's going to be getting really close. And with the Patriots half a game behind you, if they finish with the same record as the Raiders, they're in because they already beat us. Let's go to Dakota Haddock. And as a reminder, hashtag Raiders or Super Chat to get your questions here on the show. This is a post-game reaction film literally right after the game. Like literally after every game, we do this. No need to panic. There was just one game. The Colts and Dolphins games were the important ones. This was a crappy game. I think it's a game where you can panic a little bit because it was that bad. However, you are in this point in the season where every game really, really matters. But if you can take care of business, if you can go 11-5, I think you still get in. Even if you're 10-6, you can still get in. But now you lost the game that you should have won. Now it means you got to beat a team like the Colts and you got to beat a team like the Dolphins. Both teams right now who are ahead of you in the playoff rankings. Extreme PC Vids, we need Trent Brown big time. How about it, Mitch? I'm with you. Trent Brown's been able to play in only 2 games. Luckily, he's been able to at least get back to practice a little bit. I anticipate him coming back this upcoming week, but we'll see because I don't have a crystal ball, and I have no idea what's going on in Trent Brown's mind. Now, obviously, we get a lot of questions. We get a lot of comments. We get a lot of everything here on the Las Vegas Raiders Report. I wish I could split myself up into 2 and answer everyone's question. That's obviously not possible. So, if I missed your question, if you ever just want to talk Raiders, hit me up on Instagram. That's the social media platform that I check by far the most. It's at Mitchell Renz 365. It's in the comments. It's in the chat. So just click on it. Join me. And if you want a free entry real quick, because the giveaway is coming up here in just a little bit, follow me on Instagram right now at Mitchell Renz 365. We're about to draw a winner probably in the next 5 minutes or so. Let's go to Juicehead89. That's my dude. We learn how to win games and we learn how to lose games. This will wake us up moving forward. I don't disagree with you, but I wish it would have been the other way around. I wish the Raiders could have come away with a win. 7-4 would have been really nice. 6-5 makes me a little bit nervous. Let's go to Sean. What up, my man? This team better, and I mean better step up next week. If we lose, I'm 100% done. See, I don't like that idea because you should never be done. If you're a Raider fan, it's, womb to the tomb. It's whether they're winning or losing, you support your team. That's what a Raider fan's about. So I actually don't really like that comment. But it is coming in because the Raiders, they do have the Jets who are 0-10. The Colts, they lost this week, so they're actually 7-4. The Chargers, they won, so they're 3-8. Or they lost, so they're 3-7. Yeah, 3-8. The Dolphins won, they're 7-4. The Broncos, that game hasn't happened yet, so they're 4-6. So I know what the graphic says. The Jets are 0-11. Colts 7-4. Chargers 3-8. Dolphins 7-4. Broncos 4-6. So what I want you to do is predict the Raiders' record. They're 6-5. I wish I had a different answer for y'all. I'm still going to hope that it's 10-6. That was my prediction at the beginning of the year. But after a rough game like this, you better wake up real quick. Because if you lose to the Dolphins and you lose to the Colts, that's probably going to put you at 9-7. And I think you're on the outside looking in terms of the playoffs. If they want to make it in, they got to get to 10-6. They got to. Also, I want to give some shout-outs to some of the Super Chats that came in. We had some from Spiritzer. Let's hope they grow up with some of these teams. Absolutely pathetic. We got one from Star Child Swag. You can't blame Carr on the sack fumbles in the pocket. You can, because I think they were on him, because some of those weren't obviously on just the defense. Alex Chavez, I thought the defense played good, but the offensive D was terrible at protecting Carr. Don't totally disagree. Another Super Chat from Noah Dodge says, I know what happened. In high school, I played on a team that destroyed everyone. Teams would lay down and die against us. Our young team is used to becoming, not in the NFL. I agree. You can't just lie down. We have a lot of Super Chats, though. Give me a sec. Nicholas Gonzalez, fire Littleton, Gunther, Brown, Joyner, and hire Matt Patricia. I am not on the hire Matt Patricia boat. And then another super chat just came across from Noah Dodge for $5. Much love to everyone. So, for every single person that put in a super chat, I appreciate you. We are getting ready now to get into our giveaway. So as a reminder, today's show was presented by Black Sunday Shop. They hooked us up with some giveaways. So we are going to look, we tallied the votes. We've already picked the winner. It'll be up as a lower third. What does that mean? It's literally just going to be down here. You guys will be able to see it. So the winner for the Black Sunday Shop t-shirt is Vince Garcia. So Vince Garcia, congratulations. You are the winner of our Black Sunday Shop t-shirt. If all you got to do to get your prize, message me on Instagram at Mitchell Renz 365. And even if you guys didn't win, seriously, go check them out. BlackSundayShop.com. They got insane deals.